What if Naruto Reborn as son of Artemis? Part 3. Naruto was dying. Kurama had a jutsu to save him. The only problem? It didn't quite work as intended. And now Naruto is reborn in a world where gods and monsters roam the lands. Thankfully, this time around, he has a mother with the most striking silver eyes, the same color as the moon. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Now let's begin with the story. Zoe cast a glance at him. We have no time to waste. Regrouping with Naruto is our biggest priority right now. Hey, you don't need to worry about boss, the shadow clone spoke up. He'll be fine on his own. Zoe looked amused. Trust me, I'm not worried about Naruto. I simply do not wish to wait in traffic any longer. The faster we regroup, the faster we can try to figure out how to reach the summit. Perhaps if Naruto asked for Apollo's help in lowering the mist. Mist? Percy frowned. What does the mist have to do with anything? Zoe stared at Percy incredulously. Has Chiron not taught you anything yet? What do you guys even do at Camp Half-Blood? Don't worry, it's just Percy, Thalia smirked. She had fully reverted back to her old self. Thank the gods for Demigod's short attention span. For someone who's best friends with a child of Athena, he can be remarkably dense. Hey. Percy, how do you think the gods lifted the summit of Mount Othris out of this reality? Thalia asked. Magic, came the eloquent reply. Thalia rolled her eyes. Everything we do is magic, Percy. The gods used the mist. I thought the mist was only a superficial illusion that prevented mortals from seeing godly stuff. Percy frowned. You're right, Thalia nodded. But that is only one of the mist's functions. How do you think Olympus formed over the Empire State Building? Percy blinked. Magic. I'm not even going to dignify that with a reply. It formed out of the mist, Percy, Thalia explained. Don't ask me how the exact process works, I don't think anyone truly knows though. You know how the Greek gods shifted with the heart of Western civilization. Zoe took over from Thalia. How do you think everything transferred over? There wasn't a team of builders or anything. The Sea of Monsters, the Lotus Casino, DOA Recording Studios, they were all automatically created, or rather, recreated, by the mist. The Lotus Casino. Bianca suddenly spoke up, her eyes wide with what appeared to be fear. Zoe looked over. Yeah. Why? She asked in concern when she saw Bianca's terrified look. It's nothing, Bianca looked away. Never mind. Zoe frowned but continued. At any rate, not only could the mist be used to change reality, but it could also be used to separate reality into different dimensions. Reality has different layers, and it's possible to move one part of reality to a different layer. In other words, lift a location out of the normal space-time. It's extremely rare though, and it takes a lot of energy. You need several major gods working together to accomplish it. Percy made a sound of comprehension. I see. So when we went to the Lotus Casino, it was lifted out of the normal flow of time, right? Bianca drew in a sharp breath. Thalia nodded. Yup, although it still existed in the normal space, which is why you could enter and exit it like normal. It wasn't done by a god though, the process was entirely automatic. Indeed. A location can exist in a different space, time, or both, Zoe elaborated. For example, the Garden of Hesperides originally didn't follow the normal flow of time, it existed in a state of perpetual twilight. Anyone could walk inside, it's just that once they entered, the time would change. After the gods manipulated the mist, however, the garden was lifted out of the normal space as well, so the only way for someone to enter is during twilight when the garden returned to normal space. When you say the Lotus Casino was lifted out the normal flow of time, Bianca began hesitantly, what do you mean by that? Percy glanced over. Grover, Annabeth, his face darkened slightly, and I were trapped there during our first quest to retrieve the Master Bolt. We stayed for about an hour, but when we came out, 5 days had passed outside. Bianca paled substantially. Zoe noticed. What is it? Bianca looked down at her lap. Nico and I stayed at the Lotus Casino for several weeks. A silence descended over them all. Percy snapped his fingers. That explains why you didn't know who Spider-Man was. Thalia shot him a dirty look. What? Percy said defensively. Not the time, she hissed. Bianca, Zoe began cautiously, who is the current president? Bianca told them the correct president. And who was the president before that? Zoe asked. FDR, Bianca responded. Another silence. Bianca, Zoe said gently. FDR was not the last president. That was about 70 years ago. Bianca's eyes became suspiciously bright. Oh. She looked down at her hands, as if she was afraid that they'd suddenly start wrinkling and turn gray. She trailed off. I'm not that old, she whispered. Thalia's gaze softened. It's okay, Bianca. You're still a normal 12-year-old daughter of Hades. Don't look at things chronologically, we live in Greek myths. Grover is in his 20s, Percy added. But satyrs age slower than humans. Don't worry too much about it. Bianca nodded slowly. Yeah. You're right. Sorry, I'm just a little shocked. She smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm fine. Apollo can lower the mist. Naruto spoke up suddenly. Zoe hesitated. I admit, I don't really know. Perhaps he can. However, I'm fairly certain that only the Elder Olympians have the jurisdiction to alter the mist on the mountain. But if you asked Apollo to ask Zeus to temporarily let us through. Got it, the clone nodded. Speaking of which, we're here, Zoe slammed on the brakes. They stopped at the base of a cluster of mountains. Finally, Thalia said. It only took, 3 traffic accidents. Zoe nodded. The mortal police are after us. What? I'm not surprised you didn't notice. Thy situational awareness is atrocious. I manipulated the mist to make them go away temporarily, but they're probably back to their senses by now. Zoe stepped on the accelerator once more. So we should hurry. The roads were insanely narrow, winding through forests and up the sides of hills and around the edges of steep ravines. Zoe didn't slow down at all, in fact, she seemed to go even faster. Dear Zeus! Thalia yelped as they narrowly avoided being plunged into a ravine by mere inches. Zoe, the brakes are meant to be used. You're supposed to lift your foot off the accelerator. Amateur, Zoe muttered. Hey Naruto, do you know where thy boss is? He's up the mountain, Naruto answered. They were in the forest, and he once again had access to his godlike senses and perfect awareness. Surprisingly, it was the exact same as when he had entered Sage Mode. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Perhaps whenever he was in a forest, Artemis's domain, her energy passively flowed into him, augmenting his abilities. However, in Sage Mode, Naruto was actively drawing upon her energy, which had the SA effects. Which was why whenever he was in Sage Mode, it was as if he was in a forest. That was pretty cool. As they passed a scenic curve, Percy suddenly exclaimed, Guys! They looked out the window. There was a big white ship docked at the beach. A cruise ship. The shadow clone frowned. He hadn't sensed it. Although that was probably because it was still in the ocean, and therefore still in Poseidon's domain. Luke's ship, Thalia hissed. The Princess Andromeda. Bianca blinked. What's wrong with that ship? It's owned by Luke, a traitor, Percy explained grimly. On board, there are a lot of monsters and enemy demigods. We will have company, then, Zoe announced. Thalia grinned. Perfect. I've been wanting to let off some steam ever since Naruto defeated all those mortal mercenaries when Thorn attacked without letting us do a single thing. Percy nodded. No offense, Naruto, but that wasn't a really nice move. I had been ready to destroy all the mercenaries with an awesome water attack, but then you swooped in with your Sage Mode thing. I mean, at least let us have some of the fun, you know. Thalia agreed. Ah, my bad, Naruto apologized sincerely. I'm pretty sure boss just wanted to take care of it quickly. Wait, Percy, Thalia, are you saying that we were fine against those mercenaries with guns? Bianca asked. Well, yeah, Percy confirmed. I don't know what Thorn was thinking, or if he was even thinking at all. Sure, they have guns, but we're faster than bullets. Besides, I'm the son of Poseidon, and we were right next to the water. Thalia nodded. Percy and I had been a second away from defeating them all when Naruto beat us to it. Bianca, don't you remember? Zoe had an amused smile on her face. We can literally intercept the bullets in midair with our arrows. Bianca flushed. Oh. Right. Naruto rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah, sorry guys. I think boss just underestimated you all. Thalia rolled her eyes. Don't tell me. He bought our scared act. Naruto stared. You guys were acting scared. but boss was acting scared too. Percy broke out into a grin. You mean that all of us were pretending to be scared and weak to get them to drop their guard, but we believed each other's acting? Naruto chuckled. It appears so. Bianca began tentatively. Oh. Don't worry, you're still new, Percy hastily reassured. I was super freaked out at everything too when I first found out I was a demigod. Give it some time. Zoe nodded. It's one of the reasons why I took you on this quest. I wished for you to gain experience. Once you have enough experience and knowledge, situations like with the mortal mercenaries won't even faze you. Bianca nodded. Yeah, you guys were all so calm and confident on this quest while she trailed off. Thalia smiled in understanding. We were all like that when we first began. What's important is that you stuck through and didn't freeze up in fear or run away. Above all, you didn't give up, Naruto grinned. And that's what truly matters. Triple X. It was a calm afternoon for the denizens of San Francisco. There was a bustling crowd of tourists taking pictures of random street corners and unwittingly holding up pedestrians. If they were attentive, they would see a man and a woman sitting outside a cafe. The man was scruffy and looked homeless, and the woman was absolutely gorgeous. And if they were really attentive, they would have noticed the seething rage in the man's eye. They're going to do what now? Apollo snarled in pure, unadulterated rage. Selene nodded. You heard me. Heat and energy radiated off of Apollo in waves as his eyes glowed golden in rage and fury. If it weren't for the mist obscuring them, they would be getting a lot of fearful looks. I'm going to kill them all. Selene chuckled. I doubt you can. Something dark lurked in Apollo's eyes. You'd be surprised at what I can do when my little sister is in danger. He paused. No, danger would be an understatement. Immortal jeopardy is more like it. You're strong, Apollo, Selene said soothingly. But even you can't defeat Atlas in one-on-one combat. He's old, Apollo muttered. Spent several thousand years in a cramped-up position. I can take him. Selene sighed. Apollo, I didn't tell you all of this so you would rush off foolhardily in a desperate attempt to save Artemis. Yeah, well, that's exactly what is going to happen because I have no backup. Selene blinked. What do you mean? Apollo sighed and leaned back in his chair. Zeus ordered a blanket ban on helping the quest members for the gods. I'm only here because I'm incognito. But none of the other gods are coming. For the first time in about 100 years, Selene broke her calm composure. Are you serious? She asked incredulously. This is Atlas we're talking about. Even the gods would have trouble taking him down. And Zeus expects mere demigods to do T-job. Exactly. Apollo declared. He sighed tiredly. So yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the only god down here right now about to help the demigods. Athena is staying back until she has more information. She said something about not walking into an obvious trap, and the other gods are too apathetic to storm the mountain. Selene was silent for a moment, taking in the new information. The situation is worse than I had anticipated. Apollo nodded grimly. At least you're here. Selene opened her mouth but he suddenly grinned. So, you're a double agent now, huh? Selene rolled her eyes. Please don't call me that. I have no idea why the Titans thought that I would be on their side. They probably guessed that I would resent Artemis for taking away my domain of the moon. Apollo snorted. I thought Prometheus was supposed to be smart. Hey, so how do you feel about being called 007? Selene silenced him with a glare. Focus, Apollo. Avoiding the topic isn't going to make it go away. He became serious again. You're right. My bad. So how are we going to save Artemis? I already know that the demigods are driving up the mountain right now and Naruto is already in the garden and presumably going up to the summit. Selene blinked. How did the kid get in? I thought you had to be a god to be able to navigate past the mist like that. To be honest, I don't really know, Apollo admitted. Although he's not mortal, so that might explain it. He snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, the other demigods also have to enter the garden. I'll have to ask Father to temporarily lift the mist to allow them through. You do that. Anyway, to save Artemis, we have to end things before Atlas enters his divine form. Selene steepled her fingers together. Once he's trapped under the sky, he'll be unable to enter, but until then, the only thing holding him back is his pride. Apollo nodded. I doubt he'll use his divine form against a bunch of demigods. So I guess we should, There is no we, Selene interrupted. What? That's what I tried to tell you earlier, Selene sighed. I can't fight. Apollo stared. But I need you with me. I'm sorry, Selene whispered. But I'm weak now. I don't stand a chance against Atlas anymore. Hell, I think even you can defeat me without much difficulty. That's impossible, Apollo shook his head. You once single-handedly held off Typhon for several hours before he finally incapacitated you. That was eons ago. But after I gave up my domain. Selene shrugged helplessly. I gained a lot from letting Artemis take over my duty, but in doing so, I also lost much of my power. Sorry, Apollo, but you're alone on this one. Apollo muttered out some Greek curses. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Apollo stood up. Very well. I have to go. Selene smiled. Good luck. Go save your little sister. I will, Apollo answered with a fiery determination. And his gaze softened. Thank you. Then, in a flash of golden light, he was gone. Selene watched him go with a sad smile. She would probably be targeted by the Titans for betraying them, but that was fine. She may have failed in saving her brother, but she'll be damned if she let history repeat itself with the new twin gods of the sun and the moon. Her eyebrows raised as she caught sight of a golden MP3 player on the table. Did Apollo leave it behind for her? Intrigued, Selene pressed the play button and the music drifted up to her ears. She couldn't help it. She laughed when the James Bond theme began playing from the tiny speakers. Helios, your successor, he's a lot like you. I wonder, would you have liked him? XXX. If Naruto didn't know any better, he would have sworn that he was just teleported to a different mountain. Naruto's intuition sputtered a bit at the sudden change before new information streamed into Naruto's mind once more. Day became twilight and, instead of an empty clearing, Naruto found himself in the most beautiful garden he had ever seen. The grass shimmered with silvery evening light, and the flowers were such brilliant colors they almost glowed in the dark. A 100-headed dragon, Lawton, was coiled around a 5-story tall apple tree with golden apples that smelled amazing. Above Naruto, the partly cloudy sky vanished and an angry storm replaced it. Dense gray clouds swirled continuously around the peak of the mountain and the temperature of the mountain seemed to drop by 20 degrees. Who are you? A voice demanded. Naruto shifted his gaze to see 4 figures staring at him confusedly. 4 young women that greatly resembled Zoe. They all wore white Greek chitons and had caramel skin. Silky black hair tumbled loose around the shoulders. The Hesperides. Naruto wasn't dealing with this. Within a second, he sprinted out of the garden with only a faint afterimage left behind. Lawton didn't even have enough time to react. As he exited the garden, twilight became day again. It appeared that only the garden existed in a state of perpetual twilight. Mount Othrys followed the same time as the outside world and only existed in a different space. There was a single rocky trail leading up to the black peak of the mountain. Naruto ignored it, instead simply tree jumping. His eyes darted around, prepared for an ambush or attack, but it appeared that nobody noticed him. Apparently, they were confident enough in the mist keeping everyone out. At any rate, he was quickly brought out of his thoughts when he reached the top of the mountain. Ruins littered the area. Half-formed blocks of black marble. Broken columns. Statues of bronze that looked as though they'd been half-melted. The ruins of Othrys, the mountain fortress of the Titans. This was bad. According to Apollo, Othrys was blasted to pieces in the Titan War, reduced to nothing but dust. But now, it was slowly reforming from the mist in the same process as when Olympia formed over New York. Shifting with the heart of civilization and rising from old but not forgotten memories. Growing with the increase in the Titan's power. The ruins around Naruto was nothing more but a streak as he rushed past. He could sense Artemis up ahead along with several other presences. A raise-non formed in his hand. No. A raise-non wouldn't be enough, it barely even scratched Apollo. Against Atlas. Naruto reached the summit and his heart stopped at the sight. Gray clouds swirled in a heavy vortex, making a funnel cloud that almost touched the mountaintop, but instead rested on the shoulders of Artemis, her legs bound to the rock with celestial bronze chains. She was holding up the sky itself. And judging from the sweat drenching her form and how her entire body trembled under the weight, she was in massive pain. Next to her, a man wearing a brown silk suit reclined in a soft leather couch. He had a book in his hand but he wasn't reading it, instead, he was talking to Artemis, a smirk on his face, obviously enjoying her pain. He radiated pure power on a level NAR had never felt before. Naruto's muscles tensed up unconsciously as his instincts sent him warnings after warnings, telling him that this man was dangerous. This was a titan who had lived for millennia. Older than Madara, older than the Sage of Six Paths, older than even Kaguya herself. This was a titan who had seen the rise of mankind and would probably see the fall. Atlas. The general of the Titan army. But right now, he was none of those. At that moment, to Naruto, Atlas was nothing but someone who was hurting his mother. Naruto could accept many things. This was not one of them. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Atlas whirled around the instant Naruto appeared in his field of vision, but he was too slow. The Raisin Shuriken flew towards him, a rotating shuriken of pure wind, coated in a layer of senjutsu chakra to maintain the shape even after it was thrown. Before, however, the Raisin Shuriken emitted a bright purple-silver light. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. His senjutsu chakra was a combination of his own chakra and the natural energy of Artemis. Which meant that the silver light was Artemis's divine power. The Raisin Shuriken slammed into Atlas's chest and blew him back, slamming him into a large black marble column a solid 20 feet away from Artemis. Atlas roared in pain and surprise as chakra and divine power worked together to obliterate him on microscopic level, and the column behind him cracked from the force. Then the central sphere of the Raisin Shuriken detonated, producing a massive vortex of wind and unleashing millions of blades of wind and tiny shards of silver light. Atlas let out another roar that was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. The column was completely destroyed, releasing a puff of black dust that obscured Atlas's battered body from view. Naruto smirked. That should keep Atlas down for a couple minutes. Naruto. Artemis gasped out, her voice strained. Naruto was by her side immediately. Mom. Are you okay? What are you doing here? Fear filled Artemis's voice. Run. Naruto smiled as he quickly cut through the chains binding her. Don't worry, Naruto, a deep voice mused. The force of the voice seemed to make the ground underneath them vibrate, as if the earth itself was talking. The mysterious newcomer to Camp Half-Blood. Atlas strolled out from the cloud of black dust calmly, rubbing at his shoulder. Naruto gaped at the sight. Golden ichor dripped out of a few cuts on his chest, but other than that, Atlas looked completely fine. Even as Naruto watched, the cuts on Atlas's chest healed up until he looked as good as new, albeit with an extremely ripped suit. A cruel smile spread across Atlas's face. I have to thank you for doing that, Naruto. Slamming me into the column like that did wonders for my back. Released a little bit of the tension. How? Naruto asked in disbelief. Your cells were damaged on the microscopic level. You should have been incapacitated for at least half a minute. Atlas raised his eyebrows. Kid, I'm not a human, he answered simply. Your kind is too fragile and weak. I am a titan, not only that, but I am the titan of endurance and strength. Atlas smiled. Now then, I'm glad you came. We have much to discuss. Son of Artemis. But before that, please get rid of that illusion. Talk to me face to face. Naruto paused before allowing the henge to dispel. There was no point in maintaining it anymore. Atlas's smile grew as he took in Naruto's appearance. Interesting. You know, Artemis, he looks a lot like you. I wonder what you'll do when I kill him. Will you cry? I think you will, you gods are the sentimental sort. Artemis narrowed her eyes. Touch him, and you will die. Ah, how cute. Atlas walked forward, a Stygian iron spear appearing in his hand out of nowhere. It's almost as if you care. Unless, don't tell me. Could it be? Does little Artemis actually care about her son? His voice took on a mocking lilt as he twirled the spear around. Naruto, please, run, Artemis whispered. You can't fight him. Naruto didn't move as Atlas stopped a few meters in front of them, his spear resting casually on his shoulder. Naruto stood absolutely still, gazing off into the distance. Then his eyes focused and determination roared to life within them. I thought I already told you. I don't run. Atlas laughed, a deep bass sound that echoed through the ruins. That's adorable. Say, Naruto, how do you feel about joining the Titan army? Naruto blinked. What? We have excellent benefits, Atlas said. And when the Titans conquer the world, we'll even let you have your own piece of land. And, more importantly, you'll have the respect you deserve. You won't have to hide away behind an illusion because of your parentage. Instead, you will be honored for your strength. How does it sound? Are you insane? Naruto asked in disbelief. Atlas shrugged. We've been keeping an eye on you. And we're impressed by what we see. At Naruto's incredulous look, Atlas sighed. Then at least tell me this, why do you even defend the gods? You can't seriously tell me that the gods have the high ground over Titans. Hell, they're even worse than the Titans in some aspects. Naruto froze. Atlas noticed. Exactly, Atlas smiled and spread his arms. Look at the gods. They're pathetic. All they do is cause pain and suffering wherever they go. Countless human lives are lost or destroyed because of their pettiness. Just look at when the Master Bolt was stolen. When Zeus and Poseidon were bickering, their domains reflected their state. Nearly 200 lives were lost in storms. Freak accidents, the media called it. You know what I call it? Murder. Don't pretend like you Titans don't do the same things, Artemis spat. We do, Atlas shrugged. You're right. But at least we're brutally honest about it. We don't hide behind a veneer of goodness and righteousness. And, more importantly, we Titans don't engage in senseless killings like the gods do. If we kill, then we kill with a purpose and only with a purpose. He spread his arms in a grandiose gesture, his voice a deep rumble that reverberated around the ruins as if Naruto was surrounded by speakers. In the world we Titans wish to create, there will never be a mother mourning the loss of her child because Zeus woke up cranky again and blasted some mortals with his lightning bolt. There will never be a brother looking for his sister because Poseidon got into another argument with Athena and decided to drown an entire cruise ship. Naruto's eyes widened. Prosperity. Peace. Atlas continued. That is the world that we wish to create. The gods can literally make food appear out of thin air, but you still see humans starving on the streets. Does that seem right to you? When we conquer the world, humans get everything they need. Food. Water. Shelter. Naruto paused. And in return, humans will become your slaves and obey your every command with no choice of their own. Atlas smiled coldly. Precisely. I'm glad you understand. A world like that would be perfect. Perfect only for the Titans, Naruto interrupted. A world like that, it would only be a false peace. False prosperity. Humans wouldn't be free, they would be caged, like a bird. Their destinies would be determined by you Titans and not themselves. I may be true that the gods kill humans, ending their hopes and dreams, but if you Titans are in rule, then humans won't even have hopes or dreams. And I cannot, no, I will not accept that. That's true, Atlas admitted. But hey, do you really think humans can be trusted to have their own dreams? Make their own decisions? Just look at them. They waste their lives away with drugs and gambling and their little addictions. Wouldn't it be better if someone capable made their decisions for them? With a good leader, perhaps, Naruto responded. But see, that's the thing. You Titans aren't good leaders, far from it. Quite frankly, despite your words and promises, I don't trust you to make the best decisions for the good of the people. Konoha was similar to the world Atlas described. A village in which the Hokage had control over everything. Unlike America, there was no democracy. There was no voting. There was no council of elected civilians. The Hokage's word was absolute law. The only way to disobey the Hokage without any fear of punishment was to either be a high-ranking shinobi with lots of influence and power that the village simply could not afford to piss off unless they wanted their lives to suddenly become a massive pain, as was the case with Kakashi-sensei, or they could be the village Jinchuriki and son of the previous Hokage, as was the case with Naruto. However, the system worked perfectly because everything the Hokage did was for the good of the village. The Hokage was the leader, the one that everyone acknowledged. They lived for the village and they died for the village. They willingly gave up their lives to protect the people of Konoha. The Hokage was the living embodiment of the will of the fire. And that was why Naruto didn't believe in Atlas's pretty words and promises. Because no Titan would act like the Hokage. The Titans were selfish and self-serving. Everything they did was for their own pleasures and happiness. If the Titans made the decision for the humans, the decisions wouldn't be for the good of the humans, or the good of the world. It would be for the good of the Titans. Atlas sighed. The gods have tainted your view of us, I see. Naruto stared. Hestia told me about you guys, and she's about as fair and unbiased as you can get. If she thought you guys were terrible people, then you guys were terrible people. Besides, Didn't Cronus used to fast-forward the lives of humans with time powers so he could see them wither up and die? A moment of silence. Damn it, Cronus. Atlas snapped. I told you that your actions would harm our PR image. It would be fine, you said. There's no way we would be affected by it, you said. He sighed dramatically. Alright, fine. So I glossed over a few details. But come on. Even though I may have fabricated and whitewashed some things, the world would still be better than it is now. Naruto chuckled. Don't make me laugh. A world where nobody could have dreams, a world where everyone's destiny is determined for them by the Titans, that's a world I'll do everything in my power to prevent from coming true. They had a brief stare down, determined silver eyes against cold gray eyes. Then Atlas sighed. At least I tried. Oh, and one more thing, Naruto began, his silver eyes suddenly filled with determination. You're wrong in that I'm defending the gods. Atlas raised his eyebrows in interest. The actions of the gods. I won't deny that they make terrible choices sometimes, and I won't make any excuses for them. Next to him, Artemis looked away as Atlas smirked. But that doesn't matter right now, Naruto continued. For you see, I care about my family. Hestia. Apollo. Artemis. And it's when you hurt the people that are precious to me that I'll have to completely and utterly destroy you. Naruto's voice wasn't as deep as Atlas's, but somehow it still carried the same weight and power, the determination and resolve of a shinobi that has lost too much and isn't willing to lose any more. Atlas chuckled. You'll completely and utterly destroy me? Don't make me laugh. I was affected for a total of 8 seconds by your strongest attack. It only took me 8 seconds to heal everything up. Granted, it was a painful 8 seconds, but hold this guy for a couple thousand years and pain isn't really an issue anymore. Naruto tilted his head. Who said that was my strongest attack? Atlas's eyes gleamed with amusement and interest. Oh? Then show me, Naruto, son of Artemis. Try your best to defeat me. And when you finally collapse on the ground battered and broken, if you managed to give me enough entertainment, I may be merciful enough to grant you a painless death. Naruto held up his fingers in a familiar cross-shaped seal. My name is Naruto. You hurt my mother. Prepare to die. Apollo would be so proud of that reference. An army of shadow clones popped into existence and charged Atlas head-on. Naruto wanted to gauge Atlas's strength and abilities. Atlas immediately leaped back to gain distance, his eyes flickering around. Then he shrugged and flicked his hand, releasing an incredible wave of energy. Immediately, all the shadow clones were blown back by the unseen force before dispelling in mid-releasing puffs of chakra smoke. Did you just Shinra Tensei my clones? Naruto asked incredulously. Atlas frowned. Shinra what now? Ah, never mind. That's annoying. Atlas had an ability similar to the almighty push that the Deva Path of Pain used. Naruto hoped that there was a time or usage limit to it, though he honestly doubted it. Titans weren't constrained by silly stuff like chakra or stamina, especially not Atlas. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Atlas didn't even bother dodging the hundreds of kunaus streaking his way. They slammed into him and had as much effect as pebbles on a tank. Atlas smirked. Please. I am the Titan of endurance and strength. Try a little harder. Give me some challenge. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Not only was Atlas a Titan, which already meant that his durability and resilience was several thousand times greater than a normal human's, but his domains of endurance and strength meant that Atlas was an impenetrable fortress of muscle and skill. The resilience and durability on par of Juabi Madara and a regeneration that may actually be greater. He wasn't fighting some lowly monster like the Nemean lion or the Manticore. This was the real deal. The Titan of strength and endurance. The second strongest Titan, Cronus's right-hand man. The bearer of the heavens. Atlas. For the first time since the battle with Kaguya, Naruto had to fight for real. He stood absolutely still for a second before vanishing in a blur of speed. And across from him, Atlas smiled. X about 20 meters away, safe inside their temporary hideout, Prometheus sighed disappointedly, staring at the holographic images. It didn't work. They decided to fight. Shall I go out and help? Luke Castellan asked. He had his sword, Backbiter, half celestial bronze, half steel, already out. Its razor edge glinted menacingly, as if it was thirsty for blood, and considering how the blade had a small degree of sentience probably was. An angry scar ran down his face, but it was nothing compared to the numerous scars on Prometheus. Prometheus shook his head. No. You would only get in the general's way. He gritted his teeth, his hands unconsciously rubbing at old scars. I still don't understand though. How in the world did Naruto manage to get up to the mountain? It should have been impossible for him to enter the Garden of the Hesperides and reach the summit at this time. Luke shrugged, sheathing his sword. A god helped him, probably. We already knew that the second we involved Artemis, numerous gods would do everything they could to circumvent or even outright ignore the ancient laws. Besides, lifting the mist temporarily to allow Naruto to enter probably wasn't even that big of a deal. It's technically not even direct interference. I know. I should have expected it. But I thought that Zeus's authority would be enough to keep them in check. That incompetent idiot. On the bright side, however, Luke continued, at least we'll be able to eliminate Naruto. He came here all alone. Prometheus straightened his silk tie. Of course. He chuckled. I admit, I had thought that Naruto would be more intelligent than that. Rushing in solo? What a fool. Luke smiled. Fortunately for us. Prometheus sighed. But it's such a waste. I had hoped to recruit Naruto to our side. His chakra would have made an amazing addition to the Titan army. You saw how strong he was. Sadly, our normal methods of persuading demigods to join our side amply their resentment and hate and promise them revenge against their parents, wouldn't have worked with him. I had to try to use the peaceful utopia/terrible gods narrative, but he wasn't convinced. Luke shrugged. To be honest, I doubt any method would have worked in turning Naruto. His eyes flashed angrily. Naruto lived with the gods. Unlike normal demigods, he has no reason to hold resentment whatsoever towards the gods. According to our spy at Camp Half-Blood, he only knew 3 beings in his entire life before coming to camp: Apollo, Artemis, and Hestia. After living with them, do you honestly think you can persuade him to join us? Prometheus hummed thoughtfully. You never know, Luke. You never know. If Naruto survives this, or rather, if Atlas spares Naruto, then I think I'll take another shot. A smile spread across his face. A challenge, haven't had one of those in a while. Whatever. Luke stood up and began walking away. I'll go check on Annabeth. Have fun with your girlfriend, Prometheus called, turning back to continue watching the fight. Luke ignored him as he had all the times before. XXX in retrospect, this may not have been the best idea. But it was too late to turn back now. Nico trailed behind them, sticking to the shadows and trying desperately to not make a single sound. Hecate and Pan had fallen into a silence. Nico honestly had no idea what he should do. What could he do? There was no way he could win in a fight against 2 gods. He was weak and useless, and if they saw him, then he would surely die. Bad thoughts. It appeared that the after effects of Pan's roar still hadn't faded yet. We're almost there, Hecate suddenly announced. Once we pass the camp borders, we can teleport them out of here. Pan bleated. Finally. Oh no. Nico didn't have much time left. What should he do? He could try to break the illusion over the hunters, but he didn't know how to. Think, what can he do? Nico had no ranged weapons, no projectiles, no explosives. All he had was a stupid knife and some pretty cool armor. That, and his acting skills from role-playing mythomagic battle scenes. Slowly but surely, a plan formed in his mind. Not a good one. Definitely not a good one. But at least he had one. XXX Naruto dodged the spear swipe effortlessly, leaping over it and punching Atlas. Atlas simply leaned out of the way, Naruto's fist sailing harmlessly past him, and then his head was knocked to the side by an invisible force. What? Atlas touched his face in bewilderment. A mistake, it turned out, because the moment he dropped his guard, Naruto capitalized on the opening and rushed forward and delivered an open-handed strike to Atlas's chest. Frog strike. A flash of silver light was released at the point of impact as ripples of natural energy emanated into Atlas's body. If performed on a normal human, their hearts would have literally exploded from the shockwave. Atlas merely grunted before stomping the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Naruto briefly lost his balance and was forced to disengage, leaping away before Atlas could counterattack. Kid, you mind explaining exactly how your blows contain Artemis's divine energy in them? Atlas rubbed his chest. Would you mind explaining how my attacks have no effect on you? Naruto responded dryly. I already told you, Atlas rested his spear on his shoulder like how a fisherman would rest his fishing pole. I am the Titan of endurance. No matter what attack you use or what trick you employ, I shall endure it until my dying breath. Atlas paused. Oh wait, guess what? He smiled. Titans don't die. Naruto narrowed his eyes, bringing his hand together in a cross-shaped seal. Time to test a hypothesis. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Atlas eyed the clones with amusement. This again. He waved his hand once more and the clones were all blasted back, dispelling with a puff of smoke. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once more, Atlas raised his eyebrows before blasting the clones again. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Atlas sighed. This is getting tedious. What are you doing this for? He asked as he waved his hand yet again. Atlas's AoE blasting attack had no delay. And, judging by Atlas's unconcerned gaze, there probably wasn't a usage limit. Atlas didn't have to wait before using it again and he didn't have a limit as to how much he could use. It was an attack similar to Shinra Tensei, although nowhere near the level of power. However, it had none of the drawbacks. I'm just checking something out, Naruto answered. Really? To me it looks like you're just doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for success but failing every time. Atlas smiled smugly. So, surrender. Naruto's reply came in the form of throwing a kunai at Atlas. Atlas rolled his eyes, not even bothering to move, just as Naruto had hoped. Naruto substituted with the kunai, appearing in front of Atlas. Atlas's eyes widened in shock as he reacted with inhuman speed, slamming down his spear, but Naruto sidestepped diagonally and unleashed an uppercut to Atlas's jaw. Atlas's head snapped back from the impact as shadow clones formed around him. Naruto kicked Atlas in the chest while two clones kicked Atlas's legs in the other direction, causing Atlas to lose balance and fall to the ground. Another clone flipped in air before slamming down its foot in an axe kick straight to Atlas's head while Naruto leaped back, a Raisin Shuriken forming in his hand. After 3 years, Naruto had finally improved to the point where he could form both the Raisin and the Raisin Shuriken without the assistance of clones. For some reason, his chakra control was exponentially better in this body. Perhaps it was because he was literally half chakra. Naruto tossed the Raisin Shuriken down at Atlas, jumping back to avoid the explosion. He didn't want to be caught up in the wind vortex. Even before his feet touched the ground, Naruto's clones surrounded him once more, helping in the shape manipulation. His chakra control wasn't good enough to create this Raisin variation alone yet. When the wind died down, Naruto could see multiple deep wounds on Atlas's chest, although they were already starting to heal up. Fortunately, Atlas appeared to be temporarily stunned, so Naruto jumped up in the air once more to gain some extra momentum. Planetary Raisin. 3 normal Raisins revolving around a big ball Raisin the size of Naruto's body formed in Naruto's hand. The planetary Raisin functioned in that the outer Raisins rotated in different directions than the big ball Raisin, resulting in a powerful vortex that literally drills through enemies. Naruto slammed the planetary Raisin down on Atlas's prone body. A whirlwind formed at the point of impact as Naruto was blown back by the explosion, landing lightly on his feet. He distinctly recalled the Edo Tensei reanimations taking longer than usual to regenerate from the planetary Raisin. Hopefully this would be the case here. Boring. Atlas stood up, his skin steaming from the immense friction generated by the spinning Raisins. Ichor dripped freely from several cuts on his body, but they were already healing. His cold eyes were filled with annoyance and a bit of disappointment. You're boring. Excuse me? Naruto asked incredulously. You're the one who's boring. All of my attacks are awesome and new and original. Meanwhile, you're literally just standing there because your broken Titan powers means that both your regeneration and your durability are off the charts. Naruto was well aware of the irony of the situation. Atlas sighed. I had hoped that after several thousand years, my first fight would be a good one. Sadly, it appears my wishes are going to go unanswered. I'll take care of you now. And then Atlas went on to the offensive and charged. XXX, we're here. Zoe finally stepped on the brakes. The others breathed sighs of relief and got out, looking around them. They were in an empty clearing on the mountainside. Sheets of fog and mist surrounded them, slightly obscuring their vision. Alright, it appears that Naruto may have already entered the garden somehow. Thalia, could you please ask Zeus to let us into the garden? He won't answer, Thalia responded immediately, a hint of bitterness appearing in her voice. He never answers. Zoe sighed. Just try, please. Thalia didn't look too happy about it, but she closed her eyes. Hey, Dad? If you could let us into the garden, that would be great. I gotta save my half-sister and all. Thumper rumbled overhead as she opened her eyes. Did it work, dragon? Standing in front of them was a 100-headed dragon. It leered at them. Its breath was disgusting, even worse than Nereus. And if Naruto hadn't met Nagato's summons or Apollo in a bikini before, long story, don't ask, it would have easily been one of the scariest creatures he had ever seen. Everything about the dragon seemed to be almost designed to invoke as much fear as possible. Easy, now, Zoe murmured. No sudden movements. Percy edged back slowly. Guys? Why is the weather all weird? Above, the cloudy skies were replaced by a storm. Dense gray clouds swirled continuously around the peak of the mountain like a hurricane. That's the sky, Thalia answered. Literally. You again? A voice called out. They whirled around to see 4 girls shimmer into existence. They all greatly resembled Zoe. Naruto blanched. Wait, could it be sisters? Zoe greeted. They were family? Huh. Naruto didn't recall there being a 5th Hesperid. We do not see any sister, one of the girls responded coldly. We only see 3 half-bloods, a hunter, and, she paused and turned to Naruto. What are you again? Naruto shrugged. Demigod, technically. He was half-god. As for Kurama, was he a monster? A nature spirit? Whatever. It was useless to try to classify Kurama as something within this world. She shrugged. Very well. It doesn't matter, really. After all, you all will die soon. I presume you asked one of the Olympians for assistance in entering the garden. Percy nodded. Yeah, Zeus answered Thalia's prayer. He grinned at Thalia. See? I told you he wasn't completely useless. He paused, his face becoming serious. Wait. What did you mean by you all will die soon? The girl tilted her head. I speak only the truth. Then we must have very different definitions of the word truth. Percy narrowed his eyes. Unless that was a threat. We mean you no harm, Percy Jackson, another girl stepped up. However, he does. None of you can hope to defeat him. The mountain trembled under their feet as a massive explosion at the summit released a shockwave of pure force and wind that caused their clothes to billow out, even from all the way down here. The girls shifted uneasily and 2 of them cast glances upward, a hint of worry on their beautiful features. None of us can hope to defeat him, huh? Percy smirked. Well, judging by the explosion above, it certainly seems like someone is trying. Let's go, Zoe commanded. Lawton will devour you all alive, the girl warned. Zoe raised her eyebrows. Lawton, she shouted. Lawton swiveled its head towards her. Whoa. What happened to not provoking the big, scary dragon? Percy whispered in alarm. Zoe smiled, stepping forward. Sisters, I may not have stepped foot in this garden for thousands of years, but I do remember one thing. She reached out her hand and 2 of Lawton's heads leaned forward and nuzzled it. The gods don't pay overtime right now. Lawton isn't a killing machine guarding Hira's tree. He's just someone who really enjoys head pats. Percy stared. Cerberus, he breathed. Go, Zoe called to them, patting Lawton on the head. Follow the trail. They nodded before rushing past the Hesperides who made no move to stop them. You realize this is suicide, correct? The girl addressed Zoe with a cold stare. I thought I was already dead to you. Zoe cast a glance at her, her expression undecipherable. Why do you care? The girl inclined her head. Fair enough. Goodbye. Zoe. XXX strength. Complete overwhelming strength. Atlas's every attack was filled with brute power, inhuman in nature. Cracks formed on the ground from his footwork as columns and black marble was obliterated under the sheer force of his every blow. Blows that missed, of course. There was a reason why most shinobi didn't use spears. Quite simply, they were too slow and predictable. There was a large period of time in which someone could react to a swing or a thrust due to the size of the weapon. A spear had to travel a much longer distance than a kunai. Naruto's speed and precognitive senses allowed him narrowly avoid each and every one of Atlas's strikes. Naruto's eyes widened before he quickly sidestepped a spear thrust. Atlas immediately swung the spear sideways, attempting to crush Naruto's head, but Naruto leaped over it, kicking off the shaft and launching himself into the air and spinning around deliver a powerful kick to Atlas's face. No effect. Even with the Senjutsu chakra enhancing his muscles and bones, Atlas grinned savagely before continuing with his onslaught. Shadow clones, raise non-variations, now nothing worked. Atlas didn't even try to dodge anything, not that he would have been fast enough. Most of the damage was mitigated entirely and the rest was all healed up. Naruto finally understood why Atlas was considered the second strongest Titan. Nothing could keep Atlas down. An unstoppable force that could tank everything that hit him and more. He had no speed or finesse, but that didn't matter because of his overwhelming strength. The force of Atlas's blows literally generated a small whirlwind around him due to the immense pressure. If even a single one of his powerful attacks hit Naruto, then Naruto would surely, well, not die, but at least be incapacitated briefly. Should he use Six Paths Sage Mode? Naruto had hoped to save it for the last resort. Did this count as the last resort? No. Atlas was strong, but Naruto didn't exactly fear for his life or anything. Besides, there was a small chance that Atlas may counter his Six Paths Sage Mode by entering his divine form. Naruto honestly didn't know if he would be able to survive the divine form. He had never tested it before simply because he could not take the risk. Kurama wasn't divine. Until he knew what Kurama was categorized as, he had to continue to stay vigilant. He should just keep on fighting Atlas in Sage Mode. Stall until backup arrives. He had things under control. There wasn't a need to use Six Paths Sage Mode. Yet. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Clones swarmed Atlas once more, who didn't even bother waving his hand and instead let out a roar. The clones all dispelled once more as Atlas continued charging Naruto. The ground shook and rocks and boulders and broken columns were crushed in dust as Atlas missed all of his attacks. Thank the gods Atlas was using a spear. Naruto had plenty of time to react and dodge the strikes. Atlas may not realize it, but the only reason why Naruto still had the upper hand, in not getting hit, at least, was because Atlas used the spear and not something more sensible. It was too easy, really. Atlas had the strength and the durability, but his speed was extremely lacking. Still though, what could Naruto do? Atlas was a taijutsu specialist, no doubt about it. He appeared to only have a single ninjutsu attack, a wave of energy he releases that's strong enough to dispel clones. By this logic, Naruto should stop close-range combat and engage in long-range, but the thing was that none of his long-range attacks would work. Kunao, Shuriken, Raisin Shuriken, arrows, they were all useless. They simply lacked the force and power to take Atlas out. Against a normal Titan, Naruto would have surely won by now. But Atlas was too durable and resistant. Celestial bronze, silver, chakra, even rocks Naruto found on the ground had no effect. The Titan of endurance indeed. Naruto regretted not expanding his jutsu pool. If he had even a fraction of the knowledge of jutsu that Kakashi-sensei does. But this was no time for regrets. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. 8 seconds. That's how long Naruto had. In that time, he had to unleash as many combination attacks as he could. Atlas futilely tried to block the Raisin Shuriken with his spear. The spear was sliced to ribbons by the blades of wind and Atlas grunted as the vortex once again hit him square in the chest. Not again, he groaned as he was blasted back, new cuts appearing on his body that leaked golden ichor. Now. While Atlas was down and distracted, this was Naruto's chance. He quickly threw down some smoke bombs to obscure Atlas's vision and make sure he wouldn't use the knockoff Shinra Tensei. Tajuyo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. About 20 clones leaped up into the sky. Senpo, Chudama Raisin Ternon. An ultra-big ball Raisin formed in each of the clones' hands, easily 5 times the size of Naruto's body. Blue with specks of silver. The same attack Naruto had used to defeat Kurama. Was it overkill? Definitely not. After all, Atlas was easily as durable as Kurama. Not as durable, Atlas had actually been cut by the Raisin Shuriken, but he was in the area. The clones formed a line in midair. A vertical line of Naruto clones just waiting their turns to slam their Raisins into Atlas's face. The first clone slammed its ultra-big ball Raisin down on Atlas and then dispelled, allowing the second clone to follow up immediately, and then the third clone, and so on. Several clones actually landed and had to jump back up again to get back into line. Finally, the last clone dispelled. A cloud of dust shrouded Atlas from vision. Naruto quickly manipulated some wind chakra to create a gust of wind that blew the dust away. Surprisingly enough, Atlas's clothes were still intact, although it may also just be the mist protecting Atlas's modesty. Atlas's eyes were closed and he lay in a puddle of ichor that was slowly increasing in size. Was he unconscious? Did he finally pass? Atlas sat up, dispelling all illusions of victory, and rubbed his head. All right kid, I take it back. Fighting you isn't boring at all. He stood up and stretched contentedly. A cruel smile spread across his face. That did wonders for my back, by the way. Released almost all the tension. Thank you for that. This is ridiculous. Naruto suddenly snapped frustratedly. How are you still standing after all of that? Atlas laughed. I'm not some minor god, kid. I once took Zeus's beloved lightning bolt to the face and came out nearly unscathed. He paused. My eyebrows were singed off though, but I digress. I'm on a whole different level than the dogs you've fought before. Naruto. Naruto whirled around. In his haste, he hadn't noticed that he ended up right next to Artemis again. Her eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and even pride. You've grown strong, she smiled. Naruto brightened as a smile spread on his face. Of course I am. But not strong enough, Artemis said, her expression growing disheartened. Please, Naruto, just run. You can't possibly hope to defeat Atlas all by yourself. I already told you, Naruto, please, Artemis whispered desperately. I don't want to see you hurt because of me. Across from him, Atlas observed them with mild amusement, although he probably also needed time to regenerate. Naruto was silent for a moment before shaking his head. Mom, you should know me well enough to know that I never give up. Naruto flashed her a bright smile. I'll be fine, he froze. What was that sound? What sound? Artemis asked confusedly. Are you talking about your friends hurrying up the mountain? Atlas suggested, they're not even being remotely subtle, like you had been. Speaking of which, how did you avoid the security measure on the path? I didn't take the path, Naruto replied absently. I tree jumped up here. But that's not the sound I'm talking about. It was. He frowned. A yawn. Atlas stared. Are you okay, mentally? Naruto opened his mouth to respond but froze when a familiar voice spoke up in his mind. Hey, Naruto. I'm awake. What did I miss? A wide smile spread across Naruto's face, filled with genuine joy and happiness. Kurama. XXX. As they ran up the mountain, they heard multiple explosions. Whatever boss was doing, he was doing a pretty good job. So what's the plan? Percy uncapped his pen and it extended into a sword. We cannot defeat him, Zoe said grimly. The clone blinked. I'm pretty sure that boss can. What do you know about Titan physiology? Zoe interrupted. If you cut them into tiny enough pieces, they return to Tartarus, Naruto answered. Wrong, Zoe shook her head. That's a common misconception. No, the truth is that when we say someone killed a god, we mean that they were sent to Tartarus. Tartarus is synonymous with a god's death. And a god can only be sent to Tartarus by opening up a physical gateway. They're not like monsters, whose physical forms disintegrate and their essence automatically returns to Tartarus. Wasn't Cronus sliced into a million pieces though? Bianca asked. Zoe nodded. He was. Zeus used Cronus's own scythe to carve up his essence. However, that wasn't what sent him to Tartarus. Rather, the gods physically scattered his remains into the pit. Same with the other four titans, Koios, Crius, Hyperion, and Iapetus. They were bound in chains and tossed into the deepest sections of Tartarus. Naruto shrugged. Okay. That changes nothing. After all, we're not trying to kill him, are we? We're just trying to get him back under the sky. Zoe smiled. Precisely. When you attack him, don't go for the vital spots like you normally would. Instead, target his arms and legs, try to reduce his mobility. Of course, he would likely regenerate it all. The general's regeneration is notorious even among titans, but it should slow him down temporarily, long enough for us to get a combination chain attack in. That's what boss is doing right now, Naruto confirmed. He's trying to get Atlas back under the sky. Good. The clone blinked as a thought occurred to him and then he promptly face-palmed. Please. Boss, tell me you're not this stupid. Bianca looked over. What is it? It's nothing. There was a very high probability that instead of trying to bait Atlas under the sky again with trickery and cunning, boss instead opted to try to beat the living hell out of Atlas before dragging him under the sky, a task infinitely more difficult. But there's no way. Naruto was probably just having trouble because Atlas had millennia of battle experience and he's a titan, so he would see through tricks and deception. Right? Triple X, it's been so long. Naruto smiled. I'm really glad you're awake. I need your help in beating the living hell out of Atlas. Are you in a battle? Inside his mind, Kurama smirked as he took in the situation. You certainly don't waste any time, do you? Have you already made enemies in this world? Yup. See that guy over there? He's almost as durable as you. He tanked my Raisin Shuriken and healed it all up in about 8 seconds. So if you could hit me up with some chakra, that would be awesome. Kurama blinked before chuckling. I've only been awake for 10 seconds and you already need my help in fighting someone who was hit by your Raisin Shuriken and didn't appear to take a scratch. You haven't changed at all, he said fondly. Fine, fill me in. Who are we fighting? His name is Atlas. He's not mortal. He tanked my Raisin Shuriken, Planetary Raisin, Senpo, Chudama Raisin Terranon, and a lot of Kunaus. They barely did any damage to him, and the damage that he did take was all healed up. Oh? Naruto nodded. Yup. If I didn't know any better, I would swear that he knew mitotic regeneration, or something. At any rate, he's slow but strong, not that strong though. Bushy Eyebrows Sensei with a few gates released is stronger than him. He has an attack similar to the Shinra Tensei, although it's much weaker than what Nagato can do. Got it, Kurama hummed. What about the girl behind us? I recognize her, she was the girl from that night. Her name is Artemis. And she's my mom. Kurama was silent for a moment. I'm happy for you, he finally said. His voice held traces of both regret and guilt. Naruto paused. You know I don't blame you for killing my original parents, right? Yeah. I know. Kurama quickly changed the subject. What is she holding up? It. I have no idea what it is. The sky. The what? It's complicated, I'll explain later. All we have to do is to completely annihilate that guy and then drag him under the sky. Kurama grinned. Sounds fun. Let's do it. Naruto smiled. It's great to have you back. I owe you a hug, by the way. Please don't. Does he do this often? Atlas gestured at Naruto, frowning. Completely space out and ignore everything. Don't speak to me, you vile bastard, Artemis spat. Now see, that is irony, Atlas grinned. My parents were married, but you weren't. So who's the bastard here? Still though, I gotta thank you for spacing out, he addressed Naruto. Gave me enough time to completely regenerate all of my broke bones and heal up my internal injuries. Mom. Naruto spoke up, ignoring Atlas. Yes, she responded. You're right in that I can't defeat Atlas on my own. Naruto took a step forward. Another step. But that's the thing. He smiled, flames of determination roaring to life within him. Some might call it the will of fire. For Naruto, he just called it the guts to never give up. For you see, I'm not alone. Flickering golden chakra quickly covered his entire body as black markings extended out. His golden and black chakra cloak billowed out as the sheer power radiated from the chakra blasted rubble and dust back. His eyes shifted into a cross-shaped PU as Naruto felt a familiar, comforting chakra once more ready to heed his every call. Meet Kurama, my partner, Naruto grinned. He tilted his head as he sensed people approaching. Oh, and say hello to my friends as well. Percy, Zoe, Bianca, Thalia, and his shadow clone appeared, determination and anger etched onto their faces. The shadow clone took one look at the situation and for some strange reason face palmed before dispelling. Naruto raised his eyebrows as the clone's memories hit him. An explanation on space-time. Zoe is a terrifying driver, Titan physiology. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait. He should have been trying to get Atlas back under the sky, but instead, he was more focused on making sure Atlas got what he deserved for what he did to Artemis, namely, beating the living hell out of him. Oops. But oh well. He already entered Kurama Chakra mode. Might as well, you know? Atlas merely smiled coldly at the sight of them all. Ah, you've all come as well. The son of Poseidon, the daughter of Zeus, some random hunter and my daughter. Percy frowned. Daughter? Who are you? He trailed off and slowly turned to face Zoe. Hold up. Naruto's eyes widened as he compared the two. Zoe and Atlas had the same cold, regal gaze, although Zoe's was several degrees warmer. Their facial features were also scarily similar. Huh. Zoe was Atlas's daughter. Zoe narrowed her eyes. You are no father of mine. Naruto suddenly got a very Uchiha vibe from the situation. And he didn't like that at all. Still though, even as Atlas and Zoe exchanged insults, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. And at that moment, he knew that he had made a mistake. He had tried to do it all alone. Defeat Atlas on his own. But that was wrong. Hadn't Itachi already told him to not shoulder everything by himself or else he would fail? That his comrades would help him succeed? And now, surrounded by his friends and comrades, it's been a long time. Too long. But right now it sort of feels like being back with Team 7 again. Especially with Kurama finally being back. Come on, Naruto. Let's do this, Kurama smiled determinedly. Naruto grinned, golden chakra arms extending from his chakra cloak. It was time Atlas truly understood just who he was fighting. The savior of the shinobi world. Kurama's partner. The son of Artemis. Naruto Uzumaki was back. Let's go, Kurama. Atlas didn't stand a chance. Before Atlas could continue monologuing, Naruto attacked. Sure, it may have been bad form to strike while Atlas was still talking, but at this point, Naruto didn't really care. He crossed the distance in less time than it took to blink with a speed comparable to the Hiraishin. Not quite as fast, but nearly. With Kurama's chakra enhancing his physical capabilities, Naruto unleashed a flurry of combination attacks. His movements flowed smoothly but slammed into Atlas with a formidable force that should have cracked bones on a normal human but instead bruised skin. His golden chakra arms were a blur around Naruto as they constantly weaved in Rasenons and even mini Rasen shurikens. Of course, the attacks Naruto landed didn't matter because Atlas healed as fast as Naruto could deal out the damage. Naruto gritted his teeth at the unfairness of the situation. Not only did Atlas take reduced damage due to both his Titan physiology as well as his domain of endurance, he also regenerated at a ridiculous rate. Percy and Thalia quickly joined him. Not in close quarters combat, of course, Naruto was likely nothing more than a blur of movement to the two, and getting in between the son of Artemis and the general was suicide. Rather, Thalia assisted by calling down blasts of lightning and sending out arcs of electricity from his spear. Percy, on the other hand, was manipulating water to bombard Atlas's face repeatedly. It didn't damage him, but it certainly distracted and caused him to lose focus. Atlas staggered back, trying to block as many of the blows as possible, but it was futile. His spear had already been shredded by the Rasen Shuriken and he had resorted to using his elbows, hands, and knees to block and deflect, although his body was infinitely more durable than the spear. We don't need their help, Kurama commented. They're just getting in your way. It's fine. I kinda enjoy this. Besides, I promised to let them have some of the fun too. Fighting alongside them filled Naruto with a warm feeling of nostalgia and happiness. He had forgotten just how good teamwork felt, the satisfaction of a combination attack gone well and the elation of completely overwhelming the enemy with superior tactics. Behind them, Zoe and Bianca knelt by Artemis. Clearly, they were unable to get a clear shot at Atlas due to Naruto constantly moving around and instead decided to check up on their mistress. Milady, Zoe pleaded to Artemis, please, let me take thy burden. Artemis shook her head and smiled weakly. Don't worry about me. The weight of the sky is not yours to bear. Naruto had almost forgotten about Artemis. Damn it, what kind of son was he? He needed to end this. Now. Naruto blurred above Atlas and slammed an ultra-big ball Rasen down on Atlas, stunning him temporarily. Percy and Thalia jumped back, avoiding the explosion and shrapnel. Naruto's golden chakra arms enlarged and grabbed Atlas's prone body before launching him over to where Artemis knelt. Now. Naruto yelled. Artemis nodded and prepared to roll out of the way so that Atlas would be trapped under the sky once more. Zoe let loose a couple more arrows at Atlas's flying body and Bianca quickly stepped back to get out of the way. With an inhuman strength, Atlas spun around in midair and landed on his feet, skidding on the ground and coming to a stop just a few feet away from Zoe and Bianca. Oops. Naruto hadn't expected Atlas to recover so quickly. Zoe abandoned her bow immediately, clearly understanding that arrows won't do anything against the general's tough skin especially at close range, and instead drew her celestial bronze sword out of nowhere. Hey Kurama, lend me a hand. Shouldn't you be worried that you knocked Atlas right next to them? Nah. They're strong. Atlas seemed amused by her actions. Even as his wounds healed, he towered above Zoe with a smirk. "My dear daughter, are you really going to try to cut me down?" His eyes widened as he quickly snatched an arrow out of the air. His head whipped around to stare at Bianca. "Did you just shoot me as I was talking?" Bianca raised her eyebrows, showing some bravado for the first time on the quest. "You know, they didn't exactly cover combat etiquette yet. Besides, last I checked, you're fighting against kids." "No, not just that, you're losing against kids. Zoe, remind me to tell Nico to toss out his Atlas Mythomagic card." Holy hell, did Bianca just say that to Atlas? Thalia, Percy, and Naruto shared identical grins of pride. It appeared that Bianca finally gained some confidence and learned the art of banter and trash-talking opponents. Sure, it wasn't perfect and there was room for improvement in the tone and inflection, but for a beginner's attempt, it was pretty good. "You filthy hunter." Atlas snarled in rage as he raised his fist holding the arrow, then he froze. Wait, he slowly turned his head to look at the arrow, scrutinizing it. "This is Stygian iron." There was a moment of silence at that. Then Atlas began laughing. "Oh, this is beautiful. So Little Corpse Breath also had a kid." He paused. "No, kids. You have a brother." He let out a few chuckles. "So I'm against children of all the big three, huh?" Behind Zoe and Bianca, Artemis narrowed her eyes at the revelation. "Is the chakra balanced?" "Yup. It's ready." "Damn, that took way too long. I've gotten rusty." "Don't worry, so have I. We'll have to train a lot after this to get back to our former level of strength." A miniature Baijuadama formed in one of Naruto's chakra hand with Kurama's help. By himself, Naruto could only create the super mini Baijuadama, but with Kurama's aid, they could form a Baijuadama the size of a regular Raise-Non. An ultra-condensed sphere of chakra with the perfect ratio of black positive chakra to white negative chakra. Not even Atlas should be able to get up from this anytime soon, plenty of time to drag him back under the sky. Time to end this. Shadow clones formed and quickly stood in front of Artemis, Zoe, and Bianca. "Ah, are you protecting your little family?" Atlas said mockingly, a taunting smile on his face. "It's cute, really, it is." At that, a hint of confusion entered Zoe's eyes. "Actually, I am," Naruto nodded. A wall of golden chakra exploded out from the clones, shielding the goddess and demigods from damage. "Not from you though." The smile on Atlas's face faltered as Naruto's chakra arm blurred forward, crossing the distance almost instantaneously. Atlas reacted impossibly quickly, bringing his elbow up to block the scaled-down Baijuadama. "Oh look," he said dryly. It changed colors. Now it's purple. He was cut off when the extraordinarily dense sphere of chakra overcame the resistance and broke his elbow. He immediately let out a roar of pain, twisting his body to try to dodge the Baijuadama but failing. Naruto slammed the tailed beast bomb into Atlas's chest, cracking several ribs. Then Naruto quickly drew back his chakra arm and the Baijuadama exploded. The golden chakra contained the destructive explosion, shielding everyone from the force. But even then, they all skidded back several inches from the sheer magnitude of the shockwaves. "Game over." "What do you mean by that?" "Game over. What, did you become a shogi master when I was asleep?" Naruto's eyes widened in realization. "Remind me to introduce you to the awesomeness that is video games." Finally, the explosion died down and Atlas collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. Naruto grinned as the shadow clones dispelled. It appeared that the Baijuadama worked. Of course it did. I helped in its creation, after all. Exactly. Why do you think I had doubts? No comeback? Seriously? I just woke up, Kurama grumbled. Give me a break. Besides, I don't even need to say anything, the results speak for itself. All of your Raise-Non variants? Failed. But my single Baijuadama? Success. Zoe wasted no time and immediately stepped forward, grabbing Atlas's arm and effortlessly dragging him with a strength that a girl her size shouldn't have. Atlas groaned weakly, his head flopping side to side as Zoe dropped him down right in front of Artemis. Naruto grinned. They won, Naruto. Kurama shouted in warning as both his negative emotion sensing and intuition exploded, sending warning signals after warning signals. And then everything went to shit. XXX, oh my gods. Nico screamed out in shock. Hecate and Pan whirled around to face him, fierce expressions on their face, clearly expecting a squadron of trained demigods. Instead, they came face to face with a young kid. Pan blinked. Hecate, am I seeing things, or is that a kid there? Hecate was a bit more straightforward. She immediately lifted up her hand and green mist began curling around it. Who are you? She demanded. My name's Nico, Nico responded happily. Are you Hecate? The two shared a glance and they seemed to grow even more suspicious and wary. Yes, Hecate nodded her head. I am Hecate, the goddess of the, that is so cool. Nico interrupted, an excited smile on his face. You deal the most magic damage, and you have complete immunity against magic damage. It's as if your very existence is a bane to magicians everywhere. Now Hecate just looked confused. Magic damage? Magicians? What are you talking about? Mythomagic. Nico answered. The best game in the world, infinitely better than poker. Hecate raised her eyebrows, intrigued. Mythomagic? What is that? Is it a form of magic? Why have I never heard of it before? Nico's eyes widened. You haven't heard of mythomagic before, he breathed in horror. But you're one of the best goddesses. Hecate's lips quirked up. I am. Nico nodded vehemently. I mean, let's face it. Hera just grants her allies bonus stats, Athena does some decent physical damage but Ares does more, Demeter is an intro pack card, and the only reason why anyone would use Aphrodite's card is because her splash art is pretty. But you? Not only do you have the highest magic damage output, but you also have complete immunity against magic damage. Complete immunity. Cards like Circe or Medea are completely nullified and useless against you. Throughout his speech, Hecate seemed to grow more and more pleased with each goddess named. I see. What is your name again? Nico. Nico. How do you feel about joining the Titan Lord? Nico frowned. What? Pan stared at her. Now wait a minute. Why are you trying to recruit him? Hecate sighed. Can't you see he's extremely intelligent? She turned to Nico. Tell me. Do you feel any resentment towards your godly parent for abandoning you? Tears welled up in Nico's eyes. He sniffled. Being able to cry on demand was extremely useful when dealing with teachers who didn't have the patience to comfort a sniveling kid and instead would walk away in disgust, allowing Nico to get away scot-free. He took a few hesitant steps forward, looking down. I didn't want him to leave me. He abandoned us, he said in a voice filled with a faux sadness and hatred. Or maybe it was a her. Nico couldn't remember. Hecate bought it. Don't worry, she said soothingly as she walked forward. I understand completely. Nico, I will promise you this. If you join us, then no child would ever be abandoned by their parents again. There will be no more stupid ancient laws preventing us from interacting with our children. Really? Nico asked hopefully, taking another step forward. Just a few feet left. She closed the distance, placing her hand comfortingly on his shoulder. Really? Nico looked up at her before his eyes widened in horror and fear filled his gaze. Behind you, he screamed. Pan and Hecate whirled around and Nico struck. He grabbed his concealed knife and stabbed it into Hecate's side. She's a goddess, he told himself. Not a human. A goddess who was about to hurt the hunters. Sure, they suck and all, but they don't deserve to be captured and hurt. She's not going to die from this. Golden ichor splattered out as Hecate screamed in pain and agony, throwing out her hand. Nico was blasted back from an unseen wave of energy, slamming into a tree and groaning in agony. Hecate stared at him with pain and betrayal in her beautiful green eyes. You, she winced as she held her hand to her stomach, trying to staunch the bleeding. Hecate. Pan reached out and steadied her. He turned to look at Nico, anger in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Nico backed away slowly, holding up his knife threateningly. Golden ichor dripped down the blade. The best way to counter an illusion is to attack the card creating the illusion. Pan frowned. You're speaking nonsense. What do you mean by? He froze as the tip of a bronze sword touched his neck. It means, the hunter said, her gaze murderous, that we were able to break free of the mist. Pan bleated nervously. Hey, we can talk about this. He quickly let out another blast of unholy sound. This time the hunters were prepared for it and its effects were greatly diminished. However, it was still enough to get the hunter to lower her knife and step back in fear, giving Hecate enough time to snap her fingers and enveloping them in green mist. A second later, they were gone, dematerializing out of existence. Nico grinned in exhilaration. It worked. He did it. Honestly, it had been a massive gamble. There was a high chance that his plan would fail. However, Nico wagered that being stabbed would break even a goddess's concentration temporarily, enough time for the hunters, who had thousands of years of experience in everything supernatural, to break through the illusion. Of course, he had to lower Hecate's guard first to get close enough to her, but that's what mythomagic was for. Then all of his euphoria disappeared immediately when the hunters pointed their bows at him, their eyes narrowed. A hunter stepped forward. Phoebe, Nico recognized. She was the one who broke the Stahl twins' bones. "Why are you here?" she demanded. Nico returned her cold stare with a smug grin of his own. "I was looking for you guys. Now then, shall we discuss terms?" She frowned. "Excuse me." Nico smirked. Well, it wouldn't look very good for the hunters of Artemis if word got out that they had to be saved by a boy, would it? The hunters exchanged glances, growing looks of worry appearing on their faces. "I mean, here you are, super awesome fighters who've trained for thousands of years, but you had to be rescued by a mere 10-year-old boy," Nico continued, his smug expression almost unbearable at this point. "But hey, they took Bianca away from him. They deserved this. I wonder how long it would take for your street cred to recover. Decades? Perhaps even centuries." Phoebe stared at Nico with an intense stare that almost made him back off. Almost. Phoebe finally relented and sighed, making a hand signal that caused the other hunters to lower their bows. "What do you want?" Phoebe asked in resignation. Nico's grin widened. "Time for negotiations. First off." XXX the ground under Bianca, Percy, and Thalia's feet dissolved into shadows and they dropped through, Percy and Thalia screaming out various Greek obscenities and Bianca just flat out screaming. The ground solidified immediately after them, returning to normal as if nothing had happened. Zoe whirled around. "Bianca," she shouted. "Zoe!" Artemis shouted at the same time. "Atlas!" Atlas's form began glowing a bright gray. Zoe leaped away immediately, landing next to Naruto. "Close your eyes," she hissed. "Actually, no. Get out of here now." "What?" Naruto protested. He's entering his divine form." Zoe drew his bow and showered arrow after arrow onto Atlas, all of which had no effect. "You'll die from being in his presence alone. Please, leave now. But you'll die too, and that is my fate." Zoe's dark eyes were wild. "One shall perish by a parent's hand. I joined this quest knowing I would die, but you don't have to." Naruto glanced over and he felt his heart clench at what he saw in Zoe's eyes. Fear. Anger. But also acceptance. She accepted the prophecy. She accepted her fate. And she accepted that she would die by her father's hand. "Find and regroup with the others," Zoe continued, backing up slowly as Atlas's form glowed even brighter, gripping her sword tightly. "Make sure you..." "No," Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. We'll defeat Atlas, together." Zoe shook her head. "It's pointless. I'm going to die on this quest." "There's no changing fate." "There is," Naruto asserted determinedly. "If you don't like your fate, don't accept it. Change it. And even if you might accept it, I won't, and if I have to, I'll change it for you." Zoe made a sound of frustration. "You're still young. You're one of the few good male heroes I've met. You don't need to die now." "Don't worry, I won't," Naruto responded simply. That was a lie. He might. But for Zoe's sake, he'll have to try. He wasn't going to let another one of his friends die when he could have prevented it. He won't let another death like Niji's occur. Never again. "Naruto," Artemis spoke up for the first time since their argument began, her gaze set and sorrowful. "Listen to Zoe. Leave." Uttering those words seemed to physically pain her. Naruto was silent for a moment. "Hey, Kurama, how confident are you that we'll be able to survive into an insta-kill disintegrating area of effect attack? I'm gonna need a little more to go on here. How does the attack work?" "No idea, to be honest." Kurama snorted. "Then I can't exactly come up with an answer then, can I? Then let's just hope for the best. I mean, I'm half god, half chakra. Should be fine." "You're half what now?" "Long story, I'll explain later." "Sorry, Artemis," Naruto smiled. "But I'm staying. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to run. And I'm most certainly not going to let Zoe die." Naruto grinned at Artemis as Atlas's form became blinding, signifying that he was mere seconds from entering his divine form. I swear it. A massive wave of devastating power exploded out from Atlas as he entered his divine form. He emanated an intense energy that slammed into Naruto with the force of a bijutama. Naruto felt a sensation on his skin that he couldn't quite describe, as his very molecules were being scrambled up. Nope. Naruto slammed his eyelids shut immediately. He'll stick to long-range attacks for now. He wasn't risking it. Next to him, Zoe also tensed up. However, even though she was looking straight at Atlas, she wasn't dying. How are you not dead? Naruto asked. My mother is a river goddess, she responded, though her voice was strained. I can withstand Atlas's divine form for some time, but eventually, he will overwhelm me. My divinity is extremely weak. Atlas let out a sigh of satisfaction as he stood up. It's been thousands of years since I've entered my divine form. You have no idea how good this feels. Relying on his other senses, Naruto could tell that Atlas was still a humanoid being. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. If it wasn't for the tremendous power radiating from his form, Naruto would think Atlas was just a human. Why did it take so long for you to enter your divine form? Naruto asked. If there was a time delay, then Naruto wanted to know for future battles. He had been a shinobi, after all, and shinobi loved information about enemy attacks. Entertainment, Atlas answered simply. The conversation you and my daughter had was amusing, and I was curious if you were going to leave or not. Personally, my money was on you staying. You don't seem like the type of person to leave their friends. Despite himself, Naruto grinned. Thank you. After all, Atlas continued, you are remarkably stupid. Leaving would have been too smart for you. The smile melted off of Naruto's face, replaced with a scowl. Yeah, I was only going to beat you up a bit before, but now, you deserve a complete and utter smackdown. Overconfidence or arrogance? A bluff, actually. Ah, I see. Atlas laughed. Oh, you are truly amusing. You still think you stand a chance? Naruto tilted his head. For sure. As long as I keep my eyes closed and I stay out of your range of death, then I should be fine. Atlas's death aura range appeared to be about 2 meters, that was where the power felt the strongest. You can still run, you know, Zoe muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down. I won't hold it against you. You won't, but I will. Naruto held his hands up in a cross-shaped seal. Let's win this. He paused. By the way, where is Percy, Bianca, and Thalia? He called to Atlas. Atlas shrugged. I can't exactly enter my divine form with those 3 around, could I? Those 3 are valuable. I'm not allowed to kill them. Naruto nodded. As such, I just had to wait for my subordinates to manipulate the mist and extract those 3 from the battlefield before I could fight for real. Artemis has an extensive underground tunnel system, you see, Atlas explained. They're down there right now, fighting against some old friends. But enough time for talking, Atlas lowered into a stance. You injured me numerous times already. It's time I returned the favor. Naruto jumped back immediately as Atlas blurred forward. His chakra arms extended and battered Atlas with 3 Raisin shurikens, but Atlas simply charged through them. Zoe met him head-on. Atlas punched and Zoe sidestepped before Atlas smirked and elbowed to the side with his extended arm, attempting to crush Zoe's skull. Zoe immediately dropped to the ground in a crouch, spinning while doing so, and redirected her momentum into a horizontal sword slice aimed at the back of Atlas's neck. It was an elegant counter, one that even Sasuke would have approved of. The celestial bronze sword cut into Atlas's neck, and then Zoe was blown back as Atlas simply snapped his fingers, releasing a pulse of energy. Naruto quickly extended a chakra to catch Zoe, lowering her to the ground gently. She breathed heavily, exhausted. It appeared that even though both her parents were immortals, fighting Atlas still took its toll on her. Naruto didn't blame her. Atlas's aura affected even him from this far away through Kurama's chakra cloak. Naruto St had that uncomfortable sensation on his skin, and he had no doubt that if he wasn't in Kurama chakra mode, his skin would be steaming by now from the extraordinary energy, and he wasn't even in Atlas's range of death yet. It appeared he had no choice. He breathed in as he prepared to. If it weren't for Atlas right there, Naruto's eyes would have snapped open in surprise. As it was, a sharp intake of breath still escaped him. How is that possible? Damn it. This wasn't good. There was no time to dwell on it though, he'll have to deal with it later. You okay? Naruto asked Zoe in concern, ignoring the confusion and slightest hints of panic suddenly surging through him. She nodded. I'm fine. Atlas strolled forward, completely unconcerned. His posture was relaxed, as if he was taking a walk through the park. Now then, which shall I kill first? The lieutenant of Artemis or the son of Artemis? Zoe's eyes widened. What did you say? Before Naruto could respond, Atlas took advantage of the small distraction and dashed forward. The ground shook under their feet and cracked from the force. Naruto jumped up as Zoe leaped back to avoid Atlas. Naruto began forming another Baijuta, then he froze. Or more accurately, time around him froze. Naruto couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. What in the name of the sage? Kurama roared in shock as he pumped his chakra through Naruto's body. Cronus. The Titan of Time. Naruto had thought he was too weak to interfere with mortal affairs, but apparently he had gathered enough strength to manipulate the time of a single person. More importantly, it appeared that the Titan Lord had deemed Naruto enough of a threat to personally aid in dispatching him. Damn. Damn. Naruto released a massive pulse of chakra, attempting to dispel the spell like he would dispel a genjutsu. No effect. It was like when Kaguya pulled him into the gravity dimension, only Atlas and Zoe didn't seem to be affected at all. He was completely isolated. Atlas materialized in front of him with a burst of speed, reaching out and forcibly prying open Naruto's eyelids, as if wanting to see the life fade from Naruto's eyes. And Naruto came face to face with divinity itself. XXX Percy landed on his feet, wincing from the impact. 1 second he was standing back, watching a one-sided fight in which Naruto utterly destroyed Atlas with a purple ball, and the next second he was falling into a hole that wasn't there. A moment before he looked up, expecting to see a large open space because he had free-falled for about 5 seconds, which is longer than one might expect, but instead he was met with a ceiling just a few meters above his head. It was like the labyrinth all over again. Appeared that going back up wasn't an option anymore. He glanced around. Thalia and Bianca were next to him, thankfully. They stood in a well-lit room, torches lining the wall. There weren't any doors and windows, they were trapped in. The walls were composed of the same black marble material that the ruins were made of. Percy didn't focus on that, however. Instead, his eyes narrowed at the person standing in front of them. Beside him, Thalia's eyes widened in shock and she actually lowered her guard somewhat. Luke, she whispered. Luke Castellan grinned at them. Hey there, Thalia. Short, sandy blonde hair. Mischievous blue eyes. A scar that ran from the bottom of his eye down to his chin. Unlike the last time when Percy had seen him, when Luke had worn a button-down shirt, a khaki pants, fashionable but not very good for combat, Luke went for a more sensible outfit for combat, t-shirt and shorts. You look terrible, Thalia immediately replied. She was right, Luke's usually tan skin was now ghostly pale and he had multiple gray streaks running through his hair. Luke chuckled. That's the first thing you say to me after we haven't seen each other for years. He ran his hand through the gray streaks in his hair. I won't argue though. The sky, it took its toll on me. He smiled. But you still find me devilishly handsome, don't you? Percy's jaw dropped. Was Luke flirting with Thalia? Thalia scoffed, her shock slowly turning into anger. You know, I have quite a lot of questions for you, Luke Castellan. You're mad at me, Luke observed. Thalia's eyes flashed. Wow, what made you think that? You called me by my full name, Luke noted. You only do that whenever you're really mad. He paused. Don't tell me you're mad at me because I betrayed Olympus. Percy had to physically hold Thalia back, grabbing her shoulders and preventing her from charging Luke. Thalia, he's baiting you. I am not, Luke looked offended at the very idea. I don't understand why you would be mad at me, Thalia. Don't you remember all those times we talked? All those times we cursed the gods? The gods only bring misery and suffering upon us, he snarled. They abandoned us, they betrayed us first. Thalia hesitated before a steely look entered her eyes. I don't care about that. You didn't just betray Olympus. You betrayed us. She clenched her fist. Family, Luke. We were a family. Luke flinched slightly. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good, he finally said. And I'm sorry. But it doesn't have to be that way. If you join me, it'll be like the old times. The three of us together. Fighting for a better world. Sacrifices. Thalia hissed in rage. I heard about what you did last summer. Annabeth nearly died because of you. Is that what we are now? Sacrifices. Sparks of electricity leaped from her fingers, and Percy could smell the distinct scent of ozone. Luke realized his mistake. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Besides, I had faith in Annabeth. She wouldn't have died. He sighed when he saw that his words weren't getting through to Thalia. Thalia, please. Just join me. He waved his hand and a pond ringed in black marble appeared. Just call the Ophiotauros. It will come to you. Thalia blinked, confusion temporarily overtaking anger. Ignoring the fact that you can now apparently conjure up objects, you realize that the Ophiotauros is with Poseidon right now, right? Percy nodded. Dad is personally guarding him right now. Luke shrugged. Don't ask me how it works. It's magic. However, just know that the Ophiotauros will appear if you wish for it. He turned to Thalia with a pleading look. Thalia, you will be more powerful than the gods if you summon the Ophiotauros. Just call him, sacrifice him, and then join me. Please. For one scary second, Thalia had that hungry gleam in her eyes again, and Percy genuinely thought that she might accept his offer. Then Bianca stepped forward and rested her hand on Thalia's shoulder. Don't you remember what you promised to do? Bianca murmured. You said you would defeat him in battle, chain him up, inflict massive amounts of pain onto him, and then finally try to convince him to, well, you know. Thalia stirred from her trance. You promised to do what now? Luke asked incredulously, backing up slowly. And you? Bianca turned onto Luke with a fierce glare. I admit, I don't know the full circumstances surrounding you. But I do know that you betrayed your friends and family, and you are undeniably evil. Evil. Luke's face twisted. The gods are evil, Bianca D'Angelo. Have you not seen what they've done? The misery and suffering they've caused? Trust me, right now, they may seem all good and righteous to you. But give it a few years, and you'll truly understand. We're just their tools. Do you think that Hades truly cares about you? Bianca nodded confidently. Yeah. I do. How? He demanded. Wait, let me guess. He gave you a little gift, then he spoke a few words of encouragement. Bianca paused. How do you? Luke laughed bitterly. Because that's exactly what my father did to me, Bianca. Showed up one day when I was, breaking into the camp store, gave me some stupid winged shoes, said that he was proud of me. Then when I failed my quest, nothing. He did nothing for me. Tossed me out like yesterday's garbage. You're kind of forgetting the fact that Hermes asked me to watch out for you and try to bring you back during the quest to retrieve the golden fleece, Percy said. Luke waved his hand dismissively. Oh please. That means nothing. The point is well. Thalia, Percy, Bianca. The children of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Join me, and together, we shall overthrow the gods and bring about a new era of peace and prosperity. A better world. A moment of silence. You aren't Luke, Thalia spoke up, her voice filled with sadness and sorrow. I don't know you anymore. Thalia, Luke pleaded, and for a second his gaze softened and his eyes were impossible gentle. Please. Thalia hesitated. She gazed at Luke, her eyes full of pain, as if the only thing she wanted in the world was to believe him and join him. Then she leveled her spear at him. Percy, Bianca, she spoke in a whisper. Stay out of this. Luke sighed before flicking his hand. His sword, backbiter, half celestial bronze, half steel, capable of killing both the divine and mortals, appeared out of nowhere and Luke lowered into a stance. Before we battle though, I have just one question. What is it? Thalia asked. Why are you guys so early? Percy blinked. That's what you're asking. It's been on my mind for the past hour or so, Luke confessed. I mean it just seems wrong. The winter solstice isn't until tomorrow. You guys are a whole day early. I mean, are you guys even demigods? Percy opened his mouth to respond but then froze when Thalia began laughing. As in, full-blown laughter. Luke watched her with a small genuine smile that Percy hadn't ever seen on his face before, even before Luke defected and pretended to be Percy's friend. Luke seemed younger, almost. Brighter. Happier. After a while, Thalia's laughter slowly subsided. She regarded Luke with a sad smile. I'm glad to see that at least some things never change. Luke grinned. Of course. For a moment, they just gazed at each other, and Percy got the sense that they weren't really looking at each other but rather remembering happier memories of a time that would never come back. And then Thalia charged. XXX Naruto smiled widely when absolutely nothing happened. His gamble paid off. Atlas's divine form didn't affect him at all. Of course it wouldn't, he was half Vajrayana Chakra, half goddess. He wasn't mortal, the divine form should have no effect on him whatsoever. Then his body fell to the ground. But he stayed up in the air. What? Naruto glanced around, surprised. He was floating in the air, and when he looked down, he could clearly see his body collapsed on the ground, unmoving. How was he flying? Did he accidentally form a shadow clone or something? Kurama? What just happened? No reply. Nothing. Something was wrong. Wrong on epic, perhaps even legendary proportions. Naruto had grossly miscalculated something. But what was it? Was it Atlas's divine form? No way. Just to be sure, Naruto looked directly at Atlas. Atlas radiated an intense gray light and waves after waves of power and energy still emanated from him, but other than that, Naruto suffered no ill effects. What the hell? The facts connected in his mind and formed an unpleasant conclusion. His body was on the ground. He was flying even though he wasn't in Six Paths Sage mode. He couldn't hear Kurama. And judging by how even though he was right in front of Atlas's head, Atlas didn't take any notice of him, he was probably invisible to everyone. Existing as nothing but a soul. He may actually be dead. Wait. Was he a ghost right now? First blood in this war, Atlas smirked triumphantly, goes to me. There was a moment of absolute silence. Zoe's eyes widened in shock before sadness filled her gaze. She had already seen too much death in the past few thousand years, though, and was used to it. She took only a second to grieve before a new anger entered her eyes. Congratulations, Atlas, she spat, saying Atlas as if it was particularly foul. You had to resort to using your divine form to kill a mere demigod. Are you proud of yourself? Atlas shrugged. Hey, I was honorable once. Trusted your little boyfriend. Got stabbed in the back for it. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. A win is a win. Naruto. Artemis spoke up softly, fear and uncertainty in her voice, as if refusing to believe that Naruto was dead. He's dead, Atlas said bluntly, a smirk on his face. Are you going to cry, Artemis? I need a camera for this. I'm alive. Naruto wanted to scream. But even though his mouth moved, no sound came out. He had no physical form. Artemis stared at Naruto's lifeless body hollowly, disbelief slowly turning into despair. No. The look on your face right now is delightful, a ruthless smile spread on Atlas's face. I wonder how you would look when I kill my daughter next. He paused when an intense golden light suddenly flooded the mountaintop, even brighter than his divine form. The air became superheated as some sections of the ruins burst into flames from the blistering heat. Atlas shielded his eyes from the light. His hand, genuine confusion on his face. What in the name of Tartarus? Atlas's eyes widened as the sun grew closer and closer to the top of the peak. Oh, he managed to mutter a single Greek curse before the sun chariot crashed into him, sending dust and rubble flying everywhere as Atlas hit the ground once more. Zoe took advantage of the diversion and quickly sprinted to Artemis's side, kneeling by her. Lady Artemis, she said tentatively. In all her years serving her mistress, Zoe had never seen such a look of despair on Artemis's face. Zoe, Artemis whispered quietly. Please, can you please take my burden? Zoe nodded without hesitation, instantly stepping next to her, bracing herself on one knee, holding up her hands, and touching the cold, heavy clouds. Her muscles protested immediately as an impossibly heavy weight settled upon her form. Artemis slipped out from under the sky, entering her divine form. As she did so, she radiated an intense silver light the same color as the moon. A pair of hunting daggers materialized in her hands. The door to the sun chariot, a red Maserati, opened and Apollo stepped out. His expression was deadly serious as he too entered his divine form, radiating an intense golden light the same color as the sun. His eyes blazed with fury and anger as he gazed at Naruto's unmoving body, a hint of sadness and regret in his expression. Atlas recovered quickly, extracting himself from under the sun chariot and leaping out of the crater, his posture defensive as he eyed the twin gods. He backed up a bit to put some distance between them. "Hey sis," Apollo greeted quietly. Artemis inclined her head. "Apollo," she murmured. "Cover me." Apollo nodded as his golden bow materialized in his hand. She initially hadn't wanted to be with Naruto. At all. She had been foolish. When Hestia made her realize her mistake, she thought that it had been too late, that Naruto already hated and resented her for abandoning him. But she was wrong. He defied her expectations and forgave her far easier than he should have. He was much like Hestia in that regard. After that, Artemis had grown to care for Naruto. A lot. She hadn't expected the level of affection she would have for him, but then again, Naruto seemed to have a habit of defying her every expectation and assumption. He was kind. Funny. Respectful at least to her. Sure, he was a bit loud sometimes and he ate a little too much ramen, but other than that, Artemis genuinely enjoyed being with Naruto. He never failed to brighten up her day and bring a smile to her face. And now, he was dead. Whatever Naruto was, there was no possible way he could have survived seeing Atlas's divine form. His red blood was proof of that. Artemis's only child was torn away from her and she hadn't been able to do a single thing about it. Naruto was gone. Her despair slowly turned into a primal rage as she stalked forward, silver light coating her hunter daggers. She was the huntress, and Atlas was the prey. And it's time she showed him what it's like to be hunted. XXX he paused, his black wings fluttered in agitation. Something felt wrong. He couldn't explain it, but oh well. He'll deal with it later. For now, he has a job to do. Souls to reap, and all that. XXX unsurprisingly, Thalia was winning. She was the daughter of Zeus, she had Aegis, which constantly broke Luke's concentration and filled him with an irrational fear, and her spear gave her the advantage of range. Not to mention how Luke was probably still recovering from holding up the sky. Luke may be the best swordsman in a century, but against Thalia, he couldn't do anything. He was forced onto the defensive, and hadn't landed a single blow on her so far, whereas Thalia had already inflicted a nasty slice on Luke's leg, blood steadily trickling out. "You've gotten better, Thalia," Luke breathed heavily, his forehead glistening with sweat. Thalia didn't respond, instead charging him again. Yellow lightning gathered at the tip of her spear which she thrusted forward, and Luke's eyes widened before spinning to the side, evading the spear. "Are you trying to kill me?" he demanded incredulously. "You and I both know that it wouldn't have hit you." Thalia narrowed her eyes as she swung her spear in an arc. Luke blocked it with his blade, grunting before stepping forward and punching Thalia in the stomach. Thalia intercepted his fist with her shi and there was a clang as Luke's hand collided with the hard metal. Luke hissed in pain before leaping back, gaining some distance. "Yeah, this isn't working out," he said. "I only came here to try to convince you guys to join me. Not to fight. I'm out of here." Then he turned around and fled, a hole opening in the wall in front of him. Thalia ran after him immediately, Percy and Bianca close behind her. Although Percy had a slightly different objective than Thalia. Thalia wanted to go defeat Luke. Percy just wanted to find Annabeth. "Hey Bianca," he murmured. "If you see a blonde-haired girl with gray eyes, let me know, alright?" Bianca nodded. "Got it." XXX Artemis lunged forward, her form a blur. Atlas met her head-on, blocking her slice with his elbow and attempting to kick her in the chest. Artemis dodged with an unbelievable grace, leaping upwards and flipping over his head, landing behind him. Atlas turned around, and was promptly shot in the back of the head with an arrow that lodged itself in his skull. He growled and pulled it out, and then the arrow exploded, releasing a concussive wall of sound that briefly knocked Atlas off balance. Artemis immediately stabbed him in the stomach with her knife, twisting it, before jumping away once more as Atlas grabbed at her. In the air, she let go of her knives as her silver bow formed in her hand and she unleashed a hail of arrows that slammed into Atlas. Atlas merely sighed, pulling out the arrows, his wounds immediately healing afterwards. And then Artemis was in front of him again, forcing him backwards with a flurry of strikes. She effortlessly dismantled his defenses and constantly cut him over and over again. Apollo interspersed Artemis's strikes with arrows of his own, his aim true every time. They pierced Atlas's skin and afflicted him with symptoms of diseases, necrosis, lesions, spasms, itching, paralysis. However, it was all useless. The wounds on Atlas healed almost immediately after they were inflicted. Apollo cursed under his breath. Atlas's regeneration was notorious. There was a reason why the war between the Titans and the gods lasted 10 whole years, even though there were less than 20 fighters, give or take. Cronus, Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, Koios, and Crius versus Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, Hestia, and the 300-handed ones. Quite simply, nobody would stay down. Fatal wounds were healed up in seconds, and each side struggled to come up with a way to permanently incapacitate the other. Fortunately, Apollo didn't have to permanently incapacitate Atlas, he only had to force him back under the sky. And it appeared that despite Artemis's rage, she understood that as well, because she was slowly but surely leading Atlas back to Zoe Nightshade, who was watching the fight intently. "If I were you," Atlas said, "I would just give up," he gurgled as Artemis spun around and sliced his throat. It healed up in a few seconds. "How rude. As I was saying, you should just give up. You're not going to defeat me." Artemis narrowed her silver eyes. "Watch me," she snarled before thrust-kicking him. Atlas stumbled backward and then another arrow slammed into him, a Greek fire arrow this time that blasted him back. Atlas laughed insanely, waving aside the dust. "I haven't had this much fun in a long time." And then he switched to the offensive, a Stygian iron spear appearing in his hand. He advanced, pressing Artemis. She was fast, but his strength was unstoppable. Artemis was well aware that if she was hit by a single strike, then it wouldn't go well for her. Her gaze cold and calculating, she avoided every strike with an effortless grace. She tilted her head to the side to avoid a thrust before performing a back handspring, pushing off her hand and twisting in the air to dodge Atlas's punch. She landed soundlessly before bending back to evade a spear swing. Then Atlas smirked and stomped his foot. The ground shook under them and Artemis briefly lost her footing. Atlas capitalized on the opening immediately and raised his spear to stab down No. Apollo shot 10 arrows at Atlas at once, but Atlas simply raised his hand and all the arrows were blasted back by a wave of energy. Fortunately, that was long enough time for Artemis to get back onto her feet and disengage. Atlas growled in frustration before charging Artemis again. She stood there, twin daggers at the ready. At the last possible second, she jumped to the side, twisting in the air, blocking Atlas's hasty spear swing, before pushing off a section of the air that suddenly solidified, leaped behind Atlas and kicked Atlas in the back with all her might. She backflipped off as Apollo's arrows curved in the air and slammed into Atlas's back as well. She recognized Greek fire arrows, sonic arrows, arrows filled with his godly power, and then they all detonated in unison. A multicolored explosion of green, gold, and red. The combined momentum and force of Atlas's charge, Artemis's kick, and the explosion was enough to blast Atlas off his feet and send him hurtling forward, straight at Zoe Nightshade. "No!" Atlas yelled and released another wave of divine energy to cancel out his momentum. He skidded to a stop just a few inches in front of Zoe. He breathed a quick sigh of relief before smiling. That was close. His eyes widened in panic as a golden blur slammed into him, driving a purple sphere into his chest. "How?" he gasped in shock and confusion as the immensely dense sphere of balanced chakra exploded and blew him back. Zoe rolled away instantly. Atlas crashed down to the ground and the sky dropped onto him, crushing him flat. Atlas roared in pain and fury. "No," he bellowed, shaking the mountain itself. "Not again." But it was too late. Once more, he was trapped underneath the sky. He was forcibly taken out of his divine form by the presence of Auranos, the gray light dying down. A litany of Greek curses flowed out of his mouth. Zoe breathed heavily as her muscles burned. All her attention was focused on the person standing in front of her though. "Naruto," she breathed. "How?" Artemis materialized in front of them, reverting to her mortal form. "Naruto. You're okay," she froze. Apollo strolled forward as well, grinning. "Good work, Naruto. I honestly thought you died." He paused when he caught sight of Naruto's eyes. "Oh dear. You're not Naruto," Artemis murmured. "You don't feel like Naruto." Her eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" she demanded. Naruto stared at them with red, slitted eyes. His expression was alien and undecipherable, an expression they had never seen on Naruto's face before. He regarded them with a cold wariness instead of his usual warmth. "The name's Kurama." His VO was different, deeper. Artemis opened her mouth to speak but stopped when she realized she recognized this aura. It was the exact same one she had felt on the night Naruto had been born. This was him. Artemis snarled in rage, her silver eyes glowing. "I see, so that's how it is. You wait until he's dead, and then you take over his body. Is he your mortal vessel? Is that it? Apollo narrowed his eyes. Artemis, are you saying that? Artemis nodded. He's the one that night. Fury entered Apollo's eyes once more as an arrow materialized in his hand and he aimed it at Kurama. You shall die, he promised as golden light gathered at the tip of the arrow. Kurama looked at them both before sighing. Alright, 2 things. First off, I don't even know you. Second, Naruto isn't dead. Artemis froze, the slightest bit of hope entering her eyes. What do you mean? Kurama stared at her as if she was a lower life form. He's right there, he said dryly, pointing off to a spot in the air. Can't you sense him? Artemis turned to look but there was nothing there. Her anger returned with a vengeance. Is this a joke to you? She hissed. I swear on the river Styx itself, Artemis, Apollo interrupted, his eyes glowing a little the mist. Soul layer. Artemis frowned but complied as she entered a deeper layer of reality. This was the layer where demigod dreams take place, their astral projection allowing them to go practically anywhere and observe, imperceptible unless someone looked past them. This was the layer where the Thanatos collected the souls of the dead, which is why the gods typically referred it to the soul layer, or dream-walking layer. And her eyes widened. Naruto was right there, floating in the air, looking really confused at the proceedings. Naruto, she called. He blinked. You can see me? Artemis smiled in relief and happiness. Yes. I can. Naruto grinned. Awesome. So I have no idea what's happening right now. You didn't die correctly, Apollo laughed. How did you manage that? Naruto smirked. I'm just that good. Is Naruto there? Zoe asked hesitantly. Artemis nodded. His soul is. While Artemis and Apollo could easily enter deeper layers of the mist because they were gods, Zoe's divinity wasn't strong enough. She wasn't a goddess, after all. Currently, Artemis and Apollo occupied both the normal law and soul layer of reality. It was comparable to being in a pool. If Artemis walked on water, then Zoe could see her from the land. However, if Artemis stepped into the water and it came up to her waist, then both Zoe and Naruto, who was under the surface, could see her. Zoe couldn't see Naruto because the water was reflective, but Naruto could see Zoe. Of course, it was more complicated than that, but that was the gist of it. Alright, come down, Apollo commanded. Let's get you back into your body. Naruto nodded and was about to move down but then froze and stared at Apollo suspiciously. For some reason, I don't trust you. Apollo placed his hand on his heart, wounded. What? Why? Naruto thought of all the things he had done to Apollo in the past several days and floated up, putting more distance between them, just in case. No reason, really. Apollo crossed his arms. You realize you'll have to come down someday. Try me, Naruto challenged. Naruto, Artemis said. Naruto relented. Fine. But I expect you to stop him before he tries to eviscerate me. He drifted down and stood in front of his body. Kurama occupied it currently, and even though he couldn't see Naruto, he was staring right at him, probably due to negative emotion sensing or sage mode or something. So how do I return to my body? Naruto asked Apollo. You'll have to kiss yourself, Apollo replied with a straight face. What? Naruto yelled. Apollo nodded, completely serious. Haven't you heard of the powers of the kiss? The legendary Sleeping Beauty was awakened through a kiss, Apollo, Artemis chided. Apollo held her stare for a moment before sighing dejectedly. Fine. So I wanted some blackmail material. Sue me. He rubbed his chin, staring at Naruto. Honestly, I have no idea what to do right now. Aren't you the god of healing? Naruto asked. I mean. Apollo scratched his head. I already gave my son Asclepius jurisdiction over most of my domain of healing. I retained enough power to bring a person back from the brink of death, but the second their soul exits their body and they're actually dead, he shrugged. Ah. You're useless then, Naruto said simply. Apollo's eyes flashed. That's it. Naruto, prepare to face the unbridled wrath of the god Apollo. You shall what? Artemis cut in dangerously. Apollo paused. I shall deliver my threats when you are not standing right next to me. Artemis nodded. Better. Naruto took a deep breath before walking into his body. Hey, it might work. The second his ghostly hand touched his body's chest, there was a flash of silver light. XXX found her. Bianca yelled. Percy rushed over immediately. Annabeth was in a cell, sitting on a chair. Blonde hair with streaks of gray in it, just like Luke. Gray eyes. She smiled when she saw Percy. Hey seaweed brain. You're late. Annabeth, Percy whispered, relief in his gaze. He looked over the cell. Where's the door? There isn't one, Annabeth answered. They just waved their hand and the bars would appear/disappear. Percy blinked before shrugging and cutting the metal bars with riptide. The celestial bronze sword cut through the steel like butter. Annabeth squeezed through the opening. Where's Luke? She asked. Thalia's fighting him right now, Percy reassured her. Annabeth's eyes widened in shock before she rushed off. She knew Luke too. Bianca asked. Percy hesitated. It's a long story. The three of them ran away from home and survived on the streets together. Then he ran after her, Bianca behind him. They emerged in another circular room, torches lining the walls. Luke had multiple new gashes, one on his arm, another on his side, and another on his lower leg. Thalia was still completely uninjured, fighting like a demon. She was a blur of movement as Luke tried to defend from her onslaught. Percy would have cheered her on if it weren't for the tears in her electric blue eyes. Next to him, Annabeth watched the fight, biting her lip. He's not going to win. Her eyes widened as Luke stabbed his sword forward. As expected, Thalia blocked it with her shield. She raised her spear to counter-attack and instead of backing off, Luke snarled and rushed forward. He tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the spear thrust. And then he was inside Thalia's guard. At this close range, her spear was useless. Luke feinted with his sword, Thalia raising her shield to block, and then Luke spun around in a burst of speed and suddenly he was about to cut Thalia's unprotected side an upward diagonal cleave that would have been lethal. No. Annabeth screamed. Luke hesitated just before he struck. And that was his mistake. Thalia's instincts took over and with an inhuman speed, swung her spear at Luke. The spear shaft crashed into Luke's head and knocked him off his balance, causing his strike to miss and instead slice Thalia's arm. Unfortunately, this caused Thalia's arm to involuntarily twitch. Ordinarily for most humans, this wouldn't be a problem, but for the daughter of Zeus with superhuman strength combined with an ultra-sharp spear. A sickening sound. Red splattering out. An absolute silence descended onto the battlefield. Luke looked down. Thalia's spear had pierced his chest, right over his heart. Blood flowed out, bright red. Arterial blood. So this is the end, huh? He chuckled weakly. Horror filled Thalia's gaze. Luke, no. I didn't mean, Luke. Luke smiled, and for once there wasn't a hint of bitterness or hatred in it. Don't worry, Thalia. He coughed out blood. If he wasn't a demigod, he would surely already be dead. He turned to Annabeth. I'm sorry, Annabeth. Luke looked back at Thalia again, who had tears streaming down her cheeks. Thalia. And he fell back, the spear sliding out of his chest and bright red blood spraying into the air, landing on the ground with a thud. Thalia stood there, frozen, her face grief-stricken. Luke. Annabeth rushed forward, but then stopped when a person suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. No. Not a person. He wore a suit and he had scars on his face, but the power he radiated, he was undeniably a titan. The titan observed Luke's body with his eyebrows raised. That's unexpected, he said before turning to them and saying, out. Holes opened underneath them again and they dropped into the shadows. XXX Naruto glanced down at his hands before patting himself. Solid. He tried to fly, and nothing happened. Just to be sure, he called, Kurama? Brat, Kurama replied. You scared me for a second there. Naruto grinned. He was alive again. Did it work? Apollo asked, staring at Naruto critically. Yup, Naruto responded. I'm back. His eyes widened as Artemis stepped forward and hugged him. Her small form was trembling slightly. Naruto hugged her back, breathing in her familiar scent. Ah, this is adorable. Shut up. I thought I lost you, Artemis whispered. Naruto grinned. Don't worry. I'm not that easy to get rid of. After a moment, Artemis pulled back and Naruto could have sworn he saw a tinge of gold in the corner of her eye, but the next second it was gone. Naruto exited Kurama Chakra mode and Sage mode, the golden chakra cloak disappearing and his eyes returning to normal. Zoe gasped. Naruto looked at her, confused, before realizing. When he was in Kurama chakra mode, he had been covered in golden chakra. But now that he was back to normal, Zoe saw his true form, without a henge. Silver eyes. Auburn hair. That's right, Zoe breathed. Atlas called you the son of Artemis. She paused, as if afraid to ask the question. Lady Artemis, is Naruto? Artemis hesitated for a second before nodding. Yes. He's my son. Zoe's eyes widened in shock, but before she could say anything, Percy, Bianca, Thalia, and Annabeth appeared out of nowhere. Thalia and Annabeth had tears on their faces. Over what? Naruto didn't know. Sis, we should leave, Apollo said nervously, glancing around. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Artemis nodded. Very well. Wait, Percy held up his hand. Before we go, can I, he gestured at Atlas, who had crawled onto his knees by now. Artemis frowned. Okay, she nodded, curious to see what Percy would do. Percy grinned before walking forward. They watched him in confusion when he stopped right in front of Atlas. Then kicked him in the face. You bastard! Atlas screamed in fury. I swear, when I get out from under here, I will tear you asunder. I shall make your life a living Tartarus. That felt good, Percy beamed. The others looked at each other before looking at Artemis and Apollo with hopeful glances. After a moment, Apollo chuckled. Just one each, okay. Naturally, none of them obeyed him. XXX they were in Apollo's sun chariot, transformed into a small bus to fit all of them. Artemis and Naruto sat next to each other, and Artemis held Naruto's hand tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear if she let go. Naruto could sense the others had questions. Zoe seemed ready to burst. He had quite a lot of explaining to do. Later. For now, Naruto simply wanted to enjoy Artemis's presence again. Just for a minute. XXX happened with Zoe's thread as well. Oh gods, it's spreading. What do we do? What can we do? XXX Nico walked away triumphantly. Negotiations had gone very well. He stopped for a moment, closing his eyes and immortalizing the memory. He smiled. Gods, being a demigod was awesome. XXX hey, Kurama. Yeah, Naruto? It's time for us to bullshit the absolute sage out of everyone. I'm talking about Kakashi-sensei level bullshit here. Kurama grinned. Sounds fun. Alright, campers and hunters, he grinned. You know the drill. It's time for the post-quest debriefing. Percy groaned in protest. He'd gone through this twice before, on his quest to retrieve the Master Bolt and on his unofficial mission to acquire the Golden Fleece. Both times, it had been tedious, irritating, and boring. For the Master Bolt quest, Chiron interrogated him, Grover, and Annabeth on every little detail that occurred on the quest, from the paint on the walls of the Lotus Casino to the location of the monsters they faced to the amount of time it took to get from city to city. And it was even woe for the Golden Fleece quest. Chiron had discreetly interrogated him, Annabeth, Grover, and Tyson on everything, even recruiting the aid of a psychologist, an unclaimed son of Hypnos, to bring back Tyson's memories because he didn't remember everything clearly. Needless to say, for ADHD demigods, it was a veritable torture, and Percy was 70% sure that it was Chiron's form of revenge on them. Normally, I would let Chiron handle this, Apollo continued, but well, I'm sure you understand when I say this quest is of a rather sensitive nature, and secrecy is essential. At this, Percy frowned. You don't trust Chiron? Even after what happened this summer. Chiron had been suspected of poisoning Thalia's tree, and was forced to leave the camp. He returned, of course, once Percy maneuvered Luke into confessing in front of Mr. D through an iris message. Apollo sighed. I'm well aware that Chiron would never betray us. However, I have to follow protocol. Father's orders. Percy's frown deepened. Sure, Chiron had his quirks and was terrifying sometimes, but despite his outward persona, Percy knew that he cared for each and every camper. After all, he personally infiltrated Yancy Academy for Percy's sake, posing as a teacher for a bunch of 6th graders. He had to grade hundreds of illegible assignments, try to teach a bunch of spoiled rich brats Latin, deal with angry parents because their kids flunked a quiz, and Chiron didn't automatically apply a 30% curve, although he did receive quite a lot of money in bribes and even cut Percy in a part of the loot, and, worst of all, remain in wheelchair form for more than 10 hours a day. After doing everything he did for the demigods, Zeus still didn't trust him? Paranoid bastard. Now then. Apollo snapped his fingers and the interior of the sun chariot morphed into a large room. There was a circular table, and a light in the shape of a ring hung down from the ceiling. A massive screen on the wall showed an image of the Ma of the US. I need y'all to recount everything that happened. Percy glanced around the room. They had all been teleported into their new seats, and Annabeth sat to the right of Percy and Naruto sat to his left. Artemis sat next to Naruto, still clutching his hand tightly. Naruto's hand was white from the pressure and Zoe and Bianca were to the left of Artemis. Thalia sat to the right of Annabeth. Bianca glanced between Artemis and Naruto. Hey, Apollo held up his hand, stopping her. Questions after. Recap first. Zoe nodded. Very well. And she began to describe the events of the quest in excruciating detail. After about 10 minutes, Percy lost the fight and slumped over, his eyes closed. After 20, Thalia and Bianca passed out as well. Only Artemis, Apollo, Annabeth, and Naruto remained wide awake and listening, although in Naruto's case, he was extremely zoned out and didn't appear to be listening. Near the end of the retelling, where Zoe was talking about how they reached the peak of Mount Othris and saw Naruto in a glowing golden cloak, Apollo met Zoe's eyes and telepathically reached out to her. Hey Zoe? Get out of my mind, came the immediate mental reply before Zoe concentrated and expelled Apollo. Apollo pouted at her before looking at Artemis, who, after a second, stared at Zoe as well. Zoe, Artemis spoke in her mind. Please don't talk about the fight after Percy, Bianca, and Thalia left. Don't mention the divine forms or how Naruto died. Just fabricate something. Zoe hesitated before nodding and continuing her retelling. She made something up about how Apollo appeared and Zoe took the sky and the twin gods defeated Atlas, but neglected to mention the divine forms and Naruto's death. 1 hour after she began talking, Zoe finally finished. And then we got into the sun chariot, thus concluding the quest. Thank you, Zoe. Apollo flashed her a dazzling smile. Zoe raised her eyebrows. No sweetheart this time. Apollo winced, glancing at Artemis, who suddenly gained a dangerous gleam in her silver eyes. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. He quickly looked around the room, frowning before snapping his fingers. A loud klaxon blared, startling Percy, Thalia, and Bianca awake. Or rather, it startled Percy and Bianca awake, judging by how Thalia calmly opened her eyes. She hadn't been sleeping at all. Sushi is fish cruelty. Percy blinked as he regained his bearings. Oh. All right, Percy, Apollo grinned. Tell us what happened down there. Percy hesitated, looking at Thalia and Annabeth. We fought Luke, Thalia interrupted, her expression downcast. He died. End of story. Apollo frowned. Come on, you know that's not how it works. I need to know everything, Apollo, Artemis cut in, looking at Thalia and Annabeth in concern. We can find out later. Thalia shot her a grateful look. Apollo tilted his head but shrugged. All right then. Let's see, did we miss anything? Percy seemed to shrink into his chair. Apollo snapped his fingers. That's right. Percy, you still need to tell us how you joined this quest in the first place. Percy hit his groan. There's not much to tell. Black Jack found me in the middle of the night. We tailed the van they were in. Dionysus ambushed us and gave us a few threats before letting us go, and by the time we caught up, a black helicopter, the same model as the one at Westover Hall, was hovering above the van. So I attacked. Black Jack kicked in the windshield. I saw there were skeletons piloting the thing, then the helicopter crashed. And I joined up with the quest. Apollo scrutinized Percy before shrugging. Okay then. Naruto, your turn. Percy breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Apollo was nowhere near as anal retentive as Chiron. No response. Naruto stared blankly off into space, his gaze unfocused and vacant. I believe he's sleeping with his eyes open. Apollo examined Naruto critically. Percy, slap him on the back of the head for me, will you? Naruto's gaze focused instantly. Please don't, he said dryly. What do you want, Apollo? Tell us what happened once you split with the group after the Manticore attacked. Naruto shrugged. I tracked Artemis down. I could sense her. However, I wasn't able to get through to her until I realized that the mist was separating the realities, and once I realized that, the mist dispersed and I entered the garden. What? Apollo interrupted, leaning forward. That's impossible. The mist only works like that for illusions. It does? Percy asked, confused. Zoe sighed. Either you're a terrible student, or Chiron hasn't been doing his job. The key to seeing through illusions generated by the mist is awareness. If you know that something's off, then the illusion will lift by itself. Apollo nodded. Exactly. However, the mist on Mount Othrys is a bit different. Rather than creating an illusion around the garden and the summit, the locations were quite literally lifted out of this world and into a deeper layer, one that only gods are able to access freely. Awareness has nothing to do with that sort of mist, Zoe continued. Trust me, I was definitely aware that the garden and summit were there, but that wouldn't allow me to bypass the mist. Indeed, Apollo directed his gaze at Naruto. And yet, for some reason, you were able to enter the realm. Naruto shrugged. Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what happened. I'm not complaining though. Apollo sighed. Of course. Not only did you manage to do the impossible, but you don't even know how you did it. Naruto smiled. Theory never was my strong point. In any case, after I entered the garden, I immediately made my way to the top of the mountain and engaged in battle against Atlas. His hands balled into fists. He was the second most frustrating opponent I have ever fought against. Who was the first? Percy asked curiously. Apollo, Naruto answered, narrowing his eyes at the god in question. Apollo's hand flew to his heart dramatically. Me. Apollo? Percy asked confusedly. Naruto nodded, his expression dead serious. Tell me, Percy. Have you ever played Super Smash Bros. Before? Apollo suddenly looked extremely smug. Percy blinked. A few times before? Then can you imagine playing against someone who has their eyes closed and is controlling the controller with their mind? Naruto seethed in rage. It's the most blatant form of cheating that I can think of. You take that back, Apollo immediately responded, eyes narrowed. It's not cheating. Besides, there isn't a single rule that states that I can't control it with my mind. That's because the rules were written for mortals, not for gods. Naruto shot back. It's an implied rule. Super Smash Bros. Is a hand-to-eye coordination game, and using your mind completely defeats the purpose. You're just salty because you're a Pikachu Onetric, Apollo smirked. Whereas I am equally proficient in every character. Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, well, this Pikachu Onetric managed to defeat you 20 times in a row even with your cheats, so you can't talk. Apollo sighed. For the last time, I was drunk. Yeah, but you were also cheating, so it balances out, Naruto replied dismissively. Besides, I recall defeating you plenty of times afterwards when you were sober. And, as a doctor, I already pleaded temporary insanity for those times. Overruled. Naruto snarled. You can't overrule a doctor's diagnosis, you know what? Apollo glared at Naruto. Fine. Once we get the council meeting over with, you, me, best out of 20. Deal, Naruto returned determinedly. Have the caffeine and sugar ready. If you two are done, Artemis cut in, then shall we continue? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, right. So anyway, where was I? He drummed his fingers on the table. Atlas and I fought. And nothing would work. He possessed incredible durability and resilience, and his regenerative abilities were, well, needless to say, I had never seen anything like it. He shrugged off attacks that should have quite literally disintegrated him on a molecular level. Yeah, that sounds about right, Apollo nodded. He's a tough bastard. And that's pretty much it, Naruto finished. A lot of attacks were ineffective, including but not limited to, Raise Non, Raisin Shuriken, Big Ball Raise Non, Percy snickered. Planetary Raise Non, Ultra Big Ball Raise Non, that's enough. We get the idea, Apollo cut in. Dear gods, are you horrible at naming things? Should have let me do the honor. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What, would you prefer I named my techniques something like Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3? Apollo brightened. That sounds brilliant. Figures, Naruto muttered, although he couldn't prevent the small reminiscent smile from appearing on his face. Apollo and Minato probably would have gotten along. Alright, that concludes the post-quest briefing, Apollo announced. And now a grim look appeared on Apollo's face. Question time. A moment of silence. The calm before the storm. Explain, Zoe demanded, looking at Artemis. Perhaps it was impudent of her to speak this way, but she didn't care. Not right now. Not when the thousands of years of trust she had in her mistress was just destabilized entirely. Before Artemis could speak, Bianca spoke up. "Is Naruto your brother?" she asked Artemis. Artemis blinked. "Come again." "I mean," Bianca's eyes flickered back and forth between Naruto and Artemis. "He looks really similar to you." "So I thought." An understandable mistake. In fact, if Percy didn't know any better, he would think Artemis and Naruto were siblings as well. They were both about the same height. Since Artemis was currently in her normal 12-year-old form, they looked like broth and sister. Artemis's lips quirked up. "I see. No, he's not my brother. Naruto is my son." Her declaration was met with silence. "I didn't break my oath though," she continued hurriedly, looking at Zoe. "He was born through essence combination." Zoe's eyes widened before she bowed her head. "I apologize for doubting you. Please, forgive me." Artemis smiled. "No worries, Zoe. I understand completely. If I may ask who?" Artemis hesitated. "I don't know." "A lie. Essence combination?" Bianca asked confusedly. "What is that?" "Gods can have children without the actual intercourse," Artemis explained. "Why they would want to skip the best part, I have no idea," Apollo muttered. Artemis shot him a scathing glare. "For example, Athena is a maiden goddess, but she still has children due to essence combination. She combines her thoughts with immortals, essentially creating a brain child. It's how Annabeth was born." Annabeth nodded mutely. Percy frowned in concern. While both Annabeth and Thalia had stopped crying and their tears had dried, they still had identical looks of grief and sorrow on their faces, Thalia especially. Percy didn't blame them. As much as he disliked it, he knew that they were both extremely close to Luke. Percy didn't really know what to say to make Annabeth feel better, so he just reached over and squeezed Annabeth's hand. She squeezed back. Bianca nodded slowly. "Okay then." Apollo snapped his fingers. "That reminds me. Daughter of Hades, He inspected Bianca carefully, noting the quiver full of Stygian iron arrows with slight distaste. "So Hades broke the oath too?" "Perhaps not," Zoe cut in. "Bianca and Nico were trapped in the Lotus Casino for the past 70 years or so, during FDR's time. I think they were born before the oath was made." Thalia bolted upright, shock momentarily overcoming her grief. "Wait." Her eyebrows scrunched up in concentration before realization dawned. "Hades didn't break the oath," she whispered disbelievingly. Percy blinked. "Whoa. I think you owe him an apology." "Oh, the sheer irony," Apollo chuckled before his gaze sharpened. "Do you enjoy killing small animals?" he questioned Bianca. "What?" Bianca looked taken aback. "No, of course not." "Do you feel remorse? Empathy?" Apollo continued. "If you killed another human being, would you regret it?" Bianca stared. "Yes, I would." "Why are you asking me this?" Apollo's eyes glowed golden briefly before he smiled again. "Just checking. Hades's children have a tendency to go off the deep end, you see. Fortunately, it appears that you're one of the rare ones, Bianca. You seem reasonably well adjusted and sane. Although if you ever feel the urge to break out into maniacal laughter, please let us know." "Who were Hades's other children?" Bianca asked tentatively. "Hitler. Napoleon. The first Hassan Isabag," Apollo listed out. Bianca paled at the first name. "Oh. Yeah. Don't worry though," Apollo added reassuringly. "Don't let your parentage define you. I mean, there have been plenty of terrible children of Zeus and Poseidon over the centuries, Percy and Thalia not included, of course." He flashed her a grin. "From what I've seen so far, you seem great." "Thank you." Bianca replied hesitantly. Apollo looked as if Christmas had come early. "You're welcome," he beamed. Zoe rolled her eyes. "You're just encouraging him," she told Bianca. "There is one thing I don't get though," Percy cut in, frowning. "If I'm not mistaken, several lines of the prophecy didn't come true yet. Should we be worried?" His gaze darkened. "I don't want a repeat of 2 years ago." On his first quest, a line of the prophecy came true after the quest was completed. Typically, this wouldn't be a problem, however, in Percy's case, It had resulted in him getting stung by a pit scorpion, which was about 1,000 times more painful and lethal than it sounded. Apollo tilted his head, as if listening to something. Then he frowned as well. I actually don't know. The prophecy appears to be, what? He tapped his head a few times. I don't understand. Artemis frowned in concern. What's wrong? Apollo trailed off as his eyes glazed over somewhat before focusing again. This is slightly concerning. Give me 1 second. He snapped his fingers and a prism materialized in the middle of the air, forming a rainbow. Yo Iris, can you get me a direct line to the fates? Please deposit a golden drachma, an automated voice replied. Just add it to my tab. A second passed before an image formed in the rainbow of a woman with brown hair and blue eyes. Apollo grinned in greeting. What's up, Pepramine? Hey, can you? He was interrupted as the woman screamed out, Apollo. What in the name of Tartarus have you done? Apollo blinked. What? He paused as he registered the sound of pure pandemonium and crackling coming out from behind the woman. Is there a problem? He craned his head to get a better look, but the woman leaned forward, her expression livid, obstructing his view of the background. Is there a problem? Pepramine repeated before muttering out some Greek curses. A problem? You ask if there's a problem. I assume that's a yes. Apollo ventured. Pepramine took a deep, calming breath. Bianca D'Angelo. Zoe. Apollo glanced at the two hunters in question, who looked just as confused as he was. They're right here. They shouldn't be, Pepramine snapped. The fates cut their strings. Apollo staggered back in shock. What? The fates cut their strings, Pepramine growled, clearly agitated. They should be dead. One shall be lost in the land without rain. One shall perish by their parents' hand. On top of that, their threads themselves have disappeared. Their current existence defies the prophecy, the laws of the world, and fate itself. What in the name of Gia and Auranos did you do, Apollo? Was this some sort of sick joke? What? Why would you think this was my fault? Apollo asked, offended. You've been off the grid for the past couple days, Pepramine shot back. Yeah. Because I've been helping out with the quest, unofficially, of course, Apollo responded before pausing and asking tentatively, how are the fates doing? Pepramine stepped to the side. Look for yourself. Behind here, 3 old women with silver hair tied back into bandanas were frantically rushing around a room filled with threads. Hundreds, thousands, millions of them hung around the room, on the ceiling, on the table, on the ground. Flames crackle in a bronze altar in the middle of the room, similar to the altar at Camp Half-Blood where demigods sacrificed their food. Their eyes glowed an eerie white as they scrambled around muttering ancient Greek. Are they enchanting the threads? Apollo asked in confusion. Pepramine nodded. They're currently using every single protective and defensive magic known to the gods, charms, wards, enchantments, spells. They'll probably ask the council for assistance as well during the council meeting. But why? Apollo asked, mystified. Pepramine's eyes flashed. Did you miss the part where I said that Zoe and Bianca D'Angelo's threads literally disappeared before their eyes? Needless to say, they wish to prevent that from occurring in the future. Apollo nodded in understanding before frowning as one of the fates rushed to the bronze altar and tossed a slip of paper into the flames. And they're burning paper now. Pepramine rolled her eyes. They're sending out messages to all their contacts to try to figure out exactly what the Hades is going on. Given how half their contacts live in Tartarus, iris messaging isn't exactly going to work, so they have to use the primitive communication method of sacrificial flames. I've never used that method before, although I don't really know anyone in Tartarus. Apollo shrugged before calling out, Hey, Clotho. No response from the fates. They gave no indication that they heard anything. They have a field around them right now, Pepramine explained. One way only. They can't see or hear us, but I can look in just in case there's an emergency so I can call for help. They need perfect concentration for their magic. I have never seen so much emotion on their faces before, Artemis murmured. They're typically cold and emotionless. But now, they look so panicked, alarmed, perturbed. Pepramine suggested. Artemis nodded silently. Pepramine sighed. Yeah. Are you sure you don't know who did this? She asked Apollo. I haven't the faintest idea, Apollo replied truthfully. But I assure you, it's not me. He froze before turning around and staring straight at Naruto, who stared back with an innocent expression. I'm going to have to IM you back, Apollo said distractedly. What? Apollo, don't you dare. Apollo waved his hand through the iris message, dispelling it. He took several deep, calming breaths before saying in a tight, controlled voice, Naruto. Okay, I swear it wasn't me, Naruto instantly replied. Naruto. I swear to the gods it wasn't me. Naruto. I swear to you and Mom that it wasn't me. Apollo narrowed his eyes. Promise. Naruto nodded vehemently. Promise. Apollo held his gaze for a second before relenting. Fine. I'll believe you for now. Bianca spoke up tentatively, does that mean Zoe and I should be dead? Apollo hesitated before nodding. Yes. Fate itself was defied, Zoe murmured. The prophecy didn't come true. She whirled on Naruto. You mentioned something about changing fate. Did you know this would happen? Naruto held up his hands in defense. I didn't do anything, for real. Zoe nodded slowly before looking at Apollo. Are we immortal now? Apollo shook his head. No. Just because your thread disappeared doesn't mean that you will no longer die, it only means that the fates no longer have any control over how you die or your fate and destiny, for that matter. There was a moment of silence as the information sunk in. That's awesome. Naruto grinned brightly. Zoe, Apollo, and Artemis stared at Naruto incredulously for a moment. Probably because they were the oldest in the room and knew of the so-called importance of the natural laws and natural order of the world. But quite frankly, Naruto was of the opinion that if the natural laws stated that a person's destiny and fate must be controlled by another, then it's a terrible law and is meant to be broken repeatedly. And so his grin didn't even waver. To answer your question, Percy, I don't think you have anything to worry about from the prophecy, Apollo told him. Because according to my senses right now, he paused, bewilderment flashing across his face. The prophecy appears to be negated for a lack of a better word. Percy smiled. Good. Apollo snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, that should be enough time. Thalia, Bianca, Percy, Annabeth, ready to talk about what happened down there yet? Percy hesitated, looking at Annabeth and Thalia once more. Fortunately, their shock and grief had dwindled down to controllable levels, and after only a moment's pause, Thalia began to speak. After falling through the hole in the ground, we landed and came face to face with Luke Castellan, the son of Hermes. XXX and then the Titan set out and holes appeared under us again, we fell through, and we appeared next to you guys. And that's it, Thalia finished. She had left out almost no details, and even though she wavered several times while describing what happened with Luke, not a single tear escaped. Whatever faults she may have, Percy could not deny that she was exceptionally strong, both in body and mind. Apollo was silent for a moment. Then he broke out in a grin. Congratulations, Thalia. You killed that traitor, brother, Artemis cut in disapprovingly. What? Apollo defended. Look, Thalia, I know you feel terrible and all, but let's face it. Luke was a traitor to both Olympus and his friends. By killing him, you saved lives. Naruto twitched. He would have argued, but he realized that anything he said would only make Thalia feel worse, and so he kept silent. He did have some tact, after all. Thalia glared at Apollo. Forget it. Apollo clapped his hands together. Well then, I think we're finished. He snapped his fingers and the interior of the Sun Chariot reverted back into a bus and they were teleported back into their seats. Alright, let's head to Olympus, he called to them, disengaging the autopilot. Olympus? Bianca asked curiously. Apollo nodded. You're going to have to appear in the council meeting tomorrow anyway, so might as well be efficient. I'll let you guys crash in my temple for the night. He grinned. Besides, you all risked your lives to rescue my little sister. The least I can do is reward you a bit and surround you in the finest luxury you have ever seen. Percy pursed his lips. Is your temple better than the Lotus Casino Hotel? Apollo laughed. Percy, the Lotus Casino Hotel was based off of my temple. Percy grinned. In which case, it's a deal. XXX Naruto observed Mount Olympus with curiosity. It hung suspended in the air above the Empire State Building. Even at night, torches and fires made the mountainside palaces glow 20 different colors, from blue red to indigo. Gods didn't sleep, after all. Apollo dropped them off in front of his temple before both he and Artemis vanished in a flash of golden and silver light respectively, presumably to go talk to Zeus and perhaps Athena. Naruto glanced around. Their arrival had drawn the attention of nature spirits and minor gods who were already gathering around, staring and whispering at them, or, rather, at him. He hadn't bothered to reapply the hench since his secret was already out. He massaged his hand distractedly, trying to restore the circulation. They headed into the temple, the defensive charms allowing them through. Unlike Apollo's man cave/mansion, which was simplistic, homely, and overall chill, Apollo's temple was extravagant and lavish. A grand hall with crystal chandeliers hanging down from the ceilings, a solid statue of Apollo standing triumphantly with a bow in hand, majestic marble columns with murals on the wall depicting Apollo's numerous victories over the years. A traditional Greek temple, albeit with several add-ons. They didn't care about that, though. The second they entered, they immediately headed to the very back, past the altar and statue, and raided the kitchen. XXX approximately half an hour after they settled in, Annabeth and Thalia were talking in hushed whispers and Percy and Bianca were watching Hephaestus TV. Artemis entered the temple. Naruto sat unnaturally still on a couch, his eyes unfocused and staring off into the distance. Zoe sat next to him, casting glances over at him every few seconds, her gaze uncertain, as if she didn't quite know what to think of him. "Naruto," Artemis called. Naruto straightened instantly and alertness returned to his gaze. "Come. We have much to discuss." He hesitated before nodding. The others glanced over momentarily before resuming their activities. Naruto followed Artemis, navigating the twisting streets and ignoring the numerous eyes on them both. While several people bowed, the vast majority stared at them disbelievingly, as if they had heard the rumors but didn't believe them. And Naruto didn't miss the stormy gray eyes that tracked them both. XXX they entered Artemis's temple, a simple traditional temple just like the Pantheon at the very top, only smaller in scale. Her true home was the forests, and her temple reflected that. The inside had only the bare necessities, a statue, an altar, and nothing else. Artemis rarely spent any time in her temple, or on Olympus in general. Apollo was already inside, waiting for them. "All right, Naruto," he said grimly. "You have quite a lot of explaining to do." Naruto blinked innocently. "I do. Kakashi lesson number 7, always deny everything." Apollo raised his eyebrows. "Breaking Aphrodite's spell. Coming back from the dead. Not to mention Kurama," Artemis added, her eyes narrowed. "Who is he? How did he take over your body?" She paused. "Why did you lie to us?" she added softly. Naruto was silent for a moment. "I think it would be best if this conversation included Kurama," he finally said. Apollo and Artemis both tensed up. "What do you mean?" Apollo asked cautiously. Naruto's lips quirked up. "It means," he began, "that my mind is wide open." XXX they materialized in a clearing within a forest. A full moon shone brightly overhead, casting a silver glow over things. And a massive fox with 9 orange tails and slitted red eyes stood in the middle of the clearing, observing them with a bored gaze. "Mom, Apollo," Naruto said brightly, "meet Kurama." To their credit, Artemis and Apollo only froze up momentarily, from shock or fear, Naruto couldn't tell, before they regained their composures. Artemis stepped forward, her eyes cold. An aura of intense silver light surrounded her, shining brightly like T-moon overhead. "Who are you?" she demanded. "XXX, first things first, we have to make it so that Artemis no longer wishes to extirpate you." "Since when did you know what the word extirpate meant?" "I have 2 languages hardwired into my brain." "Hey wait, how do you know Greek and English?" "No idea." "Huh. Let's go with magic." "In any case, how can we accomplish that?" "On a range of 0 to 10, how mad is Artemis at me?" "What's 10? Kakashi seeing his limited edition personally signed special Ika book with bonus images burned in front of his eyes. 23. That bad? Worse. Just be thankful that you're a chakra beast with no reproductive organs. That better not mean what I think you meant. I'm just saying, you better thank Super Sage Grimps for not giving you anything down there." Kurama sighed. "Brilliant." He paused. "Speaking of Hag Oromo, why didn't you go into 6 Paths Sage mode the second Atlas entered his divine form? The old man gave you that power to be used, not to collect dust." I was going to. Naruto rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. But okay, so in my defense, you have to realize that I was extremely hesitant in entering Six Paths Sage mode. What? Why? Mostly because I'm not entirely sure how strong the gods of this world are, but I'm willing to bet that Six Paths Sage mode would put me at or near the top. And given how the King of Olympus is more paranoid than a mist ninja on hallucinogens, I'm fairly certain that if he found out how powerful I truly am, then there's a good chance that it would result in war. I'm flattered you think so highly of us, but just you and I against Olympus doesn't count as an actual war. Naruto shook his head. It won't just be us two. Artemis will take my side. Apollo will take Artemis's side. Poseidon, Hera, and Athena would probably jump at the chance to put Zeus in his place. A civil war on a scale unlike anything seen before in this world's history would rage and tear the world apart as nature itself undergoes battle. I refuse to let that happen. Zeus, he's the guy who throws lightning bolts, correct? We could take him. Naruto sighed. Once again, we lack information. If we have a more accurate understanding of their abilities and powers, perhaps. But until then, we can't act. Can't you just look through the myths? Naruto snorted. I've long since stopped trusting the old myths. I'm not exaggerating when I say there are easily 50 different contradiction versions of a single event. Ah, I see. It's just like how human history labeled me as a mindless monster. Pretty much, yeah. So anyway, I was already hesitant to enter Six Paths Sage mode. Not to mention how, my abilities are really destructive, and I didn't want to accidentally collapse Mount Othris. Considering how the sky is being held up there, it would have been bad. However, I had been going to enter Six Paths Sage mode if the Baiju didn't work. But Cronus froze time before you could use the Baiju, Kurama summarized. And then you were killed. Yeah. I hadn't expected a time freeze at all. I can't believe Cronus deemed me enough of a threat to see to my death personally, Naruto grumbled. We're just too important, Kurama sniffed imperiously. There's also the small matter of fact that, the Six Paths Sage mode may not even allow me to survive the divine form. Kurama's eyes flashed. What? You realize that Six Paths Sage mode is a divine transformation, correct? Same word, different meaning, Naruto countered. Divine in this world does not equal divine in the elemental nations. Kaguya is a goddess, but she wouldn't be considered one in this world. Oh right. I forgot about that. In any case, we have to figure out how to pacify Artemis. Naruto frowned in concentration. I suppose I could always show her my true power and intimidate her into backing down, he suggested. Naruto shook his head. I'd prefer it if you two could get along. Ah, yes. We are your parents, after all. No, you're not. Back off. Kurama chuckled. Then what do you propose we do? Naruto hummed in thought. Then he smirked. We just have to make it clear that you two are on the same side. A wave of suffocating killing intent blasted out from Kurama. The overwhelming, oppressive air bore down upon them as corrosive chakra leaked out, causing Artemis and Apollo to both tense up. A sudden heavy presence weighed down on them, the bloodlust of the beast once known as hatred incarnate. Puny goddess. Kurama roared, his deep voice reverberating through the clearing. Wind blew around the clearing from the sheer force of his voice. How dare you steal my chakra? Naruto winced. Kurama may have been a tad bit too melodramatic there. Artemis paused, incomprehension and bewilderment appearing on her face. Perhaps not. Naruto smirked inwardly. Perfect. Artemis's rage and anger was temporarily subdued. Damn it, Kurama. Naruto exclaimed. I already told you, she didn't do anything. Kurama turned on Naruto with an angry stare. Who else could it be then? Last I checked, she is your mother. Hold on a second, Artemis said slowly. You're saying that I stole your chakra? Kurama nodded. But that can't be right, Artemis frowned. Why not? Artemis stared at Kurama. Because you stole my essence. Kurama snorted. If you think I want your essence, you're sadly mistaken. He paused. Are you sure you didn't steal my chakra? Artemis shook her head. I did not. Kurama turned to Naruto. I sense the truth in her statement. It appears you were correct. Told you, Naruto huffed. Hold on, Apollo interrupted, frowning. Exactly what is going on here? Naruto opened his mouth, prepared to deliver some bullshit explanation. Then he paused as he truly looked at Apollo and Artemis. Their body language and the way they had positioned themselves between Kurama and Naruto to protect him, the anger, wariness, confusion, but most importantly fear in their eyes, not for themselves but rather for Naruto, they cared for him. They were his family. And for the first time since he was reborn, indecision rippled through Naruto. XXX, why can't we just tell them the truth? No, Naruto replied immediately and without an ounce of hesitation. Definitely not. Why? Kurama asked. Naruto was silent for a moment. I mean, he laughed bitterly. What am I supposed to say? Oh, by the way, I'm actually a reincarnated 20-year-old ninja from a different dimension, and I had been lying to you all this time. Yeah, that's gonna G well for sure. Kurama didn't say anything, instead looking intently at Naruto. Naruto looked down. Also he whispered in a nearly inaudible voice, I don't want to be looked at differently. Treated differently. Kurama understood immediately. That's different, he stated simply. The villagers, and humanity in general, were largely composed of idiots. Besides, they were all terrified by my majestic strength and power. They left you all alone because they were scared witless of me, and by extension, you. However, Artemis and Apollo are your family. He tilted his head. Do you really think they would let this affect their view of you? Naruto hesitated. I don't know. And I don't want to find out. Kurama nodded. I see. So you're a coward. You don't want to face the truth, so instead you're running away from it. I'm not, Naruto denied forcefully. You are. You're afraid of admitting the truth. And so instead you lie and deceive. Kurama tilted his head. That is not the Naruto I knew or admired. And that is most certainly not the Naruto I became partners with. I just want to have a normal childhood, Naruto interrupted harshly. You know, the one you took away from me. Naruto regretted saying those words the moment they passed his lips. Kurama froze up, his red eyes disbelieving and even a little hurt before he seemed to deflate into himself, glancing away and mumbling quietly, oh. I see. I didn't mean that, Naruto said guiltily. I'm sorry. I know, Kurama responded. He sighed regretfully. Very well. If you wish to continue living a facade, then I will not stop you. XXX. But as he stood there, doubt clouded his mind. As much as Naruto wanted to deny it, or rather, outright ignore it, he knew on an instinctual level that Kurama was right. He was running away from the truth. He was afraid of how everyone would react. An irrational fear that probably stemmed from childhood as a jinhiriki. Naruto liked how things were right now with Apollo and Artemis. And he didn't want to risk changing it for the worse. It's why he hadn't said anything for the past 3 years, it's why he hadn't revealed his origins to anyone. Because whenever he even considered telling them, fear and uncertainty would silence him. There was a chance that Apollo and Artemis would accept him and not let their view of him be affected. But there was also a chance that they would begin treating him differently. Treating him negatively. Naruto didn't want to take that chance. However, Artemis and Apollo are your family. So you're a coward, running away from the truth. That is most certainly not the Naruto I became partners with. Kurama's words echoed in his head, preventing him from beginning his monologue. It would be so very easy to just give them a fabricated story to preserve the status quo. And yet, he glanced at Kurama, who stared back with an indecipherable expression. His gaze then shifted to Artemis and Apollo. They were his family. Naruto gritted his teeth before tensely walking forward, past the twin gods who looked at him with surprise. Naruto? Apollo asked warily, looking at Kurama as if afraid the massive fox would suddenly decide to have a meal. He didn't respond, instead continuing moving forward until he stood right in front of Kurama. Then he turned around, Kurama's giant form towering over him. Naruto took a deep breath, mentally steeling his resolve. Then he smiled at his mother and uncle and said in a strong determined voice, My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm not from this dimension. Artemis and Apollo's eyes widened in unison, but Naruto wasn't focused on that. Instead, he glanced up at Kurama who looked down with a grin, pride in his surprisingly warm red eyes. Naruto grinned back. XXX. He gave them a highly abridged version of his life. Konoha, Team 7, the Akatsuki, the Fourth Great Shinobi War, and finally Kagaya and Kurama's jutsu. Throughout it all, Artemis and Apollo just stared at him, seemingly having forgotten about Kurama, their expressions growing more and more incredulous. And I died, Naruto finished. But then I got better. Kurama used a technique to save me that was supposed to send our souls back to the past and meld with our old bodies. But it failed and sent our souls across dimensions instead, Kurama continued with a grimace. Unfortunately, Baijuyo Chakra is unable to create a habitable human body by itself, and so the technique automatically reached out to th nearest being, Artemis. After which, it combined my Baijuyo Chakra with your divine essence, resulting in a body being created that Naruto's soul could inhabit. It was a genuine accident, Naruto hastily added. Kurama didn't mean to steal your essence. Besides, it wasn't even his fault, the technique did everything automatically. He paused. It was his fault for using a highly experimental, unstable, untested volatile technique though. You were dead, brat, Kurama snapped. Your soul was seconds away from going to Pure Land. I had to act fast. Naruto huffed but turned to the twin gods. That's pretty much what happened. Any questions? Apollo and Artemis stared blankly at him. You seriously expect us to believe, Apollo began slowly, that you're a 20-year-old dimension-traveling world-saving resurrected shinobi? Naruto nodded. Yup. He hesitated. Are you mad at me? Or freaked out? Or repulsed? Apollo shrugged nonchalantly. Nah, I'm cool with it. You are my son, Artemis said simply. What you were before that is of no concern to me. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Unless you were a rapist. No, definitely not, Naruto denied vehemently. Sakura would have castrated me repeatedly, and Bahn would have helped. Artemis nodded approvingly, ignoring the unfamiliar names. Good. In which case, I have no problems with it. Naruto blinked. You're not weirded out at all? Your view of me hasn't changed? You don't feel a sudden hatred towards me or something? Apollo chuckled. We're gods, Naruto. He said that statement as if it explained everything, which, in a way, it did. Besides, it was pretty obvious that you were hiding something. I am the god of truth. I'm just relieved that you weren't channeling the dark powers of Tartarus in an attempt to become the devil incarnate. Artemis nodded in agreement. While it's unexpected that you're a reincarnated soul from another world, I don't care about that. She walked forward, placing her hands on Naruto's shoulders, her silver eyes staring warmly into Naruto's own silver orbs. After all, I'm your mother. She smiled. And it's only natural for a mother to love their child unconditionally, no matter what, you know. Naruto swallowed with difficulty, his gaze suspiciously bright. Ah. Thank you. Can I have a hug? Artemis laughed gently before stepping in and hugging Naruto tightly, washing away all his fears and doubts and uncertainty. They accepted him for who he was. Overwhelming relief and happiness flooded him. He didn't have anything to worry about. His family accepted him. And so he relaxed into the warm comfort of the embrace. Even Kurama and Apollo didn't dare ruin the moment. For a few seconds, at least. Ah, this truly is just adorable. It's too cute. I know, right? Group hug. Apollo announced cheerfully, spreading his arms and strolling forward. Artemis and Naruto immediately shot him identical glares, rooting him in place, Naruto discreetly rubbing at his eyes. Apollo pouted, his arms dropping loosely by his side. Anyway, this does explain a lot of things, Apollo mused as Artemis stepped back. If your chakra is from another non-Greek related dimension, then it would be considered a foreign entity in ours, and as such our rules and laws will not apply to it. I think. Naruto nodded. Aphrodite's spell prevented me from altering my appearance with illusions. She had absolute control over her domain, and a normal henge wouldn't work. However, by supercharging the henge with a massive amount of chakra, I was able to override her absolute control. Do you ever run out of chakra? Apollo asked curiously. Naruto chuckled. It's theoretically possible, but in a real-life application? No. With Kurama, my chakra is as good as unlimited. I see, Apollo rubbed his chin. However, I'm fairly certain that your ability to bypass the laws of reality only applies to your chakra. This is evident by how my spells and curses are effective on you, such as when I cursed you to talk in rhyme only. Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. I think it's because I'm half god, so I'm still bound by the rules of this world. Or rather, my body is. My soul and chakra are not. Fascinating, Apollo murmured. His eyes gained an unholy light. Naruto recognized that light. No, you're not allowed to dissect me, Naruto said dryly. Please. No. Apollo sighed. Fine. And I suppose this is also why you died incorrectly? Your soul isn't from this dimension, and as such it didn't go to the underworld and just lingered around at the place where you died. Naruto shrugged. That seems to be the most plausible explanation. He grinned. I'm immune to death. Apollo suddenly frowned. But that makes no sense. If your body truly is composed of chakra and divine essence, then you shouldn't have red blood. His eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. Your human soul. My what? Naruto frowned. Apollo adopted a lecturing stance. As you know, gods don't have DNA. As such, we're able to have offspring that aren't human, or even humanoid. Most obvious example I can think of is Arion, the horse son of Demeter and Poseidon. What? Kurama said flatly. It's possible for gods to have children with animals, Apollo continued, ignoring Naruto's gagging sounds and Kurama's suddenly alarmed look. And our offspring would, in most cases, be the animal. If we sleep with a dog in dog form, our children will a dog. Sleep with a horse in horse form, our children would be a horse. However, his eyes flashed maniacally. What would happen if we sleep with Kurama? Don't even fucking think about it, Kurama muttered, unleashing another blast of killing intent just in case Apollo got any ideas. I presume that Kurama is composed of Baijuyo chakra, correct? Apollo asked. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Then there you have it. Artemis's divine essence was unable to replicate Baijuyo chakra, so instead it was influenced by your mortal soul. As so your body gained some mortal characteristics, such as your red blood, but it also gained some divine qualities, such as your accelerated aging and holy Zeus. You make no sense whatsoever. Naruto blinked foolishly. Excuse me. Can we just take a step back and appreciate how big of an anomaly you are? Apollo continued, pacing back and forth agitatedly. At first glance, you seem like a normal mortal until you consider the accelerated aging, immunity to all diseases, and an extra circulatory system. I mean, what the Hades are you? Naruto shrugged. No idea. Apollo sighed heavily. You know what, forget it. I'll just stick to what I normally do with you. As long as you don't suddenly get an urge to consume human flesh, then we're good. He turned on Kurama. And you? What are you? Kurama hesitated. Now see, here's where it gets truly confusing. Never mind, Apollo responded instantly. I'm not nearly drunk enough for this. Kurama looked amused. Very well then. Mortal soul. Naruto mused before looking at Kurama. My soul is Azura's. Does it even count as a mortal soul at this point? Kurama sighed heavily. For the last time, it's not true reincarnation. You don't have Azura's soul, you just have a tiny, negligible amount of his chakra. If it was true reincarnation, then there should only be one soul for all of Azura's reincarnations, and Hashirama wouldn't have been able to be summoned since his soul is your soul. That's not what Super Sage Gramps said, Naruto countered. Naruto, are you going to trust in fundamental logic or the words of an old man who had to literally dumb himself down to your level? Kurama grumbled. He just oversimplified a ridiculously complicated process into words that you could understand. Okay, that's fair, Naruto admitted. Your mortal soul is also the reason why you died, Artemis spoke up. Naruto raised his eyebrows, interested. What do you mean? One common misconception about a god's divine form is that anyone who looks upon it would be reduced to their component atoms and incinerated on the spot. Naruto frowned, confused. What? Isn't that what happens? Artemis shook her head. No. People mix up the cause and the effect. They think that since their body is incinerated, they die. It's the opposite, they die, and as a result their body is incinerated. A mortal body is incapable of handling the strain of their souls suddenly and inexplicably leaving their bodies, so they disintegrate. A demigod, however, possesses enough divinity to maintain their structural integrity, so they would simply die, their bodies intact. Okay, Naruto said slowly. I still don't get it though. If a person bursting into flames isn't the cause but rather the effect of dying, then what causes the actual death? Apollo rolled his eyes. Think. What is death? A person's soul leaving their bodies. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, you don't mean, Apollo nodded. A god's divine form isn't a physical attack, it's an attack on the soul itself. A mortal's soul is quite literally forced out of this plane of existence and into a lower layer of reality. By manifesting our true forms in this outermost plane of reality, the mortal plane, anything not divine is forced out by the overwhelming divinity into a deeper layer. This has the unfortunate side effect of killing the mortal. It's also the reason why our divine forms do not affect monsters, Artemis clarified. Monsters do not have souls. Similarly, a nymph like Zoe would also not be affected. Granted, this was an extremely condensed and simplified explanation. The full version took Athena 5 hours to fully elucidate. A haunted look appeared in Apollo's eyes. Easily one of the worst council meetings I've ever been to. I mean, it's not as we enjoy listening to dimensional divinity theory and the nuances and variations of the different layers reality. Kurama tilted his head. I see. My soul is intrinsically tied to my chakra, and it's impossible to separate the two without a chakra-based technique, which is why I was able to remain in Naruto's body and take over temporarily. Naruto crossed his arms, thinking deeply. It's kinda like Nagato's human path. He shrugged. Whatever. I figured out how to negate the effects of the divine form. Apollo blinked. Wait, what? Naruto grinned triumphantly. One word. Seals. XXX, you're planning to seal your soul into your body? Artemis asked incredulously after Naruto finished explaining his plan. Naruto nodded, grinning. Yup. Damn, Kurama said appreciatively. I take it back. You're not that stupid. This is actually ingenious. Apollo paused. Would that even work? If I do it correctly? Absolutely, Naruto replied brightly. Apollo hesitated. That being said, we can't let any of the other gods know of this. Naruto frowned. Why? Because the gods hate it when the natural balance between life and death isn't maintained, Apollo stated. His face darkened. My son, Asclepius, was killed because he dared to bring back the dead with the physician's cure. If the other gods found that you have a way to prevent death altogether. It's also the reason why we had Zoe keep quiet about how you died, Artemis told him. Please, if you're asked any questions about the battle with Atlas, don't tell them about your death. Mount Othrys was cloaked from the vision of the gods, Apollo elaborated. I doubt anyone knows what truly happened there besides you, me, Artemis, and Zoe. Naruto nodded. Understood. I'll keep it a secret. Apollo clapped his hands together. Now that that's been taken care of, what shall we tell the other gods? We'll have to make something up, Artemis said thoughtfully. Create a story to explain Naruto's existence and chakra. She narrowed her eyes at Apollo. I still can't believe you let Naruto leave the mansion. Apollo's eyes widened in outrage. Excuse me? Naruto attacked me and escaped. I didn't let him leave. You're a god, Artemis said. You could have easily teleported Naruto back into the mansion or performed a flyby kidnapping with your son Chariot. Apollo sighed. True. But you're my little sister, he said determinedly. And Naruto is more powerful than any camper or hunter. If he joined the quest, then success would almost certainly be assured. He paused. Besides, I didn't think he would be stupid enough to get his true identity be discovered. Hey. Naruto protested. How was I supposed to know that Aphrodite would dispel my illusion? That's right, I had almost forgotten. Artemis paused before something akin to panic flashed across her face. Naruto, please tell me you didn't needlessly antagonize her. Naruto winced. Oh. Naruto. What did you do? Artemis demanded. I kinda kled here for strata bitch beauty Natsuri because she isone. Artemis blinked. Once. Twice. She took a deep, calming breath before releasing a long-suffering sigh. Of course. Of course you did. Anyway, Naruto attempted to redirect the conversation. There is no need to create a backstory for me. Why is that? Apollo asked. Naruto gave a foxy smirk. Because Kurama and I already have a brilliant strategy. Kurama smirked as well. Indeed. It should be more than enough to placate the gods. Apollo raised his eyebrows, interested. Let's hear it. And Naruto told them the plan. XXX Naruto made his way back into Apollo's temple. It had been a long day, and he really wanted to sleep. While he could theoretically stay awake for more than a week surviving on Kurama's chakra, he still enjoyed sleeping. There were rooms at the back of the temple which Apollo had conjured up for them to use. As he entered the living room, although it was so extravagant, calling it a living room would be an understatement, he saw Zoe, who was still sitting on the couch. She opened her eyes, signifying that she had been wide awake the entire time. "Yo," Naruto greeted. "Where are the others?" "Asleep," she answered. "I was waiting for you. Let's talk." She patted the cushion next to her. Naruto sat down cautiously. A silence descended over them. The only source of light came from the moonlight streaming in. "You're the son of Artemis," Zoe suddenly said. Naruto nodded. "I am. That's why you wanted to join the quest so badly," she murmured. She paused as a thought occurred to her. "I presume that Apollo doesn't actually have Artemis-scented candles." Naruto chuckled. "No, he doesn't. Pity. I had wished for an excuse to shoot him in the face." A smile tugged at Naruto's lips when he remembered what Zoe had promised to do during the counselor meeting. A smile that vanished at Zoe's next words. "I was supposed to die on this quest," she said quietly. "The moment the oracle uttered the prophecy, I knew that the quest would end with my father killing me." Naruto recalled the dark looks Zoe and Chiron had exchanged during the meeting and realized that she knew from the very beginning. "And I accepted that." Naruto narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but Zoe cut him off. "But somehow, impossibly, miraculously, I didn't die. Neither did Bianca," she glanced at Naruto. "You can deny it all you want, but you and I both know it's because of you that we're both still alive." "Probably, yeah," Naruto admitted. Zoe nodded. "Thank you, Naruto," she said, sincerity in her tone. Naruto grinned. "No problem. Defying fate and destiny is kinda what I do. After all, if you don't like your destiny, don't accept it. Instead, fight for a new one." Zoe regarded Naruto. "It's odd. Before this quest, I would have laughed at thy naivete and foolishness. However," she inclined her head. "I suppose I am living proof that one's fate can be changed." She turned to look at Naruto. "Your eyes are identical to Artemis's," she murmured. "Silver, like the moon." She paused, her expression contemplative, her dark brown eyes staring into Naruto's silver ones as if she was searching for something. Then Zoe smiled warmly. "Welcome to the family." Naruto blinked. "Huh. You are, after all, the child of Artemis," Zoe said. "That makes you family, wouldn't you say?" Naruto blinked again, surprised, before he beamed with happiness. "I've always wanted to have a sister." Zoe stood up and stretched before walking to the rooms in the back. "Good night, Naruto." "Good night." "Yes. This literally could not be better." Naruto grinned joyfully. "Keep it down. How do you manage to think so loudly?" Kurama grumbled good-naturedly. "Congratulations though. Kushina always did want you to have a sister." Naruto froze before his smile turned a little set and wistful. "Yeah. That's right. X, where's Naruto?" Percy inquired as he poured a generous amount of maple syrup onto his pancakes. Apollo's kitchen could conjure up food, much to their delight. Only Zoe could use the function though. "He's still asleep, I think," Thalia guessed, biting into her own pancake. After a night's sleep, both she and Annabeth seemed to have returned to normal. Demigods have an amazing ability to compartmentalize, it comes with the territory of their highly lethal lifestyle. "Who is Naruto, exactly?" Annabeth asked curiously. "I haven't seen him at camp before." "He turned up at Camp Half-Blood a day after we arrived," Thalia said. "I guess he joined the quest to save his mom." She frowned. "I still can't get over the idea of Lady Artemis having children." Annabeth shrugged. "He's like me, a child born through essence combination." "Is he? Damn it," a thunderous voice interrupted her. They all turned to look at where the sound came from. "Wasn't that Naruto's voice?" Bianca asked, frowning. "Naruto," Zoe called, concerned. "Is everything all right?" The answer came in the form of Naruto stepping out of his room, his face blackened with dust. He had several cuts on his body that were already healing, and his hair, which was already spiky before, looked as if he just stabbed a metal fork into a live socket. He looked at them with an almost wild look in his eyes. "I hate seals." Then he whirled around and went back into his room. X, and so the day passed. Annabeth drilled Percy and Thalia with every conceivable question about the quest before they decided to go out and explore Olympus, Annabeth marveling at the architecture. Zoe and Bianca had disappeared immediately after breakfast, and Zoe was giving Bianca a tour of Olympus as well. Naruto, however, hadn't come out of his room at all besides grabbing an apple for lunch, skipping breakfast entirely. Several more screams of frustration came from his room, as well as a few sizable explosions. Apollo and Artemis, well, every Olympian, actually, were preparing for the annual council meeting that night. Committee meetings, hearings, oversight ruling the world was hard work, and it required a lot more than one expected. Mortals didn't know how lucky they had it. Ignorance was bliss, or so they say. Finally, it was time. The sun had gone down and a full moon shone brightly overhead, Artemis's moon chariot on autopilot. Even though it was winter, the temperature on Olympus was pleasant. Apollo had gathered the demigods and told them to wait outside the throne room, the glowing white hall of the gods. Then he winked at Naruto before strolling in. Naruto took a deep breath, mentally reflecting on what he, Apollo, and Artemis were going to say. Don't worry. If the plan fails, then we go to Plan Delta X. Which is 6 paths Sage Mode, My Chakra Mode, and some truth-seeking orbs for good measure. If Zeus thinks he can kill us, then he'll be in for a rough surprise. Naruto chuckled. Indeed. I would like to avoid that though. Enter, heroes, a loud voice boomed out as thunder crackled dramatically overhead. A determined expression appeared on Naruto's face. Showtime. Naruto observed the 12 Olympians gods. They were each around 15 feet tall, and he could feel the power thrumming in the room. Dionysus reclined on a throne made out of grapevines with a leopard seat cushion. He looked bored and was absently sipping from a crystal glass filled with Diet Coke, but Naruto didn't miss how his purple eyes flickered slightly when they entered. He really doesn't want to be here, Kurama remarked. He's filled with more negative emotions than Tsunade when she was forced to finish her paperwork without any sake. Hephaestus had a huge, bulging, deformed head, bushy eyebrows, and a long brown beard that would burst into flames every once in a while. His leg was encased in a metal brace, and he sat on a huge mechanical chair with gears sticking out that looked extremely uncomfortable. He stared at them curiously the same way Kankuro would look at one of his puppets, as if they were machines rather than humans. Oddly enough, when Hephaestus shifted his glance over to Naruto, a slight hint of respect entered his eyes. I thought gods could take any form they want. Kurama sounded confused. Why is he crippled? Naruto shrugged mentally. No idea. Hermes' eyes twinkled as he leaned back in a simple stone throne with a cushion of goatskin. Naruto took an instant liking to the man. He had the air of a prankster. His expression was a little too innocent, as if he knew something was about to happen and wanted to claim plausible deniability. He practically radiated amusement, at what, Naruto didn't quite know, but he had a certain infectious cheer to him. Demeter sat on a throne woven from various plant material. While she didn't look particularly impressive, Naruto knew that he couldn't afford to piss her off. He knew of the myth of Erysichthon. If Demeter could induce a literal inability to be full after meal, then it stands that the reverse could also be true. She could make it so that Naruto would be full and unable to eat after a single bowl, no, a single strand of ramen. Naruto could not allow that to happen, ever. I'm glad you have your priorities straight. Ares stared at them behind his shades, twirling around a knife in his hand. Naruto wasn't impressed. Niji's teammate could do way cooler tricks. His throne was made of leather and chrome with human skulls for armrests. And, judging by the scent, he was sitting on a cushion of human skin. I love how you referred to that girl as Niji's teammate, Kurama said amusedly. What, did you forget her name already? Shut up. It's been 3 years, and we barely even talked. Give me a break. Apollo's throne was made out of solid gold and glowed with the golden light of the sun. It was so bright, it hurt to look at. He grinned at them, humming an upbeat tune under his breath. Knowing him, he had probably composed that tune himself. Athena observed them with a clinical gaze, her gray eyes calculating, although she did soften slightly when her gaze landed on Annabeth. Then she narrowed her eyes when her gaze shifted to Percy. Her throne seemed to be woven from threads, intricate patterns that hung suspended in the air by an unseen force. Does she not like Percy Jackson? Kurama asked curiously. She has an immense dislike for Poseidon, and I guess that extends to Percy as well. Artemis sat on a silver throne surrounded by a silver glow. The seat cushion was composed of numerous furs that probably would have stirred an animal rights activist into a frenzy. She was no longer in her 12-year-old form, instead, she looked to be slightly older than Hinata. When she met his gaze, a ghost of a smile appeared on her face. Aphrodite's throne was beautiful, just like herself. Silver inlaid with aquamarine and various other gems, with soft white feathers for a cushion. Once again, she had the appearance of Sakura with bits of Kushina thrown in. She smiled at Percy sweetly before her gaze slid over to Naruto, and something ugly reared up within her dazzling green eyes. "She's our enemy," Kurama said immediately. "She really does not like you." "Yup. She's the goddess of love, but apparently that only applies to romantic love, not familial love." Hera gazed down at them regally. Her throne was made of ivory and a strange metal Naruto couldn't identify. Honestly, Naruto didn't know what to think of Hera. On one hand, he felt pretty bad for her because she was cheated on constantly. On the other hand, she threw Hephaestus, her own son, out, literally. That didn't earn any points in his book. Poseidon was dressed casually in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, and the corner of his sea-green eyes crinkled with smile lines. He sat in a simple fisherman's chair. However, despite his lackadaisical appearance, Naruto could sense something powerful lurking within him. This was one of the big three, a god that commanded the entirety of the ocean itself. Zeus sat in the middle, his throne made of pure platinum with lightning bolt designs that glowed in intense white light. He wore a suit, his black beard was neatly trimmed, and his eyes sparked with energy. He looked upon them sternly, although he appeared to be focused intently on Thalia. "Unimpressive," Kurama said flatly. "Good evening, heroes," Zeus greeted. Thunder boomed overhead. Hi," Percy waved his hand awkwardly. Zoe muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like idiot before walking forward and kneeling down on one knee. "Lord Zeus, it is an honor." Thalia, Bianca, and Annabeth followed suit, dropping down to one knee, and after only a moment's hesitation, Percy and Naruto also kneeled. "Rise," Zeus commanded. The demigods rose. "You have done a commendable job in saving Artemis." Artemis inclined her head in agreement. Apollo cleared his throat. "Indeed. In fact, I'm so impressed by their performance that I composed a small haiku." "Heroes win laurels." Naruto's hand twitched as he reached for his kunao pouch, but Dionysus beat him to the punch. "Apollo, please," he groaned, cutting off Apollo. "Spare me. These council meetings are bad enough without your poetry. Not to mention all the preparations we have to go through. I just sat through a 3-hour meeting on the most mind-numbing subjects with a bunch of nymphs whose collective IQs didn't even reach triple digits." "Oh. Were they hot though?" Apollo asked eagerly. Dionysus winced, casting a glance at Zeus, who suddenly gained a stormy look. Apollo noticed. "My bad. Too soon." Dionysus had messed around with a wood nymph's heart, resulting in Zeus banishing him to Camp Half-Blood for a century as punishment. "Too soon," Dionysus said between gritted teeth. "Let us proceed to the matter at hand," Athena spoke up almost tiredly, as if these types of digressions were common in meetings. "The council is now aware of the massive threat the Titans pose. Mount Othrys is rising. The Titans are rapidly gaining power and followers. Prometheus, a Titan that sided with the gods in war, has joined Cronus. Hecate, the Titan of magic, and Pan, the Lord of the Wild, has also joined the Titans." "What?" Percy burst out, shocked. "Pan. The god that Grover was searching for." "Impossible," Zoe shook her head. "Pan would not do such a thing." Athena turned to look at them. "He did," she said coolly. Selene confirmed it. She didn't wait for them to respond. In light of recent events and new information, the council has voted to act. There was some mumbling and shuffling among the gods, as if they didn't like the decision. Artemis and Athena silenced them with cold glares. "I'm afraid the full details shall be kept confidential," Athena continued. "Only Zeus, Artemis, and I know the entire plan." She looked around the room. "Rest assured, however, that I have considered nearly every variable and constant to ensure the highest probability of success. Taking down the Titans should be swift and simple, considering they're still at the early stages of gathering power." Poseidon snorted. "I thought you were supposed to be the wisdom goddess." Athena narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me. Father would not begin executing his plan to overthrow Olympus unless he had absolute confidence that he would triumph over the gods," Poseidon drawled. "You say you have considered nearly every variable and constant, but I doubt that." Father Ha had thousands of years to plan, you had less than a day. His eyes flashed. Do not let your hubris lead to our downfall. Athena was silent for a moment before demonstrating exactly why she was known as the goddess of wisdom. I see your point. She inclined her head, swallowing her pride. I apologize. Then what do you suggest we do? Share your plan with us. Poseidon spread his arms and looked around the throne room. I, for one, would like to know the exact steps that will be taken to combat the Titan threat. I don't, Dionysus muttered. Not interested, Demeter yawned. Speak for yourself, Aphrodite examined her perfect cuticles. The Titans are dusty old relics of the past. You really think they're a threat? In the war, it only took 6 Olympians and a few monsters to defeat the Titans. She smiled. Now, the Titans have lost a lot of strength, and there are 12 Olympians. They don't stand a chance. Foolish goddess, Poseidon snarled. This only proves that you know nothing of Father. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes and Ares leaned forward, interested. Suddenly, bloodlust and anger and rage filled the room, so thick it seemed to be tangible. Naruto wanted to punch something. Raise non something. Snap out of it, Naruto. Naruto blinked before closing his eyes and concentrating. Wow. That was almost as strong as your chakra's madness-inducing effects. I don't know, Poseidon, Aphrodite said, smiling sweetly. It looks to me you're just scared of daddy. What, is your PTSD from getting eaten alive kicking in? Poseidon rose from his seat, tremors rippling through the ground. Say that again, brother, Zeus sighed tiredly. Relax. And Ares, stop that, he directed to the war god, who shrugged before the aura of bloodlust receded. Poseidon blinked before scowling at Ares, realizing that his emotions had been toyed with. Ares smirked back. Poseidon sat back down. Poseidon is correct, Zeus said, frowning at Aphrodite. Do not underestimate the Titans. Aphrodite simply shrugged in an oh well fashion. As I was saying, Athena began, Artemis and Apollo shall begin hunting down the most powerful monsters to prevent them from joining up with the Titans. Artemis nodded while Apollo grinned. Poseidon, you have full permission to unleash your fury and send the Princess Andromeda to the bottom of the sea by any means necessary. Poseidon grimaced. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Oceanus and several other ocean gods are fighting against my will and preventing me from sinking the ship. I'll require a joint operation in order to destroy the ship. Damn, Ares frowned. He turned to Apollo and Artemis. You guys were at Mount Othrys, where that cruise ship was docked. Why didn't you just destroy it then? You had the perfect opportunity. Apollo rolled his eyes. We already accomplished our mission of saving my little sister. Besides, we didn't know if there were any other hostile titans or gods around. Remaining in enemy territory with zero intel would have been a monumentally stupid decision. Ares shrugged. If you ask me, you should have just attacked. And that is why we don't ask you, Athena cut in smoothly. Leave the tactics to the rest of us. Tactics, he scoffed. When will you realize that war isn't about strategy and tactics, but rather the pure clash of blades and wills between warriors who fight to their last breath? The same time when you realize that you have never won against me, Athena replied dryly. Moving on, she continued, ignoring Ares' sudden murderous gaze, Zeus, and I shall personally head into Tartarus and check up on the bronze fortress which imprisons the Titans. Every Olympian winced simultaneously. The underworld was bad enough, Tartarus was even worse. And the minor gods? Hermes asked. What shall be done about them? We must preserve their loyalty, Athena stated. Hermes, Dionysus, Aphrodite, I leave the task to you. I don't care what methods you use, just ensure their continued allegiance to Olympus. She paused. However, if a minor god does wish to turn traitor, she turned to Ares. Ares grinned savagely. Say no more. Just point me at them and enjoy the explosions. As for the issue of Mount Othrys itself, the wisdom goddess's expression turned grim. I'm afraid it's already too late. Today is the winter's solstice, and Mount Othrys has already fully risen and reformed from the mist. The Titans have collapsed the M surrounding the area, returning it to normal space-time. Just blast it, Ares suggested, looking at Zeus. Zeus shook his head. I cannot. What? Why? Ares frowned. Zeus stared at Ares as if he was an idiot. Why? Because Atlas is there, he said slowly. If I blast the mountain into smithereens, then I run the risk of collapsing the sky itself. I'm sure that you wouldn't want San Francisco getting crushed, considering exactly what is located there. Athena nodded. Furthermore, we can't send a frontal assault due to 2 reasons. First off, we lack information. I am already collaborating with Hephaestus, the god in question inclined his head, to design surveillance automatons. Second, Mount Othrys is a foreign domain. What does that have to do with anything? Percy asked. The gods all looked at him incredulously. Annabeth slowly rested her head in her hands, mumbling something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like seaweed brain. Athena chuckled. He takes after his father, I see. Poseidon scowled at her. Percy, Annabeth mumbled through her hands. Don't you remember what Chiron said during our quest to retrieve the Master Bolt? About how no god can enter another god's territory without an invitation. Percy blinked. Oh right. His eyes widened as realization dawned. Oh, that's what you meant. Then he frowned and looked at Zeus. But hold on, I thought you enforced the ancient laws. Can't you just temporarily, I don't know, remove them? Zeus stared at Percy. Fascinating, he muttered. You were the one who retrieved my Master Bolt. Percy frowned. What? I enforce the ancient laws, true, Zeus's deep voice rumbled like thunder itself. Laws that state gods are forbidden from drastically interfering with mortal affairs or that they can only fight heroes if they are challenged first. However, the law that stat gods aren't allowed to enter another god's territory without an invitation isn't an ancient law, it's a divine law. Hold up, Percy held up a hand, confused. Divine law. The laws that govern the divine, Poseidon explained patiently. The physical manifestation of the natural order of the world. Unlike the ancient laws, in which the punishment is decided and executed by Zeus, the divine laws are the laws of nature itself. Even the primordial gods of the old, Ouranos and Gaia, are incapable of breaking the divine laws without severe consequences. Think of it like this, Apollo piped up. An ancient law is like a law that a king makes. The divine laws, however, are like the law of conservation of mass or the law of conservation of momentum. Athena nodded. If a god decided to intrude on another god's domain, then they would suffer adverse effects ranging from minor to severe, depending on the divinity present in the domain. For example, my mortal temples have an extremely weak divinity, so if a god decides to intrude with his girlfriend, she shot Poseidon a glare, then at most he would only get a light headache. However, the sky, ocean, and underworld have the highest levels of divinity. If Zeus fought Hades on land, which is neutral domain, then Zeus would win virtually every time. However, if Zeus decided to invade the underworld and attack Hades, then Hades would undoubtedly win. Currently Mount Othrys has the same level of divinity as the underworld. Artemis sounded displeased, as if she would like nothing more than to storm Othrys and eviscerate the enemies. Attacking it would be tantamount to suicide. But gods can't die, Percy pointed out. Artemis sighed. It is a phrase, Percy Jackson. Let us move on to the main point of discussion tonight. Athena took command of the room once more. Her gaze shifted from Percy to Thalia and finally rested on Bianca, her gray eyes remaining emotionless. Poseidon cleared his throat. Yeah, so before this continues. Power exploded out from him as a heavy presence settled over everyone. Sharp intakes of breath could be heard around the room as the assembled gods were affected by the immense power emanated from Poseidon's form, their expressions becoming wary, apprehensive, and fearful. Even Athena couldn't prevent a slight shudder from rippling through her body. Throughout this all, Poseidon remained lounging in his fisherman's chair, his posture relaxed and uncaring. Let me make this clear, Poseidon smiled, looking around his room, something ancient and powerful lurking in his sea-green eyes. You are not blasting my son to bits. A moment of silence before Zeus also cleared his throat. A second presence joined the first as power radiated from Zeus's form. The scent of ozone filled the air as the air suddenly became charged with electricity. Unlike Poseidon, Zeus sat with perfect posture, his spine ramrod straight and his gaze stern, but that only served to increase the intensity of his next words. Similarly, you are also not blasting my daughter to bits. Ares shifted nervously in his seat as Dionysus paled, and Hermes discreetly prepared to run. Another moment of silence before the shadows in the throne room twisted. Fear filled the room, irrational and oppressive and overwhelming, as a tall, imposing figure materialized in the middle of the hall, in front of the demigods. Extremely pale skin tea contrasted against golden veins, black eyes the same color as the shadows, and the mesmerizing charisma of either a genius or a madman. A helm rested on his head, the helm of darkness. Hades smiled coldly as Aphrodite shrieked and Demeter scooted back in her throne, trying to put distance between them. Even Zeus and Poseidon were shaking slightly, although they hid it well, as if they had experience. "Hello there, my dear family," smiled, causing Hermes to whimper. "Miss me?" "Hades," Zeus growled. "Why are you here?" The god of the dead inclined his head. "I have a message for the council." He cleared his throat, which had the side effect of sending out another wave of pure fear. "You are not blasting my daughter to bits." Zeus's eyes widened briefly in surprise before he grudgingly nodded. The powerful auras of the big three seemed to resonate together, working together in unison to demonstrate the iron wills of the three brothers. There was so much energy in the room, it was a miracle the whole palace didn't blow apart. The council was silent. Percy, Bianca, Thalia, and Annabeth had fallen to their knees, their eyes wide. Zoe was still standing, although it was a struggle. While she had been subjected to the presence of Atlas and even Cronus several times before in the war, it was nothing compared to the resonating auras of the big three working in unison. "Holy Sage," Naruto whispered. In the silent room, it was like a shout, and every eye swiveled over to him. In his mind, Kurama groaned as there was the distinct thud of him slamming his head against the ground. "You did not draw everyone's attention to you like that. I thought you were a shinobi." Naruto ignored him, his eyes wide and disbelieving. I thought that you would," he trailed off, staring at the big three. He didn't look like he was affected by overwhelming power and fear permeating the room at all. And he wasn't. Don't get him wrong, his instincts were screaming at him and the primal part of his brain wanted him to run hide die, but he had the unrelenting will and determination of a shinobi that had fought the likes of Madara and Kaguya, and he refused to submit or be cowed because that would be the same as giving up, and Naruto Uzumaki never gave up. "What is it?" Zeus demanded. "I was wrong," Naruto breathed. He had genuinely thought that Zeus and Poseidon and Hades would deem their children too dangerous to exist. He believed that they would not hesitate to strike down Percy and Thalia and Bianca. But to see them working together and defending their children, willing to stand against the council itself. "I'm sorry," Naruto apologized. "Kurama, I think we misjudged them. Zeus especially." "I think so too." Zeus frowned in bewilderment. "Your apology is accepted." Hades was staring at Naruto with morbid fascination. "How are you standing right now?" he asked. "If I radiate any more fear, then the hearts of those demigods would stop." Naruto grinned. Let's just say I'm used to fighting against some extremely scary people. Anyway," Zeus glanced around the room, his gaze softening slightly when he looked at Thalia, "let us put this to a vote." "Father," Athena spoke up in an incredibly brave decision. "There is a security risk with these three." "I vouch for my son," Poseidon immediately replied. Zeus grunted. "I vouch for my daughter as well." All eyes hesitantly turned to Hades, who drawled, "Hey, I'm aware that you don't give a rat's ass about my vouch. But for what it's worth, I hate you all, but I hate Father even more. I will not turn her against Olympus." "You have heard our arguments," Zeus's deep voice reverberated around the halls. "All in favor of not disintegrating the demigods." Kurama snorted. "Arguments? What arguments? They're just flat out intimidating the other gods, and they're not even being subtle about it." Athena opened her mouth to speak again but paused, looking around the room. Every god had their hand raised. She reluctantly remained silent and raised her hand as well. "The decision is unanimous," Zeus declared. "The lives of Percy Jackson, Thalia Grace, and Bianca D'Angelo shall be left untouched." The power and fear in the room dissipated as Poseidon smiled serenely and Hades' eyes glinted smugly. The big three then looked at their children. Percy, Bianca, and Thalia all had identical looks of surprise and shock on their faces. Their eyes were wide as they stared at their respective parents, disbelieving of the fact that they had just unconditionally defended them against the council. "All right." Thunder rumbled overhead threateningly as Zeus glared at Hades. "Now that that's finished, get the Tartarus off Olympus." Hades chuckled. "Gladly, brother." He turned to leave. "Wait." Bianca cried out. Hades stopped, looking at Bianca. "I'll talk to you soon, Bianca," he said as the shadows began curling around him. "Well done on the quest." He paused. And don't worry about Nico. I already brought him to the underworld, where Zeus's lightning can't touch him. Damn, Zeus cursed. I hoped you had forgotten about him. Never mind. Perhaps we didn't misjudge him that much. Who is Nico? Bianca's little brother. He's cool. Hades chuckled one last time before vanishing within the shadows once more. The gods breathed out sighs of relief. He really creeps me out, Apollo muttered. As the god of light and the sun, I disapprove heavily. There were mutterings of agreement. Hades was universally disliked on Olympus. Shall we move on to the next topic then? Athena had already regained her calm composure, and her gaze was on Naruto. Naruto, the son of Artemis. Yo, Naruto greeted with a smile and a raised hand. The council is unsure as to what to do with you, Zeus admitted. There are 2 points of consternation among us. First off, you are the son of Artemis. Second, you possess a strange new energy that the gods have never seen before. Chakra. If I may, Athena interjected, on the first point, I don't believe any discussion is necessary. Naruto's existence as the son of Artemis goes against the natural order of the world itself. Some would call him an abomination. However, she smiled. The is precedence. When I had my first child, her existence also went against the natural order of the world. Given the fact that the council elected to do nothing about her, I say we let the decision stand and let him be. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Did Athena just defend him? Zeus stroked his beard thoughtfully. That makes sense. He turned to Artemis. Anything you would like to add? Artemis tilted her head. I do not believe we should punish him because I am his mother. I did not break any oaths, after all. And it's not as if my children were prophesied to bring about the fall of Olympus. Zeus nodded grudgingly while Poseidon hid a grin at the subtle jab at them both. Good point. Very well then. He looked at Naruto. You shall not be punished due to your parentage. And as for the second point, Athena continued, not looking surprised by the decision, as if she had already predicted it, chakra is a new, unknown energy. In the upcoming fight against the Titans, it would prove an invaluable tool. Yeah, about that, Poseidon spoke up, looking intently at Naruto. What is chakra, exactly? Showtime. It's time to execute the plan. You wish to know what chakra is? Naruto chuckled. Very well. The answer to that question is XXX, what's your master plan? Apollo inquired curiously. What are you going to say? Naruto smiled deviously. Nothing, Apollo blinked. Nothing. Nothing, Kurama repeated with a smirk. Artemis tilted her head. Elaborate. See, in my old world, I had a teacher, Naruto smiled reminiscently. Kakashi-sensei. Unlike me, he was a true shinobi, underneath the underneath, and all that. He was also the most infuriating and annoying guy I knew. If he had a secret he didn't want to tell, then not only would nobody be able to force it out of him, but they would also be driven insane in the process. Artemis narrowed her eyes. A man like that was your teacher? It must have been terrible. No, Naruto cut her off immediately. Kakashi-sensei was the best teacher I could have asked for. Sure, he had his quirks, but he shaped who I am as a shinobi. As a person. He was the one who taught me that those who break the rules are trash, bullet and those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Artemis paused. Oh. I see. Yeah. Naruto was silent, lost in memories for a moment. Anyway, the gods will ask me what chakra is, correct? Apollo nodded. Definitely. Naruto smirked. Then I'll just apply Kakashi-sensei's lesson number 7, deny everything. XXX, I have no idea, Naruto finished with a shit-eating grin. A moment of silence. Excuse me. Zeus frowned deeply. I have no idea whatsoever what chakra is, Naruto repeated with a shrug. How could I? I'm just a kid, after all. Athena stared at him incredulously. Naruto, son of Artemis, do not play dumb. Well then, tell me how I'm supposed to have any answers, Naruto tilted his head. After all, I've been living with Apollo since I was born, and it's not like he would know about chakra. He grinned. I have no idea what chakra is. Athena hesitated, but she clearly knew that he made perfect logical sense. After all, he's just a kid who lived with Apollo his entire life. There was no reason to believe that he would know anything about an unknown power that even the gods were unaware of. And yet, there was just something about that grin. Very well, Athena inclined her head in acceptance. Then tell me, Naruto, what do you think chakra is? Naruto raised his eyebrows minutely. He was impressed. If Athena had continued asking him what chakra was, then he would just continue denying all knowledge. However, by asking him what he thought chakra was, he was forced into a position where he had to answer. She had caught on that this was a battle of wordplay. It was a good thing that he had already gone over his response with Kurama. It's stuff, Naruto replied. Athena narrowed her eyes. What kind of stuff? Things. What things? Stuff. At Athena's enraged glare, Naruto raised his hands in defense. Okay. Chakra is magic. A beat. It isn't, Athena countered. It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't. It isn't. It isn't, Athena agreed. Naruto paused. Huh. You were supposed to write. Wisdom goddess. Almost forgot. Now that we have established that chakra isn't magic because magic exhibits certain traits and characteristics and chakra has none of them, are you going to tell us what chakra is? Athena raised an eyebrow. Naruto sighed. Look, I'm not a genius or anything. Isn't that the truth? All I know is that chakra is a form of energy. That's it. Athena stared at him critically before nodding. Very well. Is it possible for others to gain chakra? Naruto shrugged. Dunno. I haven't tried before. Why is that? Naruto stared at her. Because I'm still a kid. I'm not legal yet. Athena frowned in confusion before she understood his meaning and narrowed her eyes. I'm not asking if your children would inherit chakra, she growled. I'm asking if it's possible for you to give your chakra to someone else. Hermes, Ares, and Apollo snickered in unison. Nice one, kid, Hermes shot him the thumbs up. Oh. Naruto shook his head. No. It's impossible. And every ability you've displayed on the quest so far was due to your chakra. Poseidon inquired. Not every ability. Some were due to my sheer awesomeness, Naruto grinned. Poseidon arched an eyebrow. I see. What is your raison? A spiraling blue ball, Naruto answered. At Poseidon's unimpressed look, he hastily added, it's a rotating sphere of dense chakra. Poseidon nodded. Your clones. Chakra constructs. Your weapon duplication. Naruto paused. What? Oh, that. Shadow shurikens. Yeah, those were also chakra constructs. Your sage mode. Enhanced chakra. He didn't want to explain sage mode to the gods quite yet. Your raisin shuriken. Futon, raisin shuriken, to be specific. And it's a raison, but with really sharp wind. Your. Poseidon coughed lightly. Big ball raison. Another round of snickers that were silenced by Athena's glare. A lot of rotating dense chakra, Naruto answered seriously. Same with the ultra big ball raison. Your planetary raison. 4 raisons for the price of 1. Your golden cloak. Even more enhanced chakra, Naruto froze. Hold up, how do you even know about that? I thought that Mount Othris was cloaked from the vision of the gods. It was. I read Percy's mind, Poseidon replied casually. You what? Came the indignation outburst of the son of Poseidon. I apologize for the intrusion, Poseidon inclined his head, but it was the fastest and most efficient way to get things over with. Rest assured, I only observed your memories of the fight, nothing else. Percy blinked. Oh. Wait, if you can read minds, then why didn't Zeus just read my mind 2 years ago and see that I was innocent? Because memories can be altered, Zeus explained rather impatiently. It's what the boy, Luke Castellan, did. A timed spell that returned his memories only after he left Olympus. Anyway, Poseidon continued. I think I've made my point. Naruto frowned. What point? Poseidon smiled genially. Every ability I've named so far utilized chakra, not your sheer awesomeness, as you so put it. Naruto opened his mouth but then closed it a second later. That was good, he admitted. Thank you, Poseidon accepted graciously. But, Naruto continued, you forgot to account for the fact that all my abilities were composed of not only chakra but also sheer awesomeness. Yes, well, while that's great and all, Zeus interrupted, I'm a little bit more interested about the purple raison that you used against Atlas. Naruto tilted his head. The Baijuadama. Tailed beast bomb. Zeus muttered before shaking his head. You have a rather odd naming convention. At any rate, your Bijutama was capable of incapacitating even Atlas. Do you deny that? What? Nah, you're right. The Bijutama devastated Atlas, Naruto confirmed. I want that. Ares shouted before glaring at anyone who looked over. Had to get that out of my system. Council of the Gods, Zeus spread his arms, ignoring Ares. Naruto possesses a power that is capable of taking down even Atlas with great ease. That same power could be turned against us. He narrowed his eyes. It could be used to overthrow Olympus. And we finally reach the crux of the matter. Naruto wouldn't betray Olympus, Artemis countered. How do you know for sure? Ares spoke up, although he seemed to be arguing for argument's sake rather than out of any real concern. Apollo snorted. Trust me, I lived with the kid. He may be loud and dense, but he won't betray us. I vouch for him. Artemis nodded in agreement. As do I. I also vouch for Naruto, a voice spoke out from the hearth. Hestia cast her gaze around the council, meeting all the gods' eyes, before turning to look at Zeus. Brother, I know you are worried about traitors, but Naruto is not one. He will not betray us, promise you that. Zeus arched his eyebrows, as if surprised that Hestia spoke in defense of Naruto. Understood. I vouch for him as well, Athena stated calmly. There may be a risk that he will betray us, but it is a risk I'm willing to take. I don't understand. Why is she defending you so much? I actually don't know. I think it's because she gets along with Artemis? A moment of silence broken by the most unlikely, unexpected goddess. I vouch for him, Aphrodite called out. Artemis's eyes widened as Naruto did a double take in shock. Did I just hear that right? You did, Kurama confirmed. Huh. Wait, what? Naruto asked, looking at Aphrodite in confusion. Didn't you say you wanted to start a vote to blast me out of existence? Aphrodite waved her hand dismissively. My dear Naruto, I didn't truly mean it. I said it in the heat of the moment. But after time to calm down and reflect, she shrugged. I had a change of heart. Before Naruto could respond, Aphrodite turned to Zeus. Naruto won't betray Olympus, she smiled. I trust him. He's extremely devoted to his mother, after all. Zeus nodded slowly. All right. Could have sworn that you wanted his head on a stick just a few days ago, he muttered under his breath before looking at Naruto. Naruto, do you have anything to say in your defense? Naruto stepped forward. Lord Zeus, I assure you, I will not betray Olympus. I have no reason to. After all, he smiled brightly. We're family, Thunder Gramps. The hall went dead silent. You did not just say that. Artemis closed her eyes wearily as Apollo's palm slammed into his face. The gods stared at him incredulously as the demigods slowly edged away from him, getting out of the splatter zone. Zeus stared at him uncomprehendingly, blinking several times. He opened his mouth, paused, and then closed it. Naruto frowned. Oh, did you not like Thunder Gramps? He rubbed his chin. I thought about Sky Gramps, but that sounded kinda weird. Maybe Lightning Gramps. Oh, how about Super Thunder Gramps? Badly concealed smiles and grins of amusement could be seen around the halls. Hermes had to turn away, his body shaking silently, and Ares was stabbing his knife into his leg to prevent himself from bursting out into laughter. Dionysus snorted into Diet Coke, but covered it up by coughing violently. After all, one simply did not laugh at the king of the gods. With one exception, of course. Poseidon roared with laughter. Oh, that's beautiful. Rest assured, brother, that I shall personally ensure that your new title is known all throughout Atlantis, Lord Zeus, the King of Olympus, Lord of the Sky, and Super Thunder Gramps. Zeus broke out of his trance. His fingers twitched and pure lightning gathered in his hand. He raised his hand, the crackling white energy growing and extending. He stared at Naruto with a detached expression and prepared to fire. Hera touched his shoulder lightly. Zeus, dear. It won't kill him, Zeus muttered. It'll just hurt so much, he'll wish he was dead. Zeus, Hera said again, this time with a hint of warning in her tone. Zeus sighed but complied, his lightning bolt dissipating. Fine. Let's vote. All in favor of not disintegrating him. Artemis and Apollo instantly raised their hands. So did Aphrodite and Athena. After a moment's pause, Hermes, Ares, and Hephaestus also raised their hands. Hera and Demeter too. Poseidon smiled. I like him, he said before raising his hand as well. Zeus looked around the room. Only Dionysus abstained, although that was probably because raising his hand would have taken too much energy. The council has decided, he declared. Naruto may live, on the condition that he never refers to me as Super Thunder Gramps ever again. Naruto nodded reluctantly. Fine. I'll just call you Lord Zeus, he sighed. Zeus sent him one last stern glance. See to it that you will. Oh, and if you ever do decide to betray Olympus, you'll blast me, Naruto finished. Repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't. One last thing, Athena spoke up. Naruto, what is this Kurama that you mentioned? You called it your partner, if I'm not mistaken. He's a split personality, Naruto answered brightly. He says hi, by the way. I did not. Also, your tone is a little too similar to the Uchiha brat when he was acting like an idiot. Hey, if you ignore the fact that Tobito was evil and stuff, you gotta admit that his persona was kinda hilarious. Silence met Naruto's declaration. A split personality, you say? Athena asked with a slight hint of concern. Naruto nodded. I mean, you can't seriously expect me to live with Apollo for 3 years without getting some mental issues, you know. The gods all nodded in understanding. A compelling reason, Athena inclined her head. Hey. The sun god's indignant objection was ignored by everyone. Our last topic is the Ophiuchorus, the bane of Olympus. Athena looked at Poseidon. Would you please summon the monster? Hold up. Is that it? Kurama asked incredulously. Is that all they're going to ask? Huh. They were a lot less thorough than we had thought. Although to be fair, they're gods, not shinobi. Poseidon lazily waved a hand. A moment later, a sphere of water formed in the center of the room, next to the hearth. Hestia stared up at it. The Ophiuchorus was swimming around happily, swishing his serpent tail. He seemed to be enjoying the novelty of swimming in a magic bubble. Bessie. Percy called out happily. Bessie. Poseidon frowned. You named the Ophiuchorus, a monster that poses more of a threat to Olympus than Typhon himself, Bessie. Percy shrugged. It fits him. Poseidon blinked. Right. I think it goes without saying what we should do with the Ophiuchorus, Athena said, ignoring Percy. Blast it. Ares suggested. Blast it, Zeus confirmed. Percy's eyes widened. Wait, don't. Zeus snapped his fingers and a wave of concentrated divine energy shot out, hitting the defenseless cow serpent. The Ophiuchorus disintegrated. No warning. One moment it was fine, the next moment the sphere of water it was nothing but ashes floating to the surface of the water. Naruto went still. That was fast. Really fast. He didn't have any time to react. Sage mode, Kurama growled. Now. Naruto nodded, immediately drawing in natural energy. A moment later, silver pigmentations appeared around his eye as his pupils extended into horizontal slants. Simultaneously, he applied a henge to prevent anyone from noticing. Artemis tensed up slightly, glancing wildly around the halls before her gaze landed on him and she relaxed. Did she sense him? What did you just do? Percy asked Zeus in horror. Zeus looked at him. I blasted it, he answered with an implied "da" on the end. But Bessie was an innocent. Percy protested. Killing something just because of something that might happen, it's as wrong as Cronus eating his children. It's wrong. Zeus raised a single eyebrow. No, it's not, he replied. I just removed a threat to us all. As long as the Ophiuchorus remains alive, then the Titans can sacrifice it. He narrowed his eyes. Are you really willing to risk human civilization itself because you think killing a monster is wrong? Percy looked at Poseidon desperately. Father. You can't, he stopped as Poseidon shook his head. I'm sorry, Percy. But my brother is correct. The Ophiuchorus is too dangerous to be left alive. He tilted his head. After all, if my brother is incapable of even keeping his own master bolt safe, then I do not hold much faith in his ability to prevent the Titans from capturing the Ophiuchorus. It's a simple risk analysis, Athena spoke up. We do not gain anything from keeping the Ophiuchorus alive, however, we have everything to lose. She paused. Besides, the Ophiuchorus is a monster. Percy clenched his fists tightly. Fine. Are we not going to address the fact that Thalia Grace's 16th birthday is tomorrow? Hera brought up, looking at Thalia with an almost imperceptible sneer on her face that told her just how much she liked the daughter of Zeus. I believe I have a solution for that, Artemis intervened. She looked at Athena. Would it work? Athena seemed to understand what she was talking about, because a thoughtful gaze appeared on her face. Yes, she answered after a few seconds. Artemis nodded. Thalia, daughter of Zeus, she addressed Thalia with a light smile. Will you join the hunt? Annabeth smiled knowingly, as if she had expected this, and Naruto finally realized what she and Thalia had been whispering about yesterday. Zoe glanced at Artemis in shock before she smiled in understanding and approval. Thalia hesitated only for a moment before nodding. I will, Thalia said firmly. She turned to Zeus. Father, I will not turn 16 tomorrow. I will never turn 16. Seeing as the prophecy would undoubtedly become an absolute clusterfuck of epic proportions, I leave it to Percy. I'm out. Gee, thanks, Percy muttered. Zeus blinked. Huh. Sweet. He shrugged. Go ahead, then. Thalia knelt before Artemis. She hesitated, a flash of emotions crossed her face momentarily, too quick for Naruto to decipher. Then she steeled herself, a determined gaze settling upon her. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back again the company of men. As she said her oath, Kurama detected an extraordinarily large spike of negative emotions coming from one of the gods. Naruto, Aphrodite is pissed. As in, she's furious beyond belief. Naruto winced as he recalled the main reason why Aphrodite hated Artemis. Fortunately, it appeared that Aphrodite was content to just glare silently at Artemis and Thalia. Yeah, I know. She really doesn't like Artemis. Or the hunters. After she finished her pledge, Thalia walked back to the group, her skin flowing a faint silver. For a second, Naruto could have sworn he saw uncertainty in her eyes, as if she wasn't sure if she made the right decision, but the next second it was gone and replaced with a bright smile. Annabeth smiled back warmly and Zoe and Bianca welcomed her as Percy gave her a high five. Naruto, for his part, was frowning in concentration. Hey, Thalia. Yeah. Artemis is my mom, so the hunters of Artemis are technically my sisters, you know. Naruto tilted his head. But you're also the daughter of Zeus, so you're technically my aunt. So how would you like me to address you? Sister or aunt? If you call me Aunt Thalia, I'll stab you, Thalia warned. Naruto chuckled. Duly noted. Percy brightened suddenly. Hold on, that means the prophecy won't apply to Bianca either, since she's also a hunter. Artemis nodded. Indeed. Only you and Nico D'Angelo are likely candidates for the prophecy, that we're aware of. Everyone looked at Zeus and Poseidon. Poseidon merely shrugged innocently whereas Zeus went for a more flashy distraction. On that note, Zeus boomed, bolts of lightning crashing down behind him. I believe we have finished discussing everything that needed discussing and blasting everything that needed blasting. The annual council meeting is officially over. Dionysus rose from his throne, relief shining in his eyes. Finally. Party in 5. Let's, celebrate the triumph of these heroes. Poseidon suggested. Yeah. That. XXX there are parties. Then there are huge, extravagant, blowout parties. Then there are parties thrown by Dionysus, the god of parties. Absolute mayhem. Organized mayhem, but mayhem nonetheless. Officially, the party was a triumph celebration for the heroes who saved Artemis. Unofficially, Dionysus and the other gods just wanted to celebrate the conclusion of the widely despised annual council meeting and used the completion of the quest as an excuse. They were in the palace courtyard. The 9 muses played music on their chosen instruments. Plural. Naruto spotted one muse playing the piano, violin, and cello all at once using her mind. A joyful melody flowed over the hall. Dionysus was literally growing refreshment stands out of the ground, and a beautiful woman walked with him. He looked happy for once. Nectar and ambrosia overflowed from golden fountains, and platters of food crowded the banquet tables. Naruto eyed the food. No ramen. Whoever decided that ramen wasn't a party food should be stabbed. There were golden goblets filled with what drink the user desired. The gods had reverted to human size to not accidentally trample the demigods, and a bunch of nature spirits and minor gods also joined the festivities. A crowd had already started dancing in the courtyard, and Naruto caught the familiar scent of alcohol that he hadn't smelled in years. Apollo did keep wine in his mansion, but it was guarded behind several layers of protective enchantments, less out of concern for Naruto drinking underage and more because Apollo didn't want to share his goods. "You!" Percy was shouting. "They didn't blast us." "I know." Thalia shouted back, exhilarated. "It's awesome." A cheer came up from the crowd surrounding them. Naruto frowned slightly when he saw Bianca milling around uncertainly. It was as if she stood in a bubble, nobody would come near her, and several people were casting her disgusted and even fearful glances. "Right. Daughter of Hades." Naruto felt a scowl form on his face. He walked forward, but before he reached Bianca, Zoe had already noticed and pulled her in protectively, glaring at anyone who looked at her badly. Naruto smiled at the gesture. "Are you really the son of Artemis?" a voice called out next to him. Naruto spun around. A girl, a bit older than him. She had braided brown hair and her eyes were a startling green. His eyes traced the green veins on her neck and arms. "A nymph." He nodded. "I am." The nymph giggled before dashing off to a group of nymphs, presumably her friends. Naruto watched her go with a raised eyebrow. That was odd. In any case, Naruto headed for the refreshments, grabbing a golden goblet. A second later, it filled up miso soup. He sipped it appreciatively, savoring the taste. It wasn't as good as Ichiraku's or Hestia's cooking, but it was still acceptable. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure observing the party at the edge of the courtyard. Artemis. He made his way towards her. As he walked, people turned over and stared, but he ignored them. "Mom," Naruto smiled brightly. Artemis turned to him. "Naruto," she smiled. Then her smile dropped and she narrowed her eyes. Naruto frowned, but a moment later he understood why. The scent of perfume filled his nose as Aphrodite swooped in with a pleasant smile. "Naruto, Artemis," she greeted. "How are you two?" "Aphrodite." Naruto narrowed his eyes as well. "Why did you change your mind?" he asked, cutting straight to the point. The goddess of love chuckled. "Oh, that. Look, Naruto, I only said that I wanted to blast you out of existence in the heat of the moment. I didn't actually mean it. I'm sure you understand, after all, you had been awfully rude and impolite to me. Beside, even you have to realize that my whole plan of manipulating the hunters and killing you was thought up in less than a minute after I discovered you. Perhaps Athena could devise a perfect plan in mere seconds, but I require a bit more time." Naruto blinked slowly. "So you're not going to kill me? Or manipulate the hunters' emotions so they would hate Artemis?" "Of course not." Aphrodite gasped. "In fact, I regret telling you my ill-thought-out plan. At the time, it seemed great, but in hindsight," she shrugged. "It's too tacky." "What?" "It's the sort of plan that a B-movie villain would come up with," Aphrodite explained patiently. She smiled. "I don't wish to kill you, Naruto. Nor will I twist the hunters' emotions to hate Artemis." "Ah, yes, Aphrodite," Artemis spoke up. "That reminds me. Touch Naruto, and I will send you to Tartarus personally." Aphrodite sighed, looking at Naruto. "Isn't she just so dreary?" she confided. "I just said that I didn't want to kill you." "I know," Artemis inclined her head. "But in the future, if you ever even think about changing your mind," her eyes flashed, "then just know that even Zeus himself will not be able to stop me." Aphrodite chuckled. "Careful, Artemis. I'm starting to think that you may actually love him." She paused. "As a mother, of course," she added. "However, if you love him the other way, then I certainly won't judge," she winked. "It would certainly explain why you stayed single all these years." Naruto choked on his spit. "That's disgusting." "Agreed," Artemis concurred, a similar look of disgust on her face. "But," Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "I admit, I may have been a little too harsh on you. I apologize for my words, and rudeness, I guess. Let's have a fresh start," he grinned at her. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me." Naruto paused. Aren't you extending an olive branch right now?" Aphrodite stared at him amusedly. "What? Of course not. Don't get me wrong, Naruto. I despise you. I only came here to clear up any misunderstandings that may have popped up from our last meeting due to my reckless words. For you see, after Mew thought, I realized that I could do so much more with you. What fun is there in simply blasting you out of existence? At the time of our last conversation, I hadn't fully registered and comprehended the ramifications of your existence, but you're the son of Artemis. She leaned forward until her face was inches from his. I am going to have so much fun with you, she whispered alluringly. Aphrodite, Artemis said warningly. Oh relax, Artemis, Aphrodite waved her hand. I'm not going to blast him or send monsters after him. That's something that the other gods may do, but it's not my style. So what are your plans? Naruto asked warily. Aphrodite tsked. Like I said, Naruto, I'm not going to monologue like a tacky B-movie villain. I blame our last conversation on temporary insanity. Temporary? Artemis muttered. Hush, Artemis, Aphrodite said. Anyway, Naruto, just know that what you said during our last meeting was not forgotten and certainly not forgiven. Her eyes flashed momentarily with barely suppressed rage. I do hope you like tragedies. Because FR now on you'll be living one. Naruto tensed up. What? But Aphrodite was already gone, with only the scent of her perfume left behind. X, out of all the gods, you just had to choose Aphrodite as your enemy, Artemis sighed. Hey, in my defense, she sucks, Naruto countered. Artemis inclined her head. Fair enough. A brief moment of silence descended over them as Naruto sipped his miso soup. Should I be worried? He finally asked quietly. Artemis hesitated. Unlike the other gods, Aphrodite doesn't rely on physical damage. She attacks your emotions and the emotions of the people around you. I'll negotiate with her later. Naruto nodded. Thank you. Yo, Naruto, a voice called. Hermes jogged up to them with a smile. Lord Hermes, Naruto greeted. Just a quick question. As I'm sure Artemis recalls, approximately 2 years ago, Apollo came into a council meeting with a new makeover. Was that you? Hermes asked eagerly. A foxy smirk spread over Naruto's face. It depends. Are you here to get revenge on his behalf? Hermes grinned as well. On the contrary, I am here to shake your hand for the brilliant job you did. Artemis watched bemusedly as Hermes and Naruto shook hands, a knowing glance of mutual respect being shared between the two of them. She shuddered slightly and hoped that they wouldn't engage in a prank war against each other. Apollo and Hermes had gotten into a prank war once. It took nearly 2 months to fix all the damage on both Olympus and the mortal world. You're not wearing a watch, Hermes noted. Naruto chuckled. You know, that's exactly what your son said to me. Hermes froze, his expression darkening. Naruto frowned at the sudden change in mood before he realized. I meant Travis, he hastily clarified. Hermes relaxed instantly, the cheer returning to his face. Ah, I see. However, keep in the mind that the difference in skill between the father and son is great. What do you mean? It means that you have a really nice pouch. Hermes smiled as he returned Naruto's kunai pouch to him. Naruto's eyes widened. Okay, that's impressive. Hermes grinned. Thank you, his phone rang. Hermes groaned. Sorry, I gotta take this. He jogged away. Naruto watched him leave. Does he even know about Luke? He asked. He does. Naruto frowned. He seems a little too cheerful for a god whose son just died. Artemis sighed. Perhaps it may seem like that now, but when we first told him the news, well, let's just say that even Ares didn't dare make a joke. Drinking contest. Dionysus bellowed over the noise of the crowd, his voice amplified magically. Zeus versus Poseidon. Let's settle who's the best of the big three, right here, right now. A cheer went up from the crowd. Father and uncle are at it again, Athena joined them. I'm surprised you're still here, Artemis. Typically you would be in a forest by now. Artemis shrugged wordlessly. I wish to keep an eye on my hunters. And Naruto, Lady Athena, Naruto smiled. Thank you for what you did. She inclined her head. You are welcome, Naruto. From my observations, while you are undoubtedly powerful, even more so than the children of the big three themselves, you are a kind spirit at heart. Killing you would have been foolish. Besides, I do admit that I am rather curious as to what you would become. You weren't worried about me potentially betraying Olympus. Athena chuckled. Betraying Olympus would entail betraying Artemis and Apollo as well. She tilted her head. I highly doubt that would ever happen. Unlike the children of the big three, there isn't anything the Titan Lord can use against you. True, Naruto agreed. You know, Atlas tried to convince me to join by promising me that the Titans would create a better world. He snorted. I mean, if he was going to lie, he should have at least come up with a more believable lie. Indeed. Athena looked at him. In the upcoming war against the Titans, we will need a trump card. That trump card could very well be you. Keep on training and growing strong. I will, Naruto promised. Good. Athena turned to leave but then paused. Oh, and by the way, I saw Aphrodite speak to you a few moments ago. Am I correct in assuming that she heavily dislikes you? Naruto's face darkened. Yeah. She promised to make my life a tragedy. Athena nodded. While I cannot do anything to stop her, I can give you some advice. As you know, a god has absolute control over their domain, with one exception. Another god of the same domain is able to negate and even override their control. It's the reason why Oceanus is capable of preventing Poseidon from sinking the Princess Andromeda. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. Naruto frowned in thought. Not really. Athena sighed. Who is the other god of love, Naruto? Naruto's eyes widened in revelation. Eros, he breathed. Athena smiled. Correct. Seek out Eros, gain his favor, and perhaps you can mitigate the damage Aphrodite wishes to inflict. Naruto nodded determinedly. Got it. Thanks, Athena, he grinned. No problem. Poseidon wins. Dionysus declared. In an amazing display of his guts' ability to retain liquid, he has narrowly defeated Zeus. Give it up for the god of seas, everyone. Another cheer went up. Ha. In your face, Zeus. My dad is infinitely better than you. Instantly, the crowd grew quiet at Percy's words. Naruto face-palmed. Everyone slowly edged away from the son of Poseidon until a circle formed around him. What did you say? Zeus said dangerously, a golden flush across his face from all the wine. Arcs of electricity leaped from his fingers. The crowd parted before Zeus, forming a path as he walked forward. He stumbled several times and was incapable of maintaining a straight line, but soon, he was a few feet in front of Percy, towering over the demigod. Percy, for his part, had paled drastically. Nothing. Zeus narrowed his eyes, pointing a shaking finger at Percy's face. White energy crackled at the tip, and Percy went still, his hand drifting to his pocket. Watch yourself, son of Poseidon, he growled. Athena sighed. I should go, she gestured at the scene. Are you going to convince Zeus to not blast Percy? Naruto questioned. Athena looked at him, amused. The opposite, actually. I'm going to convince Zeus to blast Percy. Naruto tensed up. What? Athena smiled. Kidding. Although I do need to warn Percy Jackson to stay away from my daughter, she left, walking towards Zeus, who was still delivering threats to Percy. Go on, father. Blast Peter Johnson. Dionysus cheered Zeus on. Fortunately, Athena was able to pacify the king of Olympus. Zeus nodded reluctantly before walking away, sending one last glare at Percy. Poseidon, for his part, had observed the proceedings with an amused smile. Percy looked relieved, until Athena started talking to him. Then he paled even more. XXX Naruto made his way back into the throne room. He was looking for someone, and she wasn't at the party. He smiled when he saw a familiar figure still tending to the hearth in the middle of the hall. Hestia, he called out. Hestia turned to him, smiling warmly. Naruto. How are you? Happy, Naruto answered with a grin as he approached her. Euphoric, even. I saved Artemis, all my friends and family are well, and the council didn't blast me. Hestia nodded. That is good. Then she narrowed her eyes. However, you broke your promise. Naruto froze. What? You promised to stay alive. There was a moment of silence. Can you take us to somewhere more discreet? Naruto asked, looking around just in case someone was listening in. Hestia nodded. Very well. She waved her hand and suddenly they were back in Apollo's mansion. You died, Naruto, she said simply without any doubt. How do you know? Naruto asked cautiously. Before you left, I set up a link between us, Hestia said. It's similar to an empathy link. I felt you die. But you're here right now, alive. How? Naruto paused before coming to a decision. To understand that, we have to go back to the very beginning, introductions. Hestia tilted her head. What do you mean? Naruto grinned. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm not from this dimension. XXX, incompetent fools, a disembodied voice hissed with fury. Prometheus knelt, bowing his head. Apologies, my lord. How is it even possible for you all to fail so badly? The Titan Lord seethed in rage. Artemis was captured and the children of the Big Three were right here, on this very mountain. Everything was set up perfectly. And you blew it. If I may, my lord, Prometheus began, all of our failures can be tied back to a single source, Naruto. The voice grew still. Ah, yes. The son of Artemis who defeated Atlas and defied death itself. The wielder of the unknown power chakra. What shall we do with him? Prometheus inquired. Should we attempt to recruit him? No. Kill him, the Titan Lord said simply. Prometheus inclined his head. Very well. I shall leave that job up to our guest then. A figure hidden in the shadows of the room looked up in interest. Up until then, he appeared to have been dozing off, but when Prometheus mentioned him, his stance instantly became alert. Kill the son of Artemis, the figure asked. Sure thing. I had been planning on doing that anyway. Prometheus grunted. Where were you, anyway? After you silenced the Manticore, why didn't you immediately return to Artemis? If you were here, then we may have been able to win. The man chuckled. Doubt it. And to answer your question, after I killed the Manticore, I left the city because I sensed Apollo arriving. I didn't want to risk him discovering my presence. Besides, I didn't think you guys would actually fail that badly. Anyway, I'll go gather some information. See ya. Before Prometheus could respond, the figure was already gone in a burst of speed. Prometheus sighed. I don't like him. He is too young. Perhaps, but he is powerful. Hopefully, he'll be powerful enough to take down the son of Artemis. Prometheus nodded. Hopefully. Now then, the voice continued. We already set up the ritual to transfer domains, and it is currently the winter solstice. It would be a shame to let all our preparations go to waste. After that, let's finalize our plans on the breakout. It's about time we liberated my brothers from their prisons in Tartarus, wouldn't you say? XXX let me go. Nico thrashed wildly in his chains, but he was unable to break free. A monster leered at him. It had leathery wings, claws, and glowing eyes. When Nico had been walking to the dinner pavilion, a large fissure formed underneath his feet and he dropped through, coming face to face with this monster. It then proceeded to tie him up and drop him into a cell with no openings. Hush, child, the monster said. My lord shall be back soon. Someone. Help. Percy. Naruto. Bianca. The monster sighed before her form shifted, becoming a human female. Nico froze. Hey, weren't you the lawyer that got us out of the Lotus Casino? She was, a new voice said as a man walked through the solid wall and entered the cell. Alecto, why is he in a cell? And in chains. He tried to kill me, the Fury grumbled. Then he tried to escape. The man sighed before snapping his fingers. Nico suddenly found himself in a grand hall, no longer in chains. The man sat in a throne, looking down at him amusedly. Who are you? Nico demanded. I am Hades. I am your father. Hades smiled at Nico's shocked look. Oh, and before anything else, I should mention. To keep you safe, you'll be staying in the underworld until your 16th birthday, and you're banned from leaving the underworld. You have any questions? Nico only screamed.